Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the night sky, a lone carriage rattled precariously close to a cliff's edge. Inside, a scream was swallowed by the darkness. "Stop! What are you doing?" A brutish hand tore at the delicate fabric of her dress, a sickening rip echoing in the cramped space. The man's face was a grotesque mask of leering satisfaction, his eyes glowing with malice. He heard the Saintess who was dumped by the king. He sneered. He wondered if it was because she was bad in bed, his disgusting darting out he offered to be the judge of that. A surreal shiver of pure terror shot. "Somebody, anybody, please help me." But his cruel laughter was the only answer. No one was coming to save her, he snarled, his words dripping with venom. Because she had been banished from the kingdom. Her eyes, wide with horror and streaming with tears, reflected the absolute despair of her situation. His maniacal laughter filled the air as a sharp, brutal blow landed across her face. She reeled from the impact, a cry of pain escaping her lips. "Damn you!" She tried to back with what little strength she had left. "Quit your fooling around. Why you?" His rough hand lunged for her face, obscuring her vision with the shadow of her impending doom. With a final, violent shove, he threw her from the carriage. Her body tumbled through the cold night air, her hands reaching for something, anything, as she plunged into the abyss below. Irving. In her last moments, his was the only name that echoed in the ruins of her mind. He was the one she had loved with all her heart, and also the one who had betrayed her so completely. 3 days earlier, everything had been so different. Confetti rained down from a bright blue sky as the kingdom celebrated. "Congratulations on your coronation." Standing beside him on the royal balcony, she was his new bride, the Saintess. He was impossibly handsome in his royal regalia, but his expression was stern. He noted that her expression was stiff, that her bright blue eyes wide with surprise. "Oh," she stammered an apology, admitting she was just a bit nervous. A soft smile touched her lips as she tried to compose herself. Being nervous wasn't something she should be doing as a Saintess, now that she was wife. His fingers gently intertwined with hers, a silent reassurance that sent a jolt through her. He told her she was too serious and not to worry about it. She offered him a grateful smile, her heart swelling with warmth. The Saintesses from the kingdom of Joanka were unique. They drew their holy powers from a source of love. For her, that source had always been Irving. It was thanks to him that she'd become a Saintess at all. The love that had grown between them was her source of strength, the very core of her being. They stood together, a perfect picture of royal love and devotion. The people looked up at them with hope, murmuring that as long as those two were in love, the kingdom would know peace. And in that moment, she believed it with every fiber of her soul. Later, as they walked through the grand halls, they were greeted by a familiar voice. It was Miranda, her dear friend and a fellow Saintess, holding a large bouquet. On behalf of all the candidates, she offered their heartfelt congratulations on the wedding. Miranda had been looking forward to this day for so long. She squeezed our Saintess's hands tightly, her eyes welling up with tears at the thought of her moving to the castle. Her friend gently scolded Miranda for being rude, but our heroine just giggled, finding her friend's outburst endearing. She then leaned in, whispering that she had one more thing to tell her. It was a message from the Archbishop, she whispered conspiratorially, wishing her all the best in performing her duty. A deep blush instantly flooded our Saintess's cheeks, her heart hammering in her chest. She knew exactly what that meant. The first duty of a Saintess after marriage was spending their wedding night with their spouse. It was a sacred rite. The Saintesses from Joanka would gain immense power by offering their virginity up to the ones they love. As night fell, her maids prepared her for the evening. Her heart was aflutter with anticipation and nerves. At last, the grand doors to the bedchamber creaked open. Irving stood inside, his back to her, gazing at a single, beautiful rose encased in crystal. Irving, his name. He turned a smile on his handsome face and told her it was beautiful. He explained that it was the royal family's flower, a secret treasure passed down through generations. This mystical flower responded to the power of a Saintess, serving as a symbol of the divine protection she brought to the nation. In other words, the flower's brilliance represented the strength of her power, and was a testament to the strength of their love as well. Without warning, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. "Eep!" She squeaked, startled. He held her close, his warmth ghosting over her ear as he whispered a promise. "Tomorrow this flower will bloom in all its glory." He carried her to the bed, the mattress creaking softly under their weight. He looked down at her, his gaze intense, and asked if she was scared. Her heart pounded against her ribs. She confessed that she was worried she wouldn't be any good at it. He leaned in, his voice a low, soothing murmur, telling her there was nothing to worry about. Just leave everything to me. And she did. When a Saintess spreads her flower, the royal family's flower blooms in full. As long as the flower was in bloom, the kingdom of Joanka would be blessed with a bountiful harvest. In a moment of pure bliss, she cried out his name, telling him she loved him. He started to say her name, his voice thick with emotion. Their lips met in a passionate kiss as the magical flower behind them erupted in a brilliant, beautiful light. The next morning, she awoke to the warm sun on her face, but the spot beside her was cold and empty. "Irving?" She slipped out of bed, her bare feet touching the cool floor. Where could he have gone? Her eyes fell upon the royal flower and a gasp of pure horror escaped her lips. The flower, it was withering. Its vibrant petals were turning black and crumbling away. The royal flower was meant to bloom as long as the Saintess's power endured, which meant the flower withers when a Saintess loses her power. A cold dread seized her. Did this mean the country had lost her protection? Did it mean that her and Irving's love had already weakened? What should I do? Where's Irving? She frantically clutched at the sheets, her mind racing. Just then, a maid entered, announcing it was time for the morning prayer service. Panic was spreading through the castle like wildfire. Courtiers whispered in hushed, panicked tones. This wedding was a complete failure. The Saintess's power was supposed to increase after marrying the king, but it was weakening. What was going to happen to the kingdom? Kneeling in the chapel, she tried to pray, but it was no use. She couldn't muster an ounce of her holy power. She had to find Irving. She had to tell him about the royal flower and her powers. As she hurried through the corridors, she heard his voice, warm and intimate. "I love you." She froze in her tracks, her blood turning to ice. She peeked around the corner and witnessed the ultimate betrayal. Irving was kissing another woman, a mysterious figure cloaked in dark robes. "Irving," she whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched the wedding ring on her finger. He turned, his gaze landing on her not with love or even surprise, but with cold, detached annoyance. "Oh, it's you." Such a cold voice, a shiver had crawled up her spine. Was this the real Irving? "Perfect timing," he said, his tone devoid of any warmth. "There's something you should know." He stood with his arm around the other woman, looking down at her as if she were beneath his shoe. "I don't need you anymore." The words struck her like a physical blow. "The only reason I married you," he began, the memory of their beautiful wedding ceremony flashing before her eyes, now tainted and cruel, "was because I needed to marry a saintess in order to become king." He smirked, pulling the hooded woman closer. "The only person I'd ever truly love is my queen." "What are you saying?" she cried, her heart shattering into a million pieces. "You love this woman more than you love me." His answer was swift and brutal. "I never loved you." He held up a withered rose, a cruel mirror to the dying royal flower. "Don't think the withering of the royal flower is proof of that. It's because I married you, someone I didn't love, that the royal flower is withering. I'm going to pretend you and I never got married." As the hooded woman beside him let out a triumphant, silent laugh, thorny vines seemed to sprout from the ground, trapping her in this living nightmare. Just then, the archbishop appeared. "Meridiana," he said, his expression concerned, "I heard that today's prayers didn't go well." She could only stare at him, her mind a whirlwind of pain and confusion. From the top of the stairs, Irving's voice boomed with authority. "She's lost her powers as a saintess and is useless to this kingdom now." He pointed a finger at her, his face a mask of indifference. "Banish her forthwith." "Irving?" she screamed, her last shred of hope dissolving. The arch turned to her, his voice sharp. "Meridiana, is it true you've lost your power of prayer?" She couldn't speak, only lowering her head in shame. "I see," the archbishop said, his face hardening as he turned back to the new king. "Understood, your majesty. Leave her to us." As guards grabbed her arms, she cried out his name in desperation. The archbishop leaned close, his voice a low whisper. "Come to the church afterwards. I'll protect you, but you have to obey." Tears streamed down her face as they dragged her away. Why was this happening? And so she found herself in that rattling carriage, on a lonely road under a full moon, being driven to her doom. She sat numbly, replaying the betrayal over and over. Was Irving deceiving me from the very start? Ground to a halt. A telling silence fell. The door creaked open, revealing the leering face of her tormentor. "So you're the saintess who got dumped by the king, huh?" he mocked, and her world plunged back into terror. As he tore at her clothes, her life flashed before her eyes. Did I do wrong? Did I become a saintess just for this to happen to me? As his hand shoved her into the darkness, a single, desperate wish formed in her heart. "I want to do it all over again." As she fell, she made a vow. "If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't believe in love anymore." She awoke with a gasp, soft flower petals brushing against her cheek. A gentle voice, a familiar scent. "Are you all right? All right? That sang?" She looked up into the handsome face of the man who had destroyed her. He was smiling warmly, asking if she was tired from her prayers at the flower festival. The flower festival? She looked around, dazed. Couples were laughing, drinking wine, celebrating under a clear sky. She was back, she was alive. And he was kneeling before her, taking her hand. This was the day he proposed to her. The world dissolved into a blur of roses and the terrifying sensation of falling. But instead of impact, she felt strong arms around her, and a familiar voice cut the haze, whispering her name, Meridiana. A hand gripped her arm, and the touch sent a jolt of pure terror through her. The image of Prince Irving, his handsome face framed by menacing thorns, flashed before her eyes, and a violent shiver racked her body. It was him, the man who destroyed her. With a scream of desperation, she shoved him away, her voice cracking as she begged him to stay away from me. She turned and fled, not daring to look back, leaving behind a crowd of shocked and gossiping nobles wondering what was wrong with the Saintess. Prince Irving could only watch her go, his expression a mask of confusion and hurt. Meridiana ran until her lungs burned, finally stopping in a quiet corner of the garden to catch her breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. Was this a dream? It had to be. She reached out a trembling hand to touch a perfect red rose, the petals soft against her skin. A sharp prick from a thorn made her flinch. A single, perfect drop of crimson bloomed on her fingertip, spreading slowly. The pain was real, a stark confirmation that this was no nightmare. This was reality. She stared at the bead of blood, her mind reeling in panic. As she instinctively brought her finger to her lips, a warm, golden light erupted from her hand, bathing her in a familiar, sacred glow. Her powers, they've come back. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place with horrifying clarity. She had returned. She'd actually come back to the day Prince Irving proposed to her. The memory of that day flooded her senses. It was the annual flower festival, a lavish party held in the gardens of the royal castle where she, as the Saintess, performed the sacred opening prayer. At the time, everyone in the empire expected her and Irving to be married. They'd been deeply in love, or so she had thought. She remembered the sweet moments, his arms wrapping around her from behind, the scent of flowers in the air. He had kissed her neck, his voice a warm whisper against her skin, telling her how sweet she smelled. She had told him to stop, not in a place like this where anyone could see. But he had just chuckled, his eyes glinting with a possessive fire, and dared them to look. He had grabbed her then, pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss that stole the air from her lungs. Was intoxicating, overwhelming, sending a jolt of electricity through her entire body. She had trembled in his arms, completely lost in the moment. The kiss left her breathless, her body going limp against his. He pulled back just enough to gaze at her, his own face flushed with desire. And she knew he was going to her again. He whispered her name, his voice thick with emotion, before sinking to one knee and asking her to marry him. With tears of joy in her eyes, she had said yes, allowing him to slide the ring onto her finger, promising to spend the rest of her life with him. Was a lie. He deceived her. Her once warm memories were now tainted with the cold, hard truth. He only married her to gain status and position. Her jaw tightened. She would not be proposed to again. She had run to a stone, trying to put distance between them, trying to escape her fate. But a pair of polished leather boots stopped in front of her, and her heart plummeted. Irving. He stood there holding a bouquet of her favorite flowers, the very picture of a doting lover. He had a feeling this was where she'd be, he said softly, offering her the bouquet. She turned away, her voice cold and distant. She was fine, she insisted, and tried to leave. But he caught her wrist, his grip firm. He demanded to know what was wrong, why she was acting so strangely. She told him it was nothing, but he wasn't buying it. He wanted to be her husband, and he didn't want any ill feelings between them. He pleaded with her to tell him if she had an issue with him, his eyes filled with a desperate sincerity that made her sick. So it was happening again. Despite her efforts, she couldn't change this future. He was desperate because he sensed she was slipping away. But she knew his true heart. If she accepted, he would betray her all over again, casting her aside for the woman known as the Black Rose. Her resolve hardened into steel. She no longer believed in love. Looking him straight in the eye, she uttered the words that would shatter her past. I don't accept. I have no intention of ever marrying you. The prince's handsome registered pure shock, his mouth falling open. Why not? He stammered, completely bewildered. She turned her back on him, delivering the final killing blow. Because I don't love you anymore. She walked away with her head held high, a silent vow echoing in her soul. She would not make the same mistake again. Her eyes, once filled with love, now shone with icy determination. I won't be what you want me to be. As she was walking through the grounds, a voice stopped her. Right there, a woman sneered. Meridiana turned, her expression unreadable. A cold, sticky liquid suddenly splashed across her face and down her pristine dress. The daughter of Count Sabella stood there, flanked by her giggling friends, a wine glass in her hand. She chirped, feigning innocence. This was punishment, she declared, for embarrassing the prince in public. Meridiana recognized her immediately, one of Irving's most ardent admirers, a woman who always looked at her with pure, unadulterated jealousy. The count's daughter leaned in, her voice dripping with venom, telling Meridiana that an impertinent girl like her had no place marrying the prince. She whispered that not everyone approved of the Saintess, that she shouldn't be fooled by the attention. The words were meant to sting, to humiliate her. But to the bully's surprise, Meridiana started to laugh, a soft, chilling sound. The girl recoiled, asking what was so funny. Meridiana wiped a tear from her eye, her smile dangerously sweet. Pardon me, she said, I was just thinking that what you said was true. Her expression shifted, becoming dark and sorrowful. I've been mistaken. I had thought the world was full of kindness and love, but the truth is, I was just blind to it all. What a funny story. The count's daughter was utterly confused, asking what on earth she was talking about. Before she could get an answer, Meridiana grabbed a nearby bucket of well water, and with a powerful swing, drenched the count's daughter and her cronies in a massive splash. The girls shrieked in shock, the commotion drawing the attention of Prince Irving, who was rushing toward them. The soaked and sputtering bully immediately began to cry, pointing an accusatory finger at Meridiana. Irving, she wailed. The Saintess suddenly splashed water all over us. Meridiana calmly set the bucket down, a mask of perfect innocence. "My apologies," she said sweetly. "I saw a bee flying around and didn't want you to get stung." As if on cue, a real bee buzzed past and the girl screamed in terror, scrambling away. Meridiana feigned concern, clasping her hands together. "I'm so glad it didn't sting you," she said, her voice laced with false sympathy. "I'm sorry for splashing you so suddenly." Then, she leaned in close. Her voice dropped to a glacial whisper meant only for the bully. "Whether you recognize my authority or not, I'm still the Saintess." Her blue eyes were like chips of ice. "If you were to do what you just did again, wouldn't you be the one to get punished?" The girl paled, trembling. However, Mer continued, a small, cruel smile playing on her lips. "You did make me realize something important, which is why I'll let this transgression pass. It would be just horrible if you caught a cold. Now hurry up and change." With that final, veiled threat, Meridiana turned to leave, announcing that she also needed to change her clothes. Wait. Before she took a step, Irving swept her off her feet, lifting her into a princess carry. "I'll bring you to your room," he stated, his jaw tight. Meridiana was mortified, struggling in his arms and banding. He put her down as he strode through the palace. He ignored her protests, leaning down to lick the side of her neck where the wine had spilled. She let out a squeak of shock. "Doing?" she cried. "You taste like alcohol," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "You don't, do you? Did someone spill it on you?" His eyes narrowed into slits of cold fury. "It was Count Sibella's daughter, wasn't it? I'll have a talk with him later." Meridiana gasped. "Don't make things worse," she pleaded, desperate to de-escalate the situation. More importantly, she reminded him, "I refused your marriage proposal. Why are you still worrying about me?" His gaze was intense, burning into hers. "Did you think my feelings would change from a simple refusal on your part?" he asked, his dangerously soft. Her heart hammered in her chest. A dreadful realization washed over her. He wasn't going to give up so easily. "I can walk myself, so put me down," she insisted. But his only reply was a flat no. He continued his determined stride down the hall, carrying her as if she weighed nothing. "I said put me down," she shrieked, her struggles useless. Finally, they reached her chambers. The door creaked open, and he gently set her down on the edge of her bed. She clutched her dress, trying to regain some semblance of control. "Will that be all?" she asked icily. "If so, then get out." She tried to push him away, but his hand shot out, capturing hers. "I'm not done with you yet," he murmured, his voice a growl. He leaned in, his face inches from hers, his expression a storm of frustration and raw desire. "Take your clothes off." And his voice was a low command, cutting through the air with chilling authority. "Take your clothes off." Meridiana's blood ran cold, her brilliant sapphire eyes widening in sheer panic as she stared at the handsome, statuesque prince before her. What in the world was he thinking of doing? But Irving's expression remained unreadable, his gaze intense as he explained his only thought was for her to change so she wouldn't catch a cold. A devilish smirk finally broke through his stoic mask as he leaned in, the warmth of his breath ghosting her skin. Getting so red like that, what exactly did she think he was going to do? He teased, his voice a low murmur. A furious blush exploded across Meridiana's face, a wave of heat and humiliation washing over her. She stammered that she would change. Sue had to get out, her voice barely a squeak. But the prince was relentless, offering to help her with a glint in his eye. That was the last straw. A murderous aura erupted from the Saintess as she glared at him. "Absolutely not," she shrieked, her patience completely shattered. A moment later, the grand doors to her room slammed shut, leaving a stunned prince on the other side. Irving stood there for a long moment, a thoughtful expression on his face, while inside, Meridiana's anger melted into a familiar, deep-seated sorrow. If only she could have turned back time, not just to this moment, but further, so much further. She wished with all her heart she had come back to a time before she had ever met the wretched Prince Irving. Meanwhile, the court was already buzzing with gossip about the golden couple's quarrel. Everyone had assumed Prince Irving and the Saintess were on the verge of marriage, but now things seemed doubtful. Over tea, Meridiana's dear friend Miranda sighed, lamenting how sad it was the best match in the kingdom was fighting and gently asking what had happened. Meridiana clutched her teacup, the warmth doing little to soothe the chill in her heart. How could she explain? She couldn't reveal Prince Irving's true twisted nature nor the impossible secret that she had come back from the future. Sensing her friend's distress, Miranda took her hands, her expression full of warmth and loyalty. She promised to always be on Meridiana's side, even offering march right up to the prince and give him a piece of her mind. A small, genuine giggle escaped Miranda's lips. Miranda's unwavering kindness was a balm to her frayed soul. They agreed to have tea again soon, and Miranda left with a bright, hopeful smile. She sincerely hoped the two of them could make up soon. Meridiana watched her go, a sad smile playing on her lips. "I'm sorry, Miranda," she thought, her heart aching with the lie. The day the two of them made up would never, ever come. Just then, a commotion broke out as two maids fell to their knees before her, one of them weeping in pain. She had cut her hand on a piece of broken glass. The wound looked deep and painful. Without hesitation, Meridiana gently took the maid's hand in hers. A soft, divine light began to shine, enveloping the injury in its warm glow. In moments, the wound was gone. She asked kindly if it had stopped hurting. The maid stared at her perfectly healed hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. It didn't hurt at all anymore, she cried, thanking the Saintess profusely. As Meridiana watched the maids leave, a dark shadow fell over her. You're as happy as always, a familiar voice commented from behind. It was Irving. Before she could react, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip. Meridiana, come with me, he commanded. He pulled her along, his long strides impossible to keep up with. She cried out for him to let go, but her protests fell on deaf ears. He continued to drag her down the hallway until a door clicked open, and he shoved her inside. Her heart plummeted into her stomach as she recognized the opulent room. This was Irving's bedroom. What are you doing? She demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and rage. His expression was cold, calculating. It would seem that her feelings hadn't changed since the flower festival, he stated calmly. If he didn't resort to this, she would just run away, wouldn't she? He looked at her then, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. He just wanted to talk to her. But she turned her face away, her voice like ice. I have nothing to say to you. Look at that, he insisted, directing her gaze. Her eyes followed his, and a gasp escaped her lips. There on a pedestal was the royal flower. In her past life, it had withered and died, consumed by thorns, but now it was shining brightly. She remembered him asking her then if she didn't love anymore. But as you can see, the royal flower still shines, his voice dropping low as he took her hands. This is proof of the love between us. He moved closer, the suffocating pressure of his presence overwhelming her. Why did she suddenly refuse him the way she did? His hands pressed against her chest, his eyes searching hers for an answer. Why? Her mind was a whirlwind. It was true, her healing power still worked, which meant she hadn't lost her love for him. But her gaze hardened into chips of ice. She didn't believe in his love, what he whispered, stunned. She met his gaze without flinching. You're only obsessed with me because I'm the Saintess. That's not true, he denied instantly. Then and you're telling me that you love me, she challenged. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. He hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. A bitter smile touched her lips. See? You can't say it. It's true you don't love me, she continued, turning to leave. If you marry me, the royal flower will wither for good. Suddenly, a loud slam echoed through the room as his hand hit the wall beside her head, trapping her. His handsomeness was contorted with desperation, his voice a low plea, don't leave. Before she could process it, he closed the distance, his lips crashing down onto hers in a desperate, demanding kiss. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only the shocking press of his lips against hers, a desperate attempt to claim her once more. But this time was different. When he pulled back, looking dazed, Meridiana didn't melt. She recoiled. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, disgust clear on her face. Did he really think she was a woman who could be bound by a simple kiss? She scoffed, her voice dripping with ice. Don't be ridiculous. Shoved past his stunned form, and the resounding slam of the door was the final, definitive rejection, leaving him utterly alone. Back in his office, Prince Irving was a storm cloud of frustration, unable to focus on the mountain of paperwork before him. His aides watched from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. The prince was more restless than usual. Normally he was like a calm lake, but today there was a palpable disturbance in the air. They concluded it must be because he and the Saintess hadn't made up yet, a rare occurrence for the famously close couple. A knight entered, seeking permission for an expeditionary exercise. Irving waved him off, curtly promising an answer by tomorrow. Knight lingered, looking nervous. Is there anything else? Irving asked, his patience wearing thin. The knight swallowed hard before speaking. For the sake of the country, he began, it would be best if the prince made peace with the Lady Saintess as soon as possible. Irving's hand paused over his document, his knuckles white. I know that, he bit out, his voice dangerously low. Meanwhile, Meridiana sought solace in the quiet chapel, but her mind was anything but peaceful. Memories of a kinder past flooded her senses. How he would always make time to see her, bringing her flowers. How he would pick her up when she was tired from her duties. Always the first to notice if she wasn't feeling well, carrying her in his strong arms. She hard, fighting back tears. It was so painful, remembering the happiness she felt when she was still ignorant of his true nature. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. She knew this feeling. When her heart was in turmoil, her powers of prayer weakened. If this continued, she would lose her Saintess powers all over again. She had to find something to love, something to stabilize her powers. Something I love, she murmured, wandering through the garden. An image of a passionate night with Irving flashed in her mind, and she blushed furiously, shaking her head to dispel the memory. He was all she used to think about, which was why it must so easy for him to deceive her. I'm so despicable, she thought, a wave of nausea rolling through her. A rustle in the bushes nearby startled her. Peeking out was a tiny, dark-furred puppy, growling defensively. It was covered in dirt, with a nasty scar over one eye. The poor thing was hurt. As she reached out a gentle hand, creature driven by fear, chomped down hard on her fingers. She winced but didn't pull back. Did you get hit by a rock? She cooed softly. Some humans are so cruel. A warm, golden light enveloped her hand, healing the puppy's injuries in an instant. You're okay now, she whispered, stroking its head. I won't hurt you. The puppy stopped growling, its eyes wide. It whimpered softly before licking the blood from her fingers. Are you worried about me? She giggled, her heart melting. How kind. She felt genuine smile spread across her face for the first time in days. The puppy seemed to understand, giving a happy little yip as if to say it was okay now. She scooped the small creature into her arms, hugging it tightly. Just let me hug you for a bit, she whispered, finding a small island of peace in the midst of her storm. Later, she approached her maids, asking for some old cloth. They happily provided some, and she smiled, thinking she could make a comfortable bed for the little guy. But as she turned, her blood froze. Irving stood there, his crimson eyes fixed not on her face, but on the crude bandage wrapped around her hand. The air crackled with a terrifying tension as he strode towards her. Meridiana, he said, his voice dangerously quiet as he reached for her. Seeing his intense focus on her hand, she mistook his concern. Irving, did you hurt yourself? She asked, worried. He looked momentarily stunned by her question, his heart lurching in his chest. It's not serious, he stammered before gently slapping her hand away. I was just bitten by a dog. A flicker of something dark crossed his face. A dog? He repeated. He turned to his aide, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Find it. His eyes began to glow with a menacing, murderous red light. And bring it to me, he commanded, his words sealing the poor creature's fate. Meridiana stared up at him, her eyes wide with sheer terror, a helpless animal. What was this monster planning to do to it? The prince's handsome face was a mask of utter disbelief. Partner? Did she not understand the meaning of the word? Meridiana calmly explained that a partner is someone you think and act well with, and Irving let out a shaky breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Meridiana was already at her limit. Between her exhausting prayers and the constant need to protect Libel, this prince pushing her over the edge, she turned to leave, dismissing him curtly, but he was not so easily deterred. He declared he was coming too, demanding to see that dog. Meridiana spun around, her eyes blazing with a protective fire. She would never let someone who might hurt Libel anywhere near him. The prince's expression hardened with resolve. He swore he wouldn't do a thing. Then, in a move that defied all royal protocol, he held out his hands, offering a shocking proposal. She could bind his hands, then he wouldn't be able to lay a single finger on the creature. Meridiana's face erupted in a furious blush, her mind reeling. Bind the hands of the crown prince? There was absolutely no way she could do something so audacious. He urged her on, telling not to be shy, but just then a tiny black shadow whooshed between them. It was Libel, her little guardian, barking his head off with a ferocity that defied his small size. Meridiana gasped, completely stunned. What was he doing here? Irving stared down at the growling furball, a look of pure confusion on his face. A warm, gentle smile crossed Meridiana's face. Did her precious little knight come to her rescue? Libel responded with a happy woof and a wagging tail before turning back to the prince, unleashing a murderous glare that crackled with dark energy. A silent war sparked between the tiny dog and the powerful prince. Meridiana completely swooned, her heart melting at the sight. Libel was such a sweetie. She scooped him into her arms for a cuddle, and the little dog looked impossibly smug, practically preening in her embrace. Irving was left utterly speechless, a complicated storm of emotions brewing behind his eyes as he looked down at the scene. A maid came rushing over, breathless and apologetic. Libel had run out the moment she opened the door. Meridiana, feeling a wave of dizziness, wobbled on her feet. She reassured the maid it was fine, she would bring him back. All she wanted was to go back to her room and rest. But she sighed, remembering she first had to make Libel's bed. Irving watched her, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, he reached out and plucked the growling dog from her arms. Meridiana cried out, shocked by his sudden action. He simply stated he would bring him. Leaning down to the still protesting furball, he spoke in a low voice. Your master's tired. He gently patted the dog's head, quieting him. Now be quiet and let me carry you. He then strode past the utterly bewildered Meridiana without another word. Let's go, Meridiana, he called out over his shoulder, leaving her stammering in his wake. As he walked away with her precious Libel, protested that she could carry him herself, but her words fell on deaf ears. Inside her room, she watched in silence as the crown prince of the empire not only returned her dog but then proceeded to make its bed. She tried to dismiss him, reminding him that he must be busy with work, but he ignored her. He walked right past her, his presence filling the room. He stopped just behind her, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down her spine. Weren't you going to treat that wound? Meridiana froze, shocked that he'd noticed the bandage on her arm. It's nothing serious, she insisted. He wasn't buying it. He didn't think she'd bother wrapping a wound if it weren't serious. He cut straight to the terrifying truth, his gaze intense. Perhaps your Saintess powers are unstable? A cold sweat trickled down her neck. He knew. His face was a mixture of frustration and deep concern. That's it, isn't it? He was the one person she never wanted to find out. Don't be so stubborn, he pleaded. He seized her hand, his grip firm but not painful. His voice was urgent. If they were to marry, her powers as a saintess would grow stronger. She ripped her hand away as if burned, her voice like ice. Don't trouble yourself with me. She declared she would never marry anyone, vowing to use her love for Libel to protect the kingdom instead. A shadow passed over his handsome features. "Do you really think you can do that?" he challenged. She shot back that love has nothing to do with species. Unlike him, Libel had no trouble showing his love for her. The words were a dagger to his heart. She could trust Libel's love. The implication was clear. She considered his love inferior to a dog's. Inferior? Her eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth. "Of course it is. You don't love me at all." He stepped closer, his voice soft. "Can I tell you something?" He reminded her that she once asked what he loved about her. If he told her now, would she believe him? He didn't wait for an answer. He loved that she was never influenced by others' opinions. That her strength of character was an amazing thing. Meridiana's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. He took another step, his gaze unwavering. He respected the way she loved people without discrimination. He admired her perfectionism and strong sense of responsibility. Though he admitted her tendency to push herself too hard was a bit of a nuisance. Badump. Heart began to race. She had always thought him clumsy with words, incapable of compliments, but this was overwhelming. This has to be a trick, she thought desperately. He's just trying to win me over. He reached for her hand, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "When I'm with you, I'm not a prince. I'm just a simple man." A single tear traced a path down her cheek. He pulled her into an embrace, his voice thick with emotion. Is that still not enough? A fragmented memory surfaced, a command given in the dark. Find it, had ordered, and bring it to me. The memory terrified her. She imagined him taking Libel, and a cold dread filled her. "If you lay a hand on Libel, I'll never forgive you." "So you've named it," he'd said. She had replied with defiance. "Libel is my partner." Back in the present, he held her close, his plea echoing in her ears. Is this love, this burning feeling he was expressing? But another memory slammed into her, the image of a falling book. No! Her eyes flew open, wide with terror. This isn't love. He is going to betray me. She shoved him away with all her might, screaming that it was enough. She snatched up Libel, her expression turning to ice. It was impressive that he could come up with so many compliments, but she couldn't believe a word of it. It was time for her afternoon prayers, she said, her voice flat and dead. "Please leave." In the solemn silence of the chapel, Meridiana knelt, her heart in turmoil. She couldn't believe the Irving had spoken. In her past life, she would have been overjoyed. The Archbishop's voice startled her. He commented on her frequent prayers, asking if something was wrong. She forced a smile, assuring him everything was fine. But inside, she was falling apart. Every time her heart fluttered for Irving, her powers wavered. The Archbishop's words were a heavy burden. The country was counting on her, and if her powers failed, it would face a great misfortune. Yes, she understood. The weight of her duty felt heavier than ever. As she left the chapel, 2 priestesses watched her go. They carried a golden chalice between them. One of them, a girl with kind green eyes, sighed with pity. "Poor Lady Meridiana." The other girl shot her a look, but it was too late. The green-eyed priestess hurried after Meridiana. With a bright smile, she offered Meridiana the chalice, suggesting she take a short break. Meridiana politely refused, saying she'd drink it after she was finished. The girl left the chalice nearby and departed. Meridiana knelt once more, her resolve hardened. She had to stabilize her powers, no matter the cost. A dark vision of Irving and a cloaked figure flashed in her mind, but she pushed it away. Focusing all her energy, she prayed, and a brilliant light emanated from the sacred crystal, bathing the chapel in a holy glow. At last, she was finished. Exhausted, she staggered to her feet and picked up the chalice. Maybe bringing Libel next time would help, she thought, taking a long drink. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness crashed over her. Her vision swam, and the cup slipped from her trembling fingers. It hit the stone floor, and from the spilled liquid, a sinister black smoke began to rise. What? A horrifying, suffocating pressure enveloped her, and she collapsed, her world fading to black. Miles away, Prince Irving worked tirelessly in his study. His aide entered, looking concerned. "Still no progress with the Saintess?" he asked before offering a cheerful suggestion. "The best way to a woman's heart is with a gift." He recalled seeing Meridiana reading often. A fond smile lit up his face. Perhaps a book would please her more than jewels. But when he turned back, the prince was already gone. The aide stared in confusion as the door clicked shut. Irving moved with purpose, selecting a beautiful book and tying it with a ribbon. He arrived at her chambers and knocked gently. There was only silence, announcing his entry. He opened the door. He peeked inside. The room was empty. Only Libel was there, growling softly from his basket. The dog ignored him, curling up to sleep. A knot of dread tightened in Irving's stomach. He saw her bath things still laid out and unused. A tremor ran through him, his hand clenched into a fist as pure terror seized him. Something was terribly, horribly amiss. The book fell to the floor, forgotten. He burst from the room, his voice a desperate roar, echoing down the empty hall. Meridiana. In a cold, dark dungeon, water dripped from heavy chains. The chains rattled, holding a familiar figure captive. It was Meridiana, unconscious and bound to the wall. Water splashed on her face, and she slowly blinked awake. The clank of the chain sent a jolt of panic through her. Where am I? She wondered, her heart pounding. A sweet voice cut through the darkness, dripping with malice. You've finally woken up. Meridiana snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief. You, but why? The green-eyed priestess stepped to the torchlight, her face twisted into a triumphant, evil grin. She loomed over the helpless Saintess, a predator who had finally trapped her prey. Meridiana's eyes shot open, raw terror seizing her heart, as a chilling voice echoed in the darkness. Have you finally woken up? The voice purred, and Meridiana's blood ran cold as she saw the smiling face of her fellow Saintess candidate, Clarice, who claimed she had been waiting a long time. The name Clarice escaped her lips, a whisper of disbelief, but the woman's smile was a cruel, twisted thing. Her mind reeled back, trying to make sense of this betrayal, images flashing before her eyes, a memory of Clarice. Her face streaked with tears and desperation, and another, more recent and horrifying memory of Prince Irving, blood streaming down his godlike face as he gasped for air. The chaos of the present crashed back in on her as she saw Irving standing before her now, bloodied and battered, his body shielding hers from some unseen threat. His teeth were gritted in agony as he grabbed the thick, iron chains that bound him, a low growl rumbling his chest. With a sound of shattering metal, he ripped the chains from the wall, his sheer will defying all logic. But why? Why was Clarice doing this? A memory surfaced, a promise made to a sweet little boy, her brother, who asked her to become a saintess worthy of praise. That was the beginning of her obsession, her days spent in fervent prayer before the sacred crystal, dedicating her life to this single goal. But it was Meridiana who became the light of the kingdom, her divine power shining brighter than anyone else's. And with every ounce of Meridiana's brilliance, Clarice's heart was consumed by a suffocating darkness. This jealousy festered, twisting into something monstrous as she poured a dark, viscous poison into a golden chalice, her own reflection in the metal a mask of pure malice. Just then, another candidate had peeked in, her voice bright and innocent, as she asked what Clarice was doing. Clarice had lied so easily, claiming it was a drink for the tired Lady Meridiana, a thoughtful gesture that earned her praise. Then, with a sickly sweet smile, Clarice manipulated the poor girl, suggesting Meridiana would be so much happier if she delivered the drink instead. The innocent girl had eagerly agreed, taking the poisoned cup into her own hands. Clarice had simply said thanks, a sinister, shadowy aura swirling around her as her plan fell perfectly into place. Now, that same dark energy filled the dungeon as Clarice stood over Meridiana. She admitted that Meridiana's powers were greater, but she was always considered the next in line, the closest to a true saintess. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air if Meridiana were simply out of the picture. Clarice would be the one to take her place. Stop this, Meridiana screamed, her voice raw with desperation, warning her that this path would lead only to ruin. But Clarice just brandished a gleaming dagger. With a sharp tearing sound, the blade sliced through Meridiana's sacred robes, cutting across her chest. Meridiana's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. Clarice sneered, mocking her unstable powers, claiming she was nothing but empty vessel. And Meridiana, a charm hanging from Clarice's dagger, a black rose, the very symbol of the shadowy figure who had been tormenting her. Could Clarice have been the woman with the black rose this whole time? A horrifying memory of Irving meeting with that same woman flashed in her mind, and she grit teeth in despair. Did that mean Irving was part of this wretched plot as well? The love between you and the prince is not true love, Clarice spat, hers dripping with venom as she declared that she would become the kingdom's true light instead. Despite the blade at her throat, Meridiana found her voice. She understood the desire to be a saintess, but she asked Clarice if she truly believed she could become a saintess of love by hurting others in such a way. The question struck a nerve, and Clarice's face contorted in pure rage, a guttural scream for silence ripping from her throat. She lunged forward, not with the dagger, but with her bare hands, tearing at Meridiana's already ruined dress. You were only able to obtain that immense power because you seduced the prince with your body, weren't you? She shrieked, her accusations growing more and more unhinged. Meridiana choked out a denial, but Clarice was madness, grabbing a burning torch from the wall. Her laughter as she declared her intent to cleanse Meridiana's sinful body with fire, setting the very room ablaze. With the flames licking at her heels, Clarice walked away, lost in her delusion that with Meridiana gone, the title of Saintess would finally be hers. Meridiana's heart shattered. Clarice had been right beside her all this time, and she had never once recognized the depths of her suffering. She clenched her shackled fist, a wave of hopelessness washing over her. She really had no idea what other people were thinking, just like her strength gave out, her hand falling limp. It was no good. Her powers were tied to understanding love, and right now, her heart was filled with nothing but confusion and despair. Tears streamed down her face as smoke filled her lungs. Was this it? Was she fated to die again, abandoned and betrayed? But through the roar of the inferno, a voice screamed her name. It was Irving, Saintest of Flames, his eyes wild with panic as he vowed to save her. Her heart leaped into her throat. Why? Why did you come for me? She whispered, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Didn't he team up with Clarice to have her killed? As he fought to break the chains, her doubts screamed at her. Don't you only want to marry me because I'm the saintess? If I die, Clarice becomes the next saintess, and you can easily get what you want. His gaze met hers, and it was filled with a raw, desperate agony that stole her breath. Stop with such nonsense at a time like this, he roared. And with one final earth-shattering pull, the chain snapped in two. "No one could ever take your place," he bellowed, his voice breaking with emotion. Meridiana was stunned into silence. Could it be possible that the man who used her so thoughtlessly in her past life would risk everything, charging into a burning building to rescue her in such a desperate way? He stumbled towards her, pulling her behind him just as he yelled for her to watch out. The ceiling was collapsing. Debris rained down from above. Meridiana squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the crushing impact. But the pain never came. She slowly opened her eyes. It didn't hurt. Irving was hunched over her, his body taking the full force of the falling rubble. She stared, frozen in shock, as he shielded her. Blood, fresh and crimson, trickled from a new wound on his head. He coughed, his voice strained as he asked if she was all right. Her heart clenched. "Irving," she cried out, just like in her fragmented memories. But his answer was the same. "As long as you're okay," he whispered, "nothing else matters." He gritted his teeth against the pain, turning his attention to her shackles. With another surge of adrenaline, he shattered her chains as well. He quickly draped his own magnificent red cloak over her tattered dress, asking if she could stand. She nodded numbly, her mind unable to process the truth before her. Why would he risk his own life to save her? Even though in her past life he had looked her in the eye and said he never once loved her. He staggered, the injuries finally taking their toll. "Irving," she cried, reaching for him, instinctively trying to heal him. But his cold words from the past echoed in her mind, a cruel phantom extinguishing her light. Her hand trembled, her powers flickering and dying. This was not the time to be thinking about that. "It's no good," she thought in a panic, "my powers." The image of him with the woman in the black rose cloak filled her heart pounding in her chest from the suffocating fear and confusion. "Get out of here," he commanded, grabbing her hand and pulling her towards the exit. But unable to leave him, he shoved her behind him again as more of the structure came crashing down. "I still have things to do down here," he lied, his face pale and strained. "You'll just get in the way," he said, pushing her to safety. "Get out of here." But she saw the truth in his eyes, the self-sacrificing pain. That's obviously a lie. He was gonna die for her. "Okay," he pleaded, his voice soft and trembling. "If anything ever happened to you." Her heart stuttered. "Bad dump." He squeezed her shoulders, his gaze intense. "Mer, hurry up and go." "I can't," she whispered, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "Please don't say anything else," she begged, her voice thick with tears. "Don't say things that make it seem like you loved me, even though I hate you so much for betraying me. Just can't leave you here to die." A brilliant warm light erupted from her hands, enveloping them both in a powerful wave of healing magic. The effort completely drained her, and she collapsed, panting, into his arms. He held her close, a single tear tracing a path through the grime and blood on his cheek. "Thank you, Meridiana," he whispered, lifting her into his arms and carrying her out of the inferno. Outside, the royal knights rushed to their side, announcing that they were safe and that the suspect had been apprehended. Meridiana looked over from the safety of Irving's embrace. The knights confirmed their report, gesturing to a bound and defeated Clarice. Her face was smudged with dirt, her eyes hollow as she tugged uselessly at her ropes. A knight remarked how good it was that they hadn't been caught in the cave-in, and the word good seemed to snap something inside Clarice. "Don't act the victim, you bitch," she shrieked, her face a mask of pure hatred. "I'm not the one you should arrest, it's her." Meridiana looked down at the pathetic woman with cold, clear eyes. She began, her voice calm but firm. "The source of your powers came from your little brother, right?" Clarice glared back, defiant. "So what if it did?" Meridiana's gaze was like ice. "Didn't you think that if you killed me, the current Saintess, that it would cause trouble for your precious family?" The question struck Clarice like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in horrified realization. How can you, who can't even think of their own family, ever be able to wield the power of love? If it's power you want, silence. Clarice screamed, clenching her fists, trying to summon her holy magic. But nothing happened. A look of sheer panic crossed her face. Why can't I feel anything? My power of love... My powers." Meridiana gently took Clarice's hands in her own, a soft light shining between them. "Selfish love," Meridiana said with absolute finality, "can never be called true love." As the last of her power faded away, let out a gut-wrenching scream of despair, collapsing to the ground in a sobbing heap. Irving's voice cut through the air, cold and unforgiving. "Throw her in the dungeon." Meridiana's eyes widened in surprise. She had expected him to remain silent, but he wasn't defending Clarice at all. He turned to a knight, his expression grim, as he gave another order to put out the fires. As Meridiana watched the guards drag the broken Clarice away, a terrifying thought began to form in her mind. If Clarice wasn't the woman with the black rose, then who was? An image of a sinister, cloaked figure, their face hidden in shadow, flashed before her eyes. The real villain was still out there. The soft glow of the lamp cast long shadows across the room as Prince Irving sat by Meridiana's bedside, a small medicine box in his hands. Her voice was a fragile whisper as she thanked him for carrying her back, but his gaze, intense and unwavering, met hers. He corrected her softly, insisting that he should be the one thanking her. After all, she was the only one who could have healed his wounds like that. The memory etched in her mind a desperate embrace, him covered in blood, and her pouring her very soul into him to save his life. Her hand clenched the fabric of her nightgown as she remembered. In that terrifying moment, all she could think about was helping Irving. It was instinct, a force she couldn't control. He looked down, a profound thought crossing his handsome features. Was the source of her incredible power her love for him, after all? The same thought Meridiana, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks as the impossible truth settled in her heart. She weakly reached out a hand, trying to stop him from tending to her. She could take care of her own wounds, she insisted, her pride stinging. But his touch firm as he gently pressed her back against the pillows. She was too tired to use her powers, he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. She tried one last time, suggesting she could at least put the medicine on herself, but he swiftly snatched the box away, her hand dropping limply to her side. Her body suddenly felt as heavy as lead, the sheer exhaustion from using her powers crashing down on her all at once. As he leaned closer, her heart began to hammer against her ribs, a frantic rhythm in the quiet room. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Surely he could feel her heartbeat from this close. She tried to steady herself. He was just going to rub some ointment on her. It was nothing. His voice was a low murmur as he asked if she was hurt anywhere else, and before she could process his words, his hand moved, pulling down the covers near her collarbone. A startled gasp escaped her lips, and she jumped back, stammering that no, she was fine, she would heal any other injuries herself later. He wasn't swayed. His expression grew serious as he told her that if you don't treat wounds quickly, they'll leave a scar. He shifted his weight, moving onto the bed to get closer, the rustle of his clothes deafening in the charged silence. He was shamelessly taking advantage of her weakened state, his fingers closing around her wrist. His expression was one of pure concern, but the air between them was thick with an unspoken tension. Was she only one aware of how precarious this situation was? Suddenly, his face darkened. He was so mad, he confessed. Meridiana blinked in confusion. His fingers gently the bruised skin on her side, and his voice dropped, becoming dangerously cold. Saintess in training who had hurt her so much, his touch was a silent, possessive claim. She should be punished accordingly, he declared, a murderous aura emanating from him. Meridiana's heart sank as she looked into his furious eyes. Was he absolutely sure he wanted to punish Clarice? His response was swift and merciless. It was what she deserved. There was no reason to show her any kindness. A realization dawned on Meridiana. He would never speak this way if Clarice were the true woman of the Black Rose, which meant she wasn't the one. Eyes narrowed with suspicion. Did Meridiana want to protect that girl? His piercing gaze demanded an answer, but just then his fingers applied the cool ointment to her side, and she jolted with a soft gasp. His eyes, filled with an unreadable emotion, met hers as he murmured that the treatment was over. Oh no. She had made a strange sound, she was sure of it. Mortified, Meridiana pulled the covers over her face, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Irving sat back, closing the medicine case with a soft click. As he turned away, she caught a glimpse of a faint blush on his own cheeks before he covered it with a small, discreet cough. Meridiana, he said, his voice suddenly serious again. Shouldn't the two of them be together? The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken desires. She turned her head, unable to face him. He pressed on, his voice laced with a raw vulnerability. Were her powers unstable because she was trying so desperately to leave him? Did she really want to leave him that badly? Silence was her only reply. Finally, she gathered her courage and met his gaze, her expression hardening. The reason she wanted to leave, she said, each word a carefully aimed blow, was because she didn't love him anymore. He looked away, his handsome profile etched with a pain he couldn't quite hide, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. I see, he breathed out, a sound of pure exasperation. This was it, she thought with a heavy heart. This had to be enough to make him finally give up. But his next words shattered her resolve. If that's true, he began, taking her hand in his. Then use me, he pleaded, his gaze locking with hers. Use me to stabilize your powers, even if only a little. He didn't care if she truly hated him. He wouldn't let her suffer. He pulled her closer, their faces mere inches apart. If she wanted to reject him, she could go ahead. But in return, he would do whatever he liked, his eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering determination. Her mind reeled in shock. He hadn't given up on her at all. Looking at this man, so devoted and desperate she couldn't help but wonder, could this Irving really be the one who would betray her so cruelly one day? A fragile, dangerous hope began to bloom in her chest, a foolish wish that he would love her forever. Can I really use you? Whispered, testing him. Yes, he answered instantly. She pushed further, her voice turning to ice. Even if I never marry you? The cruelest test she could devise hung between them. Yes, he replied without hesitation, his voice firm. I don't care, as long as I'm able to be with you. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, but why? She wondered, her heart aching. Why would he go this far when she knew he wouldn't change his mind? He told her the royal flower had been resplendent that morning, proof that her feelings for him had changed even a little. She cried out, fiercely. No matter what he said, she would not be swayed. His promise to be her strength only conjured the chilling memory of the other Irving, the one who had spat the words, I never loved you, at her like poison. She let out a weary sigh. She couldn't forget the real Irving, the man who had destroyed her. Fine then, she decided, her eyes hardening with resolve. She would use him as necessary. Please do, she said, her void of all emotion. In an instant, he pulled her into a fierce embrace, burying his face in her hair. What was he doing? She stammered, completely caught off guard. He simply reminded her of their deal. She could do as she liked, and in return he would do whatever he liked. Hips descended towards hers, his intent unmistakable. Just as their lips were about to meet, a loud bangy from the door shattered the intimate moment. Irving pulled back, his expression turning thunderous as he glared at the source of the interruption. With a frustrated sigh, he announced he would see what it was, swinging his legs off the bed. He opened the door to find a tiny, fluffy creature sitting on a serving tray. "Oh, it's you again," he muttered, recognizing the growling ball of fur known as Libel. The little dog let out a surprisingly ferocious snarl, clearly displeased to see the prince. With a defiant pounce, Libel shot past him and into the room. Meridiana's entire face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. "Libel," she cried, her arms open wide. The tiny dog leaped into her embrace, showering her face with happy, frantic licks. She hugged him close, apologizing sweetly for coming back so late. Irving watched them for a moment, his anger melting away, before he walked over and gently petted Libel's head. Then he leaned down and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to Meridiana's forehead. Her eyes flew open in surprise. "We'll continue this," he whispered, a devilish smirk playing on his lips, "when you're feeling better." And with that tantalizing promise, he turned and strode out of the room. Meridiana was left clutching her dog, her heart in turmoil. Why was the Irving of this lifetime so much pushier, so much more intense than the man she remembered? Later, while having tea on a sunny balcony, her friend Miranda brought up the upcoming sacred flower ceremony. Meridiana took a slow sip of her tea, her face a mask of indifference. The ceremony was a grand competition where candidates competed for the title of Saintess for the year, with the winner being appointed and the losers sent back to hone their skills. Meridiana had been chosen twice in a row, with the traitorous Clarice always coming in second and Miranda in third. Miranda chirped happily that with Clarice gone, Meridiana was a shoo-in to win again. But the thought of winning made Meridiana's stomach clench. It would mean performing more duties alongside Irving. Miranda noticed her friend's distress immediately. Did she really hate being with the prince that much? A sudden realization dawned on Miranda, and her teacup clattered against its saucer. Was this why her prayers were taking so long? Were her powers weakening from the stress? Meridiana just stared into her cup, her troubled reflection the only answer. Miranda's expression grew thoughtful. Well, she mused, if Meridiana didn't become the Saintess, she wouldn't have to work with Irving anymore. The idea was tempting. Without Clarice, Miranda would take her place, and she would be a wonderful Saintess. But was it right to abandon her duty just to escape from Irving? As Meridiana wrestled with her conscience, Miranda watched her with a detached expression, nonchalantly snapping a biscuit in half. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps announced the arrival of Irving himself. Miranda jumped to her feet, flustered and honored, but Irving's gaze was like ice. If she had business with him, she should keep it short. Gathering her courage, Miranda said there was something he needed to know about Lady Meridiana. At the mention of her name, Irving paused, his full attention now on the nervous girl. "What is it?" he demanded. Miranda dropped the bomb. Meridiana was planning to lose the ceremony on purpose to step down from her position as Saintess. "And why would she do that?" Irving asked, his voice dangerously low. "It seems," Miranda said with false sympathy, "it's to get away from you." In an instant, in the hallowed halls of the church, whispers spread like a plague. "Lady Meridiana's time as Saintess is over," they murmured, their voices laced with a cruel sort of glee. One of them, a blonde man with a smug expression, leaned in conspiratorially, noting that he'd heard rumors her powers had weakened quite a lot. But their gossip was cut short by a suffocating pressure descending upon them. A voice cold as a winter blade sliced through the air, asking if they'd so much time on their hands to be enjoying such idle chatter. Prince Irving stood with his arms crossed, his handsome face a mask of pure contempt, a murderous aura radiating from him. The three men immediately turned pale, their bodies trembling as they stammered out apologies, utterly terrified of the prince's wrath. In the quiet solitude of the prayer room, Meridiana knelt before the altar where a sacred rose was enshrined, a beacon of holy light. Her prayer finished, she rose with a gentle smile, telling her small, fluffy familiar, Libel, that it was time to head back. But a deep voice suddenly called her name, and she froze. Irving, what was he doing here? He stood before her, a statuesque and intimidating figure in his royal uniform. Her little familiar, Libel, let out a fierce growl, sensing the danger this man posed. The prince ignored the tiny creature, his crimson eyes fixed on Meridiana. They were going into town on duty, announced, telling her to get ready to leave. Her own eyes widened confusion. Duties in town? She hadn't heard anything about this. The next thing she knew, they were walking through the bustling streets, pink petals dancing in the wind. The townsfolk greeted them with warm smiles, calling out to the Saintess and Prince Irving. One woman giggled, noting how well they seemed to be getting along, and asking if a wedding was on the horizon, making Meridiana laugh awkwardly. She leaned in close to Irving, whispering furiously, What kind of duty was this without any guards? He didn't even look at her, his expression unbothered. He just knew that if he hadn't said it was duty, she wouldn't have come. He tricked her. A sigh escaped her lips. He explained that he'd been told to treat all the Saintess candidates equally in preparation for the sacred flower ceremony. But this was part of their official duties. No one could complain. His logic impeccable, a perfect loophole. Meridiana's heart skipped a beat. Did he really go that far, just because he wanted to go out with the two of them? A short while later, Irving seemed lost in thought, his gaze lingering on a jewelry shop display. Suddenly, a small girl in a blue dress bumped right into him with a startled cry. She stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Irving immediately leaned down, his voice surprisingly gentle as he asked if she was okay. The little girl apologized, explaining she just wanted to give a flower to the Saintess. It was then Meridiana noticed the girl had grazed her hand. "Let me see," Meridiana said softly, her expression full of concern. She clasped the small hand in hers, closing her eyes as a warm, divine light began to glow around them. The little girl's eyes widened in wonder. It was so warm, she whispered, thanking the Saintess profusely as the scrape vanished without a trace. "Here you go," the girl said, her face beaming with pure joy as she offered a small bouquet of forget-me-nots. "I love you, Saintess. Please do your best at the flower ceremony." Meridiana's heart swelled, a genuine smile gracing her lips as she accepted the precious gift. "Thank you." The warmth of the healing light reminded her of a time long ago, when she herself saved by the beautiful, warm light of a Saintess after a serious injury. It was after that fateful day that her own holy powers awakened and she was welcomed into the church. She began her training as a candidate for sainthood alongside the other girls. She remembered the day the other trainees were chattering excitedly, screaming that Prince Irving was coming to the church. But she paid them no mind. She only wanted to become a Saintess like the one who had saved her. So she threw herself into her training, ignoring everything else. Day after day, she focused on her holy power, pouring every ounce of her being into her prayers. So when the day finally came, when she became the Saintess, she was so happy she started to tremble. She knelt as Prince Irving himself placed the crown of sacred flowers upon her head, her heart overflowing with purpose. Standing on a balcony overlooking the sprawling city below, the golden sunset painting the sky in hues of orange and red, she remembered that day clearly. The day she was awarded the role of Saintess, she swore to herself she would use her powers to protect and save as many people as possible. Gazing down at the flowers in her hand, she squeezed them gently. She wanted to continue being the Saintess. Just then, Irving's voice broke her reverie. "Meridiana, give me your hand." She looked up, confused. "Why?" He held out his hand, and resting in his palm was a stunning necklace, a large, crystalline blue jewel jingling softly. Her breath caught in her throat. He saw it in a store they passed and wanted her to have it. When did he even? The jewel was the exact same brilliant color as her eyes. She was speechless, stammering why he would give this to her all of a sudden. It was so unexpected. Irving would never do something so thoughtful. But his next words stole the air from her lungs. He told her there are many people in this kingdom who wish for her to be their Saintess, and he was one of them. He wanted her to remember that whenever she looked at the necklace. His fingers gently brushed against her cheek, his touch sending shivers down her spine. Her mind was racing, a blush creeping up her neck. Did he ask her out today just to encourage her for the ceremony? But a dark memory surfaced, the woman with the black rose, her voice dripping with poison, saying he didn't need Meridiana to be the Saintess. A sudden gust of wind tore through the balcony, snatching the delicate flowers from her grasp. "Ah!" she cried out, reaching for them in vain. But before they could fall, Irving, in a blur, he caught the flowers with one hand and wrapped his other arm securely around her waist, pulling her flush against his hard chest. The world seemed to stop. Her heart was pounding, a frantic drum against his ribs. She was so close she could feel his warmth, smell his scent. "Let go of me," she stammered, her face burning. "If I could—" His voice was a low, dangerous whisper right next to her ear. "I'd like to make it so you stayed by my side forever." Her eyes shot open wide with shock. "Huh?" He pulled back just enough to look at her, his gaze intense and searching. Until the flower festival, he thought she felt the same way he did. His voice was laced with a raw vulnerability she'd never heard before. "Are you simply toying with me?" "That's not—" She began to protest, but a sudden, unladylike sneeze cut her off, her face flushing an even deeper shade of red. The heavy tension shattered. Irving's expression softened slightly. "It's gotten cold," he said, his voice back to its usual calm. "Let's head back." Back in the safety of her room, Meridiana was reeling. Who's toying with whom? His plan was so obvious. Marry the Saintess, become king, and then cast her aside for the woman with the black rose. And yet, he still had the audacity to pretend he had feelings for her. Did he just want to watch her fall in love with him so he could enjoy the sight of her despair when he finally dumped her? What poor taste. Libel whimpered, sensing her distress, and she scooped the small creature into her arms for comfort. but she wouldn't let him have his way. Right now, she had to focus on the sacred flower ceremony so she could retain her position as Saintess. Petting Libel one last time, she headed out for her regular report to the church. As her carriage made its way through the courtyard, onlookers whispered behind their hands, "It's Lady Meridiana. I heard she's been so cold, Prince Irving, lately. Maybe she's just gotten arrogant after being Saintess for a few years." Meridiana sat stoically, her expression unreadable. No one knows Irving's true side. She couldn't help it if people saw her as the bad one. The carriage wheels clattered against the stone bridge. The window, her heart clenching, her eyes fell upon the very balcony where they had stood just yesterday. The memory of his intense gaze, his possessive embrace, and his whispered words flooded her mind. "I'd like to make it so you stayed by my side forever." She shook her head violently, her cheeks flaming red as if trying to physically dislodge the memory. "I really want to forget about yesterday," she thought desperately. Just then, her sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement in the crowd. A figure in a trainee's uniform was creeping away from the main path. What is a Saintess trainee doing here? She wondered, her curiosity piqued. As the figure met another woman in a dark alley, Meridiana ran cold. On the trainee's wrist was a familiar, sinister accessory. "Is that a black rose bracelet?" Her mind screamed. "Stop the carriage." She didn't wait for it to halt completely, her heart pounding in her chest. Peeking around the corner, she saw the hooded trainee talking to another woman. The trainee was asking if the bracelet she was given really enhances love. Meridiana held her breath. "Is that the woman with the black rose?" But as the hood fell back, revealing a familiar face, Meridiana's world tilted on its axis. A jolt of pure shock shot through her. No way. It was Miranda. The woman with the black rose was Miranda? The other trainee was complaining, saying that since wearing the bracelet, she felt her powers had become amplified. Miranda just smiled sweetly, confirming she'd felt the same. But now that she's been wearing it for so long, the other trainee confessed she felt like her powers were gradually getting weaker. Miranda's smile didn't waver. She reassured the girl that it was only temporary and that her own powers had gotten way stronger lately. "Just trust in me and wait, and it'll all be fine," she chirped, full of false confidence. "I trust you," the girl replied, completely oblivious. Hiding behind a barrel, Meridiana felt a chill crawl up her spine. The bracelet, it was the same one Clarice had. Did Miranda give one to Clarice as well? A horrifying realization began to dawn on her. As soon as the other trainee left, Miranda's sweet expression twisted into a malicious sneer. "What a fool," she cackled, her voice dripping with venom. "As if I would ever give you something that actually amplified your powers. At best, I just need you to be useful to me." Meridiana gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She had never seen Miranda's face look like that before. It was pure evil. She couldn't stay hidden any longer. "Miranda." The girl whipped around, her eyes widening in surprise, before quickly schooling her features into a pleasant smile. She asked what Meridiana was doing in such a filthy place. But Meridiana cut her off, her voice steady and cold. "I heard everything." Miranda's smile faltered for a second. "Everything? Did you hear that by using these bracelets, I've been stealing the powers of all the Saintess trainees?" She dangled the cursed item, her confession delivered with a chilling, arrogant grin. "You say it so freely," Meridiana breathed, horrified. Her shock quickly turned to righteous anger. "I'm going to report this to the Archbishop," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "So prepare yourself for what's to come." Miranda just laughed, utterly unconcerned. "Do whatever you want," she taunted. As Meridiana turned to leave, her hand on the door, the sound of the bracelet's clasp clicking shut echoed behind her. Miranda's voice dropped to a menacing whisper, thick with dark energy. "You're the one who needs to prepare yourself, Lady Meridiana." The Archbishop's voice cracked with disbelief, echoing in the tense silence of the hall. "What did you say?" His eyes, wide with shock, were fixed on Meridiana as she stood before him, her own heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She repeated the terrible accusation. "Miranda is stealing power from the other Saint apprentices." With a steady voice that betrayed her inner turmoil, she confirmed it was true. The bracelet Miranda so generously gave out wasn't a gift, but a cursed artifact designed to steal the owner's sacred power. A flash of memory seared through her mind, Miranda dangling that very bracelet with a twisted, triumphant smirk on her face. Meridiana urged him to summon Miranda to hear her side of the story. Archbishop nodded grimly, his expression hardening. "Understood," he said, turning to carry out the order. But a deceptively sweet voice stopped him in his tracks. "Why are you blaming me?" Meridiana's blood ran cold as Miranda stepped into view, a picture of wounded innocence. Miranda's eyes were already welling with crocodile tears as she cried out Meridiana's name, as if she were the one who had been horribly betrayed. "From the start," she sobbed, "were you planning to deceive and trap me?" With a masterful performance, she twisted the narrative, her voice breaking with false emotion. "It was Lady Meridiana who told me to give this item to the Saint apprentices." She held out an identical cursed bracelet, the evidence now damning Meridiana completely. Meridiana could only stare, speechless and horrified. This couldn't be happening. The world around seemed to dissolve into a swirl of dark, thorny roses. The trap snapped shut. The scene shifted, the accusation now a formal indictment. A knight presented the cursed bracelet on a silver tray. When we searched the Saintess's room, we found this in her desk drawer. No way! There were a choked gasp as Meridiana stumbled back. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. I don't know anything about this, but the Archbishop's gaze was filled with cold disappointment. He knew her power had been unstable lately, but he never thought she'd stoop to stealing from others. She pleaded with him, her voice desperate. Please believe me, but all she could see was the memory of Miranda's evil, knowing smile. The horrifying truth clicked into place. Could it be that she planted it that time? Was it all just a perfectly orchestrated trap to bring her down? I have never stolen anyone's power, she cried, her voice shaking. If I did such a thing, my power of love would vanish. The fact that I can still use it proves my innocence. But her pleas were lost in the venomous whispers of the other apprentices who now saw her as a villain. The Archbishop remained unmoved, his arms crossed. But there's also the possibility you're supplementing your power with a hidden item. His doubt was a dagger to her heart. How could a mere item sustain the daily prayers? It was impossible. Seizing the moment, Miranda sidled up to the Archbishop, her voice a poisonous whisper. Lady Meridiana mentioned she found Sir Irving unpleasant. She must have lost her ability to love, weakening her power and making her desperate. That's not true, Meridiana protested, but her voice was drowned out. The Archbishop cut her off, his tone sharp and unforgiving. Meridiana, your excuses are unbecoming. It's true your power has weakened, hasn't it? The whispers grew louder, the other apprentices recalling every perceived slight. They saw her push the prince. No wonder she lost her power. The shadows her accusers loomed over her, their judgment suffocating. She was drowning, screaming that it wasn't true, that they were all being fooled by Miranda's angelic facade, but no one listened. Backed into a corner, a fire of desperation ignited within her. Then she declared, her voice ringing with newfound resolve, "Let me use the flower of truth." A collective gasp went through the room. The flower of truth. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now blazed with determination. She explained that within the royal family's special botanical garden lies a unique plant, the legendary flower of truth. This flower was a living lie detector. If someone with malicious intent so much as touched it, it would wither and die on the spot, making it an invaluable tool for national judgments. Meridiana gambled everything on this last hope. If I touch it and the flower doesn't wither, it will prove my words are true. The Archbishop balked at the idea. The flower only blooms once a decade. To risk it when the culprit seemed so obvious was unthinkable. He didn't believe her. He thought she was guilty. Fine, she thought. Then there's another way. Retrieve that bracelet and monitor me. If I can demonstrate a power of love stronger than anyone else during the sacred flower ceremony, that will prove innocence, right? The Archbishop stared at her, weighing his options, before finally giving a curt nod. All right, very well. His gaze was like ice as he delivered his ultimatum. If you are chosen again as the Saintess, we will acknowledge your innocence and find the real culprit. A wave of relief, fragile as it was, washed over her. Thank you very much. For now, this was enough. As the Archbishop called Miranda over, the wretched girl leaned in close to Meridiana. A vicious, triumphant sneer twisted her lips. It's so sad that even as the Saintess, you have no popularity. You have no one on your side, no matter what. Meridiana's eyes widened, the sheer evil in Miranda's whisper chilling her to the bone. Meridiana's resolve hardened into steel. The sacred flower ceremony, she would prove her innocence no matter what. She watched them leave, clutching the pendant at her chest. But Miranda's mocking words echoed in her mind. How unfortunate. A tremor ran through her body. In that moment, she felt utterly alone. No one, not the Archbishop, not the other apprentices. They had all abandoned her. The crushing weight of their judgment was suffocating, a haunting reminder of a past betrayal. Just like that time, she retreated to the solitude of her room, collapsing onto her bed with only her little familiar labor for comfort. As a Saintess, she had prayed endlessly for everyone to be loved, for kindness to bloom in their hearts. But a single hot tear escaped, then another until she was sobbing uncontrollably. Did my love never reach anyone? 7 days passed in a blur of prayer and anxiety. Meridiana knelt in the chapel, the sacred rose glowing before her as Liber sat faithfully at her side. She let out a heavy sigh. At least her power felt more stable now. She gave Liber a gentle pat, a small smile gracing her lips, as expected of my Liber. Deciding a break was needed, she invited him for a walk. Strolling through the gardens, she felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. The sacred flower ceremony is tomorrow. Am I nervous? She wondered, feeling strangely unwell. Her presence did not go unnoticed. The other apprentices watched her from a distance, their gazes filled with contempt. How can she walk so casually after what she did? One of them muttered bitterly, I believe that bracelet would help me too. What right does she have to attend the ceremony? The whispers followed her like shadows. The maids fretted nearby. Is the Saintess going to be all right? Our kind Saintess would never do something so cowardly. Isn't the prince going to help her? It's the prince right now. The name was a bitter taste in her mouth. He had to know what was happening, yet he hadn't come to see her once. Was it because the ceremony was so close? Or her thoughts froze. There he was, Sir Irving, and he was with Miranda. Miranda was smiling up him, her expression one of pure adoration as she pointed to a butterfly. A sickening realization washed over Meridiana. He wasn't worried about her at all. Not just Irving, but Miranda too. They had both deceived her. Could it be that the two of them had been meeting secretly this whole time? A dark vision of them together, their faces obscured by malice, flashed in her mind. Her world tilted on its axis. Ah, I knew it. It all made perfect, horrible sense. They both want to get rid of me. Miranda, she really is the Black Rose woman. The air left her lungs, her chest tightened, and she couldn't breathe. The betrayal was a physical weight, crushing her. With a soft thud, she collapsed to the ground. The sound startled Irving, who whipped around to see what happened. A knight cried out in alarm. Sir Irving, Meridiana. She was unconscious, Lieber barking frantically beside her pale form. What happened? Irving demanded, rushing to her side. He swept her into his strong arms, his handsome face with concern. She suddenly collapsed, the knight stammered. From behind them, Miranda watched, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Did she overuse her power? Irving ignored her, his focus solely on the fragile woman in his arms. The flowers in this garden will help her recover. Take her to her room. Miranda tried to stop him. Please wait, Sir Irving. He walked past her as if she didn't exist. Sir Irving, she called again, her voice sharp with fury. He was gone. Gritting her teeth, she tore a nearby plant from its stem, crushing it in her fist. Irving gently laid Meridiana on her bed, his gaze softening as he took in her pale face. Her complexion looks terrible. Was she push-elf this hard? A strange emotion flickered in his crimson eyes. He leaned down, his hand gently brushing her cheek, his lips just inches from hers as he whispered her name. Meridiana. At that exact moment, miles away in the chapel, the sacres erupted in a blinding, holy light. Angelic wings of pure energy spread from the flower as a divine power surged, filling the sanctuary with a brilliant, celestial glow. A warm, holy light seemed to envelop them, until glow that felt like a blessing. In the quiet of the morning, Meridiana found herself wrapped in the strong arms of the one man who could shatter her resolve, Prince Irving. A soft sound escaped her lips as she slowly drifted back to consciousness, a delicate blush painting her cheeks. Her stunning, sapphire blue eyes fluttered open, hazy with sleep. Her gaze landed on the handsome, statuesque man beside her, his dark hair a stark contrast to her own silver locks. Irving, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He leaned in, his so close she could feel his breath on her skin, and his lips met hers in a tender, shocking kiss. Her heart hammered against her ribs as he pulled back slightly, his expression intense. He explained that she had collapsed from overusing her power and he just wanted to help her recover, even a little. She touched her lips, a tingling sensation spreading through her. It was true, she could feel her sacred replenishing, but this felt so wrong. She pulled away, her mind racing. They were on the very precipice of the sacred flower ceremony. Was it truly all right for him to be favoring only her like this? But he simply pulled her back into his embrace, his voice firm and reassuring. She was the current Saintess, he reminded her. What problem could there possibly be in responding to the emergency of their nation's Saintess? He urged her rest a little longer, to not push herself so hard. As she rested against his chest, her thoughts were a whirlwind. Whose love was this she was feeling? Was it his, or was it a resurgence of her own buried emotions? Her hand trembled against the fine fabric of his uniform. Even after being betrayed so horribly in the past, after vowing to never love again, could it be that she still felt something for Irving? With a surge of determination, she pushed him away, her face set. She had to do this on her own. She wanted to face the sacred flower ceremony without relying on his power, no matter how tempting it was. Irving stood, his expression unreadable. Before he left, there was something he had to say. He let the words hang in the air, heavy and cold. There were suspicions that she had been using illegal items to gather power. Her blood ran cold. But then his gaze softened, filled with an unwavering sincerity, since tears right through her defenses. He didn't believe the rumors. He believed in her. With that soul-shaking declaration, he turned and walked away, his cape swirling behind him. The grand doors shut with a soft click, leaving her alone in the silent room as he cast one last, lingering look over his shoulder. Alone in the long, opulent hallway, she replayed his words over and over. Leaning against the cool wall, she felt a crack form in the icy armor around her heart. In a world where everyone else had turned their backs on her, where whispers and accusations followed her like a shadow, he was the only one. He believed in her. His handsome face flashed in her mind, his earnest eyes looking right into her soul. Once again, that wretched man was stirring up her weakened heart. Suddenly, a cloyingly sweet voice cut through her thoughts, making her jump. It was Miranda, her supposed friend, her expression a mask of fake concern. Was Meridiana already strong enough to walk on her own? The sarcasm dripped from every word, and Meridiana's expression instantly frosted over. Miranda's lips curved into a venomous smirk. Ah, I see, she purred, her eyes gleaming with malice. Meridiana had pretended to collapse on purpose, didn't she? All to make Sir Irving worry about her. She sidled closer, her poisonous whisper right by Meridiana's ear. It must be so nice to be the Saintess, having the prince of the entire nation dote on you. Meridiana's eyes narrowed into icy slits, her patience wearing thin. She finally turned to face her tormentor head-on. "Hey, Miranda," she asked, her voice dangerously calm. "Why do you want to be a Saintess so badly?" Miranda laughed, a tinkling sound that held no warmth. It was obvious, wasn't it? Because as Saintess, she would be the most loved person in the entire country. Meridiana scoffed. That didn't sound like a noble goal. It just sounded like a pathetic desire for validation. The mask of cuteness shattered, revealing the twisted obsession beneath. "Don't you know?" Miranda hissed, her smile turning manic. "Being cute is a kind of power, and love gathers around cuteness. If cute little me becomes the Saintess, this country will be filled with lots of love." Meridiana stared at her, unimpressed. "The love you gain with that kind of mindset is limited. That's why you had no choice but to rely on the Black Rose bracelet." The moment the forbidden item was mentioned, Miranda's facade cracked completely. "You!" she shrieked, her voice sharp and ugly. "Someone like you, who is just a little stronger but lacks any charm, isn't fit to be a Saintess." The insult struck Meridiana, sharp and painful. Miranda pointed at an accusing finger, her face contorted with jealousy and rage. "I'll take both the Saintesses and Sir Irving. And I'll exile you from this country." Her words grew viler, dripping with contempt. "You're more suited to becoming a vagrant's plaything in some back alley." She grabbed Meridiana's sash, her knuckles white. "Then, you'll be discarded and die miserably." She gave Meridiana's robes a final, mocking pat, her eyes glinting with triumph. With a final chilling laugh, Miranda turned and walked away, leaving a trail of darkness in her wake. Meridiana stood frozen, her face cast in shadow, the weight of the girl's hatred suffocating her. To think that behind all those smiles, behind all the whispered promises, "I'm always on your side," Miranda harbored such a deep, festering hatred. In that moment, Meridiana knew. To stop Miranda, to stop the Black Rose woman's rampage, she had no choice. She had to win tomorrow's sacred flower ceremony. The trial arrived, the air thick with anticipation. A priest's voice echoed through the grand cathedral, announcing the start of the trial to decide this year's Saintess. The role was simple yet profound, to fill the cathedral's crystal with the power of love and bring blessings to the nation. Therefore, the one who filled their trial crystal the fastest would be chosen as the new Saintess. The candidates, all clad in white, took their positions before their pedestals, the crowd watching with bated breath. Miranda leaned over, a smug whisper meant only for Meridiana's ears. "Have you thought of your excuse for when you lose?" Her lips curled into a confident, nasty smirk. Meridiana didn't even grace her with a full glance, her gaze as cold as a winter storm. "There's no need. If I win, you'll atone for your sins. Just wait." Miranda's face twisted into an ugly snarl. "You're seriously not cute at all," she spat. From their royal seats, the king and queen watched intently. The priest raised his hand high in the air. "Begin." The candidates immediately placed their hands on their crystals, closing their eyes in deep concentration as a faint light began to emanate from each one. The audience murmured among themselves, most expecting an easy victory for the incumbent. "It's probably going to be Meridian again this year, right?" But then, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Hey, look! It's fast!" Even the visiting king of Joanka noticed. "Irving, who is that?" Pointing to Miranda, whose crystal was already glowing with an unnatural intensity. Irving explained she was a saint apprentice, and a pleased smile spread across the king's face. How reassuring that someone with a stronger power of love than Meridiana had finally appeared. Irving himself watched the scene unfold, his expression a carefully guarded mask. Meridiana could feel the drain, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's too fast," she thought, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Miranda was using the stolen power she had absorbed from everyone. Gritting her teeth, Miranda focused all her will. "I can't lose." Miranda shot her a look of pure condescension, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. Even Lady Meridiana can only manage that much without Irving's love. "And yet you were so confident in yourself." The taunt was meant to break her. And for a moment doubt clouded Meridiana's mind. She forced it down. "I can't panic." She centered herself, focusing on what was truly important. The love in her heart to protect everyone, and the burning desire to respond to the feelings of those who believed in her and loved her. Her pure, selfless love was nothing like Miranda's twisted, selfish need for validation, her belief that being cute would fill the country with love. Opposed to fake love. A collective gasp echoed through the cathedral. "Amazing! Even Lady Meridiana isn't backing down." A brilliant, pure light erupted from Meridiana's crystal, growing brighter and brighter until it rivaled Miranda's. Miranda stared in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Persistent, aren't you? Where is she getting that kind of power?" The crowd was in an uproar. The rumors about her power weakening were false. Miranda's hands trembled with rage. "This isn't her yet." She seethed internally, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated malice. "I'll erase your hopes with despair." With a subtle movement, her hand to the black rose bracelet hidden beneath her sleeve, activating its dark power. Later, the audience began to stir restlessly. "Hey, what's that?" Doesn't that look strange? Meridiana opened her eyes, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, audience is acting. Why? Her gaze shot towards Miranda's crystal, and her own eyes widened in horror. Black, corrupted specks began to swirl around Miranda's pedestal like dying embers. It was shining so brightly just a moment ago, so why? The king of Joanka leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. Crystal? Something seems off about it. Irving shot to his feet, his voice thundering with authority. What's going on? Suspend the trial temporarily and inspect Miranda's crystal. The trial ground to a halt. A priest stepped forward, holding up a familiar, sinister-looking bracelet. This is the bracelet that was found in Meridiana's room. The one which absorbs the power of love. He turned, his eyes burning with accusation as he pointed directly at Meridiana. Meridiana, did you sense your defeat and steal the power of love from Miranda's crystal? The world tilted on its axis. That's not true, she cried out. Her voice cracked desperation. It must be a setup. What if Miranda herself was the one who placed it there? On cue, Miranda burst into a flood of crocodile tears, her face a perfect portrait of a betrayed victim. How could you accuse me of such a thing? I wanted this trial to be fair, Lady Meridiana. Why have you become this? She turned her tear-straight to Irving, her voice trembling. Lady Meridiana has changed since becoming a Saintess. She's turned into an ugly villainess clinging to her status. The word struck Meridiana with the force of a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. The crowd erupted. Coward. The tide of public opinion turned against her in a heartbeat. We trusted you. You're unfit to be the Saintess of love. Suddenly, she was the enemy. Hundreds of fingers pointed at her, a jury of her own people condemning her without a trial. You should be disqualified. She heard them chant, I have never used such a thing, she pleaded, her voice lost in the roar of the crowd. Their faces were twisted with rage, their eyes glowing with a terrifying, unified judgment. She looked past them, her gaze locking onto Miranda, who now stood protected beside Irving. Miranda, what are you going to do by becoming the Saintess like this? Will you keep stealing power from the other saint candidates too? Miranda's tearful facade vanished, replaced by a chilling, triumphant sneer. No. Unlike Lady Meridiana, I don't resort to such cowardly actions. The final nail was hammered into her coffin. The judgment was swift, cold, and absolute. Meridiana is disqualified. The verdict echoed like a death sentence, cold and absolute. Meridiana is disqualified. Her brilliant sapphire eyes trembled with shock as the order was given to take her away, a command devoid of any mercy. Suffocating despair began to creep into the edges of her vision, a tangible shadow of her ruined fate. Flanked by impassive knights, she was led away like a common criminal, her hands clasped in a desperate, useless prayer. Her mind was a maelstrom of panic. She couldn't think of any way to prove her innocence. All her struggles flashed before her eyes, rewinding time itself to the day of the flower festival, fighting tooth and nail just to get this far, only to end up right back in this hopeless nightmare. Was it all for nothing? A bitter realization settled in her heart like a stone. No matter how much she fought, she could never win against that wretched Black Rose woman. But just as the last glimmer of hope was about to be extinguished, a deep, commanding voice cut through the hall. Wait, it was Sir Irving, his handsome face set like stone as he stood beside a suddenly Miranda. He declared that this was a sacred trial to determine the next Saintess, and her accusations must be judged fairly. His crimson eyes, sharp and unwavering, swept over the room as he gave a chilling order, prepare the flower of truth. Meridiana's eyes widened, a spark of disbelief igniting within her. Irving stood there, a statuesque figure of justice in his immaculate royal uniform. Across the room, Miranda's mask of innocence shattered, her face paling to a ghastly white as sheer terror contorted her features. The flower of truth. Meridiana was bewildered. With a gaze as cold as winter steel, Irving explained that the sacred flower withers if touched by anyone with malicious intent. Therefore, if Meridiana touched it, the truth would be made undeniably clear. Miranda shrieked in protest, begging them to wait, desperately arguing they couldn't waste such a precious flower on something like this, as it was needed for important national judgments. But Irving was unmoved, his voice cutting her off with icy precision. He declared that this was precisely the moment for such an important judgment. Miranda and her crony were left speechless, their scheme crumbling before their very eyes. Miranda's mind screamed in silent rage. Again? Sir Irving always takes that woman's side. She shot a venomous glare at Meridiana, who could only look at Irving with a mixture of confusion and burgeoning hope. Why was she so special to him? Miranda gritted her teeth, her fenched so tight her knuckles were white, consumed by a poisonous jealousy. An attendant approached, presenting the legendary flower of truth on a silver platter. Irving's gaze softened almost imperceptibly as he turned to Meridiana. Touch the flower of truth, he commanded gently, holding the platter out to her. With a deep breath, Meridiana steadied her trembling hands. Her slender fingers reached out, hesitating for only a second before making contact with a pristine white petal. It held its breath, but the flower didn't wither. On the contrary, it began to glow, emitting a warm, holy light that filled the entire hall. A collective gasp went through the room. The flower had proven Meridiana was completely innocent. A ghost of a smile touched Irving's lips as he looked down at her. Meridiana could only whisper his name, her heart pounding with relief. The implications were clear, and panic dawned on the faces of her accusers. Now it was Miranda's turn. Irving's gaze became glacial as he presented the still glowing flower to her, his voice with sarcasm. If she had faced the trial with a clear conscience, it shouldn't wither for her either, right? An attendant grabbed Miranda's arm, but she fought back, screaming for him to let her go. Her finger was forced against the petal. Instantly, the holy light vanished, and the flower turned a sickening black, crumbling into ashes before their very eyes. A horrified gasp escaped Miranda's lips as she stared at the proof of her own wickedness. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Irving's voice boomed like judgment itself. You called Meridiana villainous, he reminded the entire court. But now, holding the blackened stem, it was clear who the real vile villainess was. Miranda collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated, but then something inside her snapped. Vile villainous? That was too harsh. She was the cutest in the world, wasn't she? Dazed eyes found Meridiana. The cutest person in the world should be the Saintess, she thought, her mind spiraling into madness. Should be the Saintess, and everyone should love her. Her face twisted into a terrifying snarl, and a dark, malevolent power exploded from her body. Vicious thorns erupted from the floor, sending the court into chaos. People were knocked to the ground, the nobles screaming in terror. Irving quickly turned to Meridiana, asking if she was okay. But a sudden weakness washed over her, and she clutched her throat, unable to gather any strength in her body. Her eyes widened in horror. Miranda, what's she doing now? It was just like before. The moment Miranda had destroyed the crystal bracelet, all of her power had been drained away. A sinister red eye enveloped Miranda as she grinned, a truly demonic sight. Irving was confused, demanding to know what was happening. But Meridiana knew. The black rose sealed in the crystal was meant to be restrained, but now it was free, trying to absorb the power of love, the very life force of everyone in the room to grow endlessly. If this continued, everyone would die. The entire hall was plunged into chaos as the dark thorn spread. Meridiana tried to push back with her holy power, but it was too weak against the onslaught. It was no use. There were too many people, her energy was fading fast. She needed more power, so much more. Suddenly, Irving's hands covered hers, his voice urgent. You're running out of power. Let me help. She tried to pull away, insisting she could handle it alone, but he held firm, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. When you're in dire need, you'll use me, won't you? As he spoke, a wave of soft pink flowers bloomed from their joined hands. Meridiana stared at him, overwhelmed. No matter how many times she had pushed him away in this life, he had never abandoned her. She could love pouring into her, warm and steadfast. Was it because a part of her still wished to be loved by him? Or was it because she truly lost being loved? A blinding golden light erupted from them, a power surging through her veins unlike anything she'd ever felt. With this, she could save everyone. But from the shadows, Miranda's eyes snapped open, now glowing a venomous green. I won't let you, she snarled. With a guttural scream, she lunged forward, shoving Irving aside and plunging a newly formed black rose directly into Meridiana's side. Irving cried out her name in pure terror. Pain exploded through Meridiana's body as the cursed thorns began to wrap around her, constricting her, draining her. Miranda cackled, her face a mask of insane glee. That black rose will feed on your power, she shrieked, growing and blooming until you die, forever. Finally, she would achieve her dream, a world where it was loved the most. Her obsession had begun in childhood. From the moment she was born, she was praised as an angel, the most adorable girl in town. But the adoration was never enough. She wanted more, she wanted obsession. And so she decided to become the most loved person in the country, the Saintess. But then a stray dog appeared, Diana, bruised and filthy. When the handsome Sir Irving arrived, Miranda had immediately played the victim, crying over a tiny scratch. He had walked right past her. He had swept the badly injured Meridiana into his arms, his concern only for her. For the first time, the girl who had everything felt the bitter sting of jealousy. She watched as Meridiana grew closer to Irving, became the true Saintess, and bathed in the love that should have been hers. So she decided to take it all away. Back in the present, Irving tore at the thorns with his bare hands, his own blood mixing with hers. Meridiana, I'll save you now, he grunted, his voice raw with desperation. Miranda laughed maniacally. Foolish, the black rose will grow endlessly. It will drain her until she's nothing but a husk. Meridiana watched in horror as the thorns sliced into his skin. Stop it, Irving, she pleaded, her voice weak. If this continues, you'll really die. But he didn't stop, his handsome face contorted in agony and determination, willing to sacrifice his own life to break her curse. The vicious thorns tightened their grip, a crown of suffering woven around Meridiana's slender neck. Her breath hitched, her beautiful face contorted in agony as she pleaded with the man before her. Starving, she begged, her voice a mere whisper. If this continues, you'll really die. Irving gritted his teeth, his handsome face marred bloody scratches, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched the cursed vines. His hands were shredded, but his eyes burned with a ferocious, unwavering resolve. The thorny vines pulsed with dark energy, a living nightmare wrapped around his arm. From the shadows, a sinister voice dripped with saccharine poison. Hee-hee, what a lovely expression, Miranda sneered, her eyes glowing with malevolent glee. The black rose ornament suits you, doesn't it? The cursed roses bloomed the darkness, their thorns digging deeper into Meridiana's flesh, trapping her in a cage of despair. She looked utterly helpless, ensnared by the wicked magic. It's enough, Irving, step away, she cried, her heart breaking for him, more than for herself. You'll die as well, but he just stared back at her, his gaze intense. I won't die, he declared, his voice raw with power. And I won't let you die, he his bloodied fingers tightening around the thorny stem, ready to rip it apart with his bare hand. Meridiana's breath caught in her throat, her wide, tear-filled eyes fixed on him in stunned silence. A defiant roar ripped from Irving's chest as he poured his very soul into resisting the curse. If you can take it all, then try to take it, he bellowed at the unseen enemy. My love, no matter how much is taken, it will never run dry. The thorns hushed out, trying to consume him whole, but his spirit was unbreakable. A strange began to spread through Meridiana's body, a burning sensation originating deep inside her. It feels like it's burning. That's right. This feeling, a memory flooded her mind, a soft, beautiful moment of her kissing a small animal while Irving watched with gentle eyes. She remembered the warmth of his hand covering hers, a silent promise of protection. The memory gave her strength. Snapping back to the present, she clenched her fists, the thorns tearing at her skin. I can't lose to Miranda's malice. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now blazed with a brilliant, holy light. I will never lose. A cascade of divine erupted from her, shattering the darkness. Angelic wings of pure light unfurled behind her as she cradled a magnificent, glowing rose. She rose into the air, a true goddess descending to pass judgment. Her voice echoed with newfound power, a chilling promise to her tormentor. Don't underestimate the power of the Saintess of Love. Miranda could only stare, her face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. The cursed black rose trembled violently, cracks spreading across its dark petals. With a final, blinding flash of light, the curse shattered into a million pieces. Meridiana and Irving looked on as that darkness dissipated, their gazes locked for a moment of shared victory. Miranda collapsed to her knees, her face pale with horror. It can't be. The crowd, which had been dazed and confused, began to stir. What's happening? A wave of gold light washed over them, and their minds cleared. Suddenly, I feel weak. And my consciousness, I remember. The Saint Apprentice held a black rose. Look, at that crystal, all eyes turned to the sacred crystal, which now pulsed with a brilliant, cleansing light, all traces of corruption gone. Wasn't it Lady Meridiana who saved us? Thank you so much, Lady Meridiana. A chorus of grateful voices filled the hall. She is truly the real Saintess. Miranda's world came crashing down. Why? I can't accept this, she shrieked, clawing at her head in utter madness. I was supposed to become a Saintess, to marry Sir Irving, to be the most loved in this country. Why I? Meridiana looked down at the pathetic, screaming girl, her expression one of sorrow, not triumph. Miranda, you've been consumed by your desire of love, and you've forgotten how to truly love others. Forcing love onto others and expecting love in return, that is nothing but the imposition of love. What nonsense, Miranda spat back, her eyes wild with rage. Even Sir Irving kept loving that woman because he wanted to be loved back, didn't he? Irving's expression turned to ice. I don't love Meridiana expecting something in return, he stated, his voice ringing with absolute sincerity. As long as I can stay by her side and protect her, it doesn't matter if I'm loved in return. Meridiana's heart skipped a beat, her sapphire eyes widening as his words washed over her, a balm to her wounded soul. He turned his cold, unforgiving gaze back to the crumpled girl on the floor. Miranda, your crimes are grave, therefore... He raised his hand, his voice devoid of any pity as he delivered her sentence. I sentence you to exile on Shingles Island. The name of the island struck Miranda like a physical blow, draining all color from her face. Shingles Island, that place where only criminals live. I've heard those sent there lose their names and their human rights. It's a land of no return, a living hell. That place suits her well, Irving thought, a fitting punishment for sins. No, tears streamed down Miranda's face as the reality of her fate set in. I'd rather die than go to a place like that. She looked desperately, her eyes begging for someone, anyone, to save her. But the Archbishop turned his back, refusing to meet her gaze. The other apprentices averted their eyes, whispering amongst themselves, offering no comfort. No, I said no. Someone help me. Help me. Her pathetic screams echoed through the hall as guards dragged her away, her desperate struggles fading into the distance. Meridiana, a profound sadness in her eyes. It's over. But as one nightmare ended, another memory surfaced. If everything was part of Miranda's plot, could I have avoided a future where Irving betrays me? The painful past still haunted her, a constant shadow over heart. Meridiana, a voice from the heavens seemed to say, entrusting her to continue the duties of the Saintess. Before her, Irving knelt, offering her bouquet of flowers, a symbol of his devotion. I humbly accept this responsibility, he said, his eyes only for her. Looking at the handsome man before her, a sliver of hope dared to bloom in her heart. Can I trust him now? Later, as Irving escorted her through the now quiet halls, he noticed her fatigue. I'm sorry, you must be exhausted too, he said gently. It's okay, she replied softly. Then, gathering her courage, a blush crept up her neck. More importantly, would it be all right if I came to your room tonight? She quickly added that she'd like to chat and would leave right after. Irving stopped, a slow, dangerous smirk playing on his lips. He leaned in, his voice a low, seductive whisper that sent shivers down her spine. If you came to my room at night, I don't think I'd let you leave until morning. To avoid any complications, they met on a moonlit balcony instead. The night air was cool, but Meridiana's cheeks were burning. His scandalous words echoed in her mind, making her heart flutter uncontrollably. A dump, ba-dump. She couldn't help but be nervous. Irving raised his glass of wine. To you continuing your role as Saintess. Cheers. They clinked glasses, the sound delicate in the quiet night. He began to discuss her official duties for the coming year, the heavy burdens she might have to bear. She took a nervous sip of her wine. Of course I trust in your power, but he said, his voice softening as he gently placed his hand over hers. If by some chance you feel that power isn't enough, I'm more than willing to help you. His smiling, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her. She looked into his eyes, a silence blooming in her heart. No matter how much I train, nothing can compare to the power of love I feel when I hold Prince Irving's hand. Her mind flashed back to the battle, to the radiant power that could only be born from his genuine love. That power could never have come to be without Irving's true love. The lady with the black rose, Miranda, has been exiled. The past was settled. Looking at the man beside her, a question she'd been afraid to ask surfaced. I wonder if it's okay to fall in love with this man again. As if reading her thoughts, his gaze softened. Can I? Was it? He asked. Her heart hammered it against her ribs. She breathed out. Please. He moved to the seat beside her, their proximity making her feel flustered. What should I do? She took a large gulp of wine, trying to calm her racing heart. I've become embarrassed all of a sudden. How have I dealt with Irving up until now? She felt lightheaded as he reached out, his fingers gently brushing her feverish cheek. You're warm, his eyes, deep and mesmerizing, searched hers. Are you drunk already? I think so, she admitted, her own gaze hazy. A small smile touched his lips. Don't drink anymore. He reached for her glass, his fingers brushing against hers. Huh? Just a little more. No, he said firmly, taking the glass from her. Ah, that's not fair. Give it back. He took a sip himself, a playful glint in his eyes. I can't give back what I've already drunk. An impish idea sparked in her mind. Leaning in, she cupped his handsome face and pressed her lips to his. After a moment, she pulled back, a triumphant giggle escaping her. Tee-hee. I got a little bit of it back, you think? She gave him a sultry, tipsy smile, her eyes half-lidded and utterly captivating. Irving was momentarily stunned, his own cheeks flushing. She's pretty drunk, he thought, trying to regain his composure. You've been all over me. Ever since the day of the flower festival, he murmured, his voice husky. Hey! But before he could finish, she suddenly slumped forward, her body going limp as she fell into his lap. He caught her, his arms wrapping around her protectively as he looked down into her dazed eyes. Let's go to your room. She whispered her words a sweet invitation. He started to say, his resolve melting under her gaze. The next thing she knew, sunlight was streaming into a lavish bedroom. It's morning. When did I fall asleep? Her eyes fluttered open and then widened in pure, unadulterated shock. Huh? Lying beside her, fast asleep and gloriously shirtless, was Prince Irving. What's going on here? Last night, her mind scrambled to piece together the events. He and I drank in the courtyard, and then a vivid, passionate memory of kissing her deeply amidst a shower of flower petals flashed through her mind. Her face turned a shade of red that would rival the ripest tomato. Did we? Perhaps do it. A wave of heat washes over Meridiana as her eyes flutter open, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Did we? Did we perhaps? Do it. Her face blooms a deep, mortified crimson as she clutches her cheeks, the thought alone enough to send her into a spiral. She glances down, a small sigh escaping her lips when she sees her elegant white dress is still perfectly in place. A low, husky voice, still rough with sleep, cuts through her panic. What is it? Her head snaps to the side, and there he, Irving, lying beside her, his sculpted chest bare and magnificent, a stark reminder of just how far they'd come. She stammers, her mind a complete blank. Last night, she confesses, her voice barely a whisper, I kind of don't remember what halfway through. The bed as he rolls to face her, a dangerous glint in his crimson eyes and a slow, wicked smirk spreading across his handsome face. Last night, he purrs, his voice a sinful melody. You were bolder than ever. Bolder, he leans in, the space between them crackling with unspoken tension. You kissed me? Invited to my room. His words are a devastating assault, painting a scandalous picture she has no memory of. You said you were hot and you took off your clothes. He leans even closer, his warm breath ghosting over her ear as he delivers the final blow. In bed, you called my name so sweetly, and then you fell right asleep. Her jaw drops, her mind short-circuiting at the anticlimax. Huh? His hand slides up to gently cup her jaw, his thumb stroking her flushed skin. If you had stayed awake any longer, he murmurs, his gaze impossibly dark, I might have been able to give you what you wanted. She sputters, completely flustered. He better not be trying to tease her into thinking they did something. But beneath the embarrassment, a warmth spreads through her chest. He never used to tease her like this. She never knew Irving could be so sweet. A radiant, holy flower seems to bloom within her heart, a sign that her mission was succeeding. But the sweet moment is shattered, plunging her into the icy depths of a nightmare. A lecherous man's face looms over her, his words dripping with contempt. You're the Saintess. Dumped by the prince, let me give you a whirl. The scene shifts to the prince himself, her Irving from a lifetime ago, his face a mask of cold indifference as he kisses another woman's hand. His cruel words echo in the darkness. It's because I married you, a girl I don't love. He holds up a crushed, withered rose, its life snout that the royal flower has wilted. A strangled gasp tears from her throat as she jolts back to the present, her eyes wide with remembered terror. That dream again? The gentle clatter of the carriage wheels grounds her. She's safe, sitting beside Irving as he calmly strokes a cat in his lap. She takes a deep breath, reminding herself of this new reality. Miranda has been exiled, now a prisoner in chains, while Meridiana has reclaimed her title as the Saintess of Love. The thread of the black rose is gone, and she prays she has finally avoided the tragic future where Irving betrays her. And yet, the ghost of that withered rose haunts her. These dreams of her past life are a constant, cruel reminder of the agony she endured, a pain she can never afford to forget. Irving's concerned voice pulls her from her dark thoughts. What's wrong, Meridiana? Is the carriage making you sick? She admits she feels a little unwell from the long journey. He gently pats her head, a surprisingly comforting gesture. They'll be at Cornelia Palace soon, he tells her, so she should try and relax. Leaning into his touch, she offers a small thanks, her heart settling. They are on a diplomatic visit to the allied kingdom of Cornelia. She recalls the kingdom's rulers, King Kamal and Queen Rasha, a couple famous for their righteous rule and deep, abiding love for one another. As the grand palace comes into view, she reflects on their unshakable bond with a pang of envy. A handsome, bronze-skinned man with a dazzling smile greets them upon arrival. Welcome, Prince Irving and Meridiana. It's King Kamal himself. Meridiana's eyes widen. He has a snake tattoo coiling around his neck. He's a completely different person from the man she met last year. After Irving's formal greeting, Kamal waves off the pleasantries, eager for the banquet he's prepared. He turns, his voice suddenly sharp as he calls for his queen. Rasha! The queen visibly flinches. Don't just stand there, show our guests in. Queen Rasha, her face obscured by a veil, bows meekly. Yes, my lord. As the quiet queen leads them inside, Meridiana is reeling. She can't believe the loving King Kamal would speak to his wife with such venom. Rasha looks utterly dejected, as if been shrouded in sadness for a long time. But more importantly, as she watches the royal couple walk ahead of them, cold dread fills her. She can't feel any love between them at all. At the banquet, dancers fill the hall with life, but the atmosphere feels heavy. Kamal chatters away with Irving, remarking that he knew Meridiana would become Saintess again. There's no one quite like her, he says with a grin. From her seat next to the silent queen, Meridiana notices that Kamal refuses to even look at his wife. It's a chilling contrast to last year when he couldn't bear to leave her side. What on earth happened between them? She leans towards Rasha, her voice soft. Rasha. Kamal seems a little different from last year. The queen's hands clench in her lap. Not a little, she whispers, her voice brittle with pain. For the past 6 months, he's been with other women. Rasha's eyes are hollow with despair. He's become violent. He even got that wretched tattoo. Meridiana is horrified. So that you all right, Rasha? To think that someone as devoted as Kamal could change so completely. The thought triggers a terrifying flashback to her own past to Irving's cold, betraying eyes and the crushed rose. People's hearts can so easily be changed. The memory of his voice, laced with dark magic. Calling her name makes her flinch violently. No! Her hand shoots out, smacking a cup from an outstretched hand. It crashes to the floor, spilling its contents in a silver puddle. Her heart leaps into her throat. Meridiana. It's Irving, his face etched with concern. I'm sorry, did I startle you? You didn't look well. So I was bringing you some water. Oh. She breathes, her panic subsiding into embarrassment. I'm sorry. I'm fine, don't worry about me. She forces herself to calm down. The Irving beside her now isn't the man from her nightmares. Not yet. Just then, a stir in the crowd announces a new arrival. There she is. Kamal slings an arm around Irving's shoulders, a wide grin on his face. Let me introduce you to Cornelia's Saintess this year. A captivating woman in flowing purple silks glides into the hall. Kiddo. So this is her Saintess of Dreams. In this world, every country has a Saintess with unique powers. While Meridiana uses the power of love to heal, the Saintess of Cornelia uses a different source. Kito transmits her holy energy, drawn from the power of dreams, to revitalize the world around her. When she channels her energy into a simple plant, it grows into a lush, fruit-bearing tree. When she channels it into a person, they are filled with new vitality. The crowd erupts in awe. Kamal proudly proclaims that Kito's dreams are the most wonderful of all, making her power unmatched. Humbly gives thanks to her kingdom, whose people give her such beautiful dreams. Even is impressed, noting that Kito is in a league of her own. He explains that the power of the Saintess of Dreams is proportional to the size of her hopes. He points to the pendant around Kito's neck. The berries glow a vivid red, a sign of immense power he's never seen before. She is the pride of our kingdom, Kamal declares, his eyes shining. Then his expression sours as he shoots a contemptuous look at his wife. Compared to her, he sneers, then adds with a drunken slur that unlike Somyonen, Kito is unbelievably attractive. Meridiana is appalled. Kamal, have you had too much to drink? What? He just smirks, claiming he's just getting started. Irving rises, his face a stony mask. King Kamal, let's get some air. Kamal looks surprised but agrees, and Irving leads him away. Meridiana watches them go, wondering if Irving was trying to protect Rasha or if he was just trying to get away from her after her earlier outburst. Rasha's quiet voice breaks her trance. She apologizes for her husband's behavior. He's always like that now, she says, her hands twisting in her lap. Please don't worry about it. Meridiana remembers the handkerchief Rasha embroidered for Kamal, a symbol of eternal love, a symbol for a man who no longer exists. The image of the loving birds on the fabric twists in her mind, becoming blood-soaked and tragic. She gently places her hand over Rasha's. I know what you're going through. Rasha looks up, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Aren't you and Prince Irving getting along fine? Meridiana forces a bright, painful smile. Does look like we are, doesn't it? That single shared lie is enough to shatter Rasha's composure. Lady Meridiana, she chokes out before collapsing against Meridiana's shoulder, her body shaking with silent sobs. Meridiana's the heartbroken queen, her own past grief echoing in her soul. She knows this pain intimately, but she has no words to soothe it. Meanwhile, in the garden, Irving confronts the king. I don't think you should be comparing the Saintess to your queen. Thirdens are not the same. Kamal scoffs, annoyed by the lecture. Didn't you love Lady Rasha from the bottom of your heart? Irving presses, his voice sharp. Kamal takes a slow bite of a purple fruit. I can't recall, he says, his voice devoid of all emotion. Later, as they walk back to their chambers, Meridiana's a heavy sense of failure. She couldn't help Rasha at all. She wonders what Irving and Kamal talked about. As they pass a moonlit window, a movement catches her eye. Her blood runs cold. She gasps, her hand flying to her lips in horror. No, it can't be. There, in the shadows of the garden, King Kamal is locked in a passionate kiss with the Saintess Kito. Kamal and Kito. The blatant, shocking betrayal steals the very air from her lungs. Her mind reeled, a maelstrom of shock and disbelief swirling within her. No way, it simply couldn't be. An image flashed behind her eyes, searing an unwelcome, a passionate, stolen kiss between the two people she thought she understood. Kamal and Kito. Her heart plummeted as the cold, hard truth settled in her gut. This wasn't a recent transgression. This had been going on for 6 long months. For half a year, he had been shamelessly having his way with other women, a decadent and cruel betrayal. Was it even possible? The thought was so horrifying it made her blood run cold, her widening in stark terror as she clutched a hand to her mouth. Could it be that Rasha already knew about the two of them? The horrifying possibility was cut short as they were led to their accommodations for the evening. Please rest here for the night, their host said, oblivious to the suffocating tension in the air. They were guided into a lavish, opulent room, the ornate decorations a stark contrast to the ugliness swirling in Meridiana's heart. The little puppy, a symbol of innocence in this den of vipers, trotted faithfully behind them. Once they were alone, the silence was deafening. Meridiana turned to the statuesque prince, her silver brows furrowed with worry. Hey, Irving, she began, her voice barely a whisper. She wondered what in the world could have made King Kamal change so drastically, become this cruel, unrecognizable man. Irving remained silent, his handsome face a mask of stone, offering no comfort. She sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over her. It wasn't an easy thing to go on loving, she mused, thinking of more than just the king. Sometimes things just don't work out, right? Her words, meant to be a general observation, struck him like a physical blow. A flicker of pain crossed his features, and Meridiana's breath hitched in her throat. His quiet affirmation twisted in her mind, morphing into a monster's justification. What did he mean? It's not an easy thing. Her thoughts spiraled into panic, her heart hammering against her ribs. Was he saying that it's okay to go around betraying and hurting people just because it's difficult? The past came rushing back, a tidal wave of trauma that threatened to drown her. His voice had exactly like it did that terrible time. The memory of his past betrayal fresh as an open wound. Seeing the sheer terror on her face, Irving's composure finally broke. He looked flustered, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he rushed to explain. That wasn't what he meant at all. He stumbled over his words, trying to repair the damage. He only wanted to say that this kind of thing happens sometimes. His gaze softened with genuine concern. You look so frightened of me today, even at the banquet, he admitted. He turned away, grabbing a blanket. I'll sleep on the sofa, you should take the bed. She watched him go, a storm of conflicting emotions warring within her. There was a time she had hated the Irving who betrayed her with every fiber of her being, but right now, she was just terrified of it happening again. Lying in the massive, lonely bed, she hugged the small puppy to her chest, seeking any small comfort she could find. If it's me again, she thought, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. I don't think I'll be able to come back from it. On the sofa, Irving stared into the darkness, sleep eluding him. His mind drifted back to a conversation with the Emperor, the echoing as if they were spoken only yesterday. So Meridiana's been your Saintess for 3 years in a row, huh? The Emperor had noted, sitting upon his grand throne. She makes the excellent Saintess. No wonder you wish to make her your queen. But Irving had looked his father straight in the eye, his own gaze burning with an unshakable conviction. None of that matters, he declared, his voice firm. He didn't care if she was the Saintess or not. I am taken in by her for who she is. It was her soul, her very essence, that had captured him completely. The memory faded, and he shifted on the sofa, the soft creak of the furniture the only sound in the night. The next morning, the tension was palpable over breakfast. King Kamal leaned back with a smug, predatory grin. Did you make good use of your room? He purred. It was worth getting a bed that can withstand intense lovemaking, he added, his eyes glinting with malice. So how was it getting to bed, Meridiana here in Cornelia? A collective gasp filled the room. Meridiana and Irving stared in shock, utterly appalled. King Kamal, isn't that a bit rude? Rasha chided gently. Rude? Rasha tried to smooth things over, saying that while she was fine with it, such talk towards an honored royal guest was unseemly. That was the final straw. With a sharp click of his tongue, Kamal's face twisted into a mask of pure rage. Who do you think you're talking to? He roared, his cracking with fury. You wretched woman. The sickening thwack of his hand connecting with her face echoed through the dining hall as he struck her, sending her chair clattering to the floor. She landed in a heap on the ground, stunned and bleeding. Lady Rasha, Meridiana cried out, horrified. She rushed to the fallen woman's side, asking if she was hurt. Irving grabbed the raging king, trying to restrain him. King Kamal, calm yourself, but Kamal was lost to reason, panting like a wild animal. I can't take it any longer, he snarled, his eyes glowing with an unholy red light. You and I are through. His fist clenched, the snake tattoo on his neck seeming to writhe with a life of its own. Rasha stared up at him, utterly broken. A single drop of blood dripped from her lip, followed by a torrent of tears. What in the world has gotten into you? She sobbed. You are not the Kamal I know. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Ha! Until now, I've done nothing but put up with it all. I am the king of... I don't have time to worry about useless people who've yet to succeed to the throne. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, and he grunted, clutching his head. He gasped in agony, his hand flying to his neck. King Kamal? Irving shouted, struggling to hold him. Meridiana's eyes widened. Gasp, his snake tattoo. It was glowing with a sickly green light. A tattoo shouldn't do that. Something must be wrong with it. Desperate idea formed in her mind. Maybe I can... She stepped forward, her hands outstretched as divine power began to emanate from her very being. A brilliant, holy light shone from the jewel on her chest, engulfing the cursed mark. The sickly green glow fought a moment before disappearing entirely under her purifying light. She panted, the effort draining her. It was obvious that his expression had changed. The rage was gone, replaced by a dazed confusion. What was I? He mumbled, touching his head as if waking from a long nightmare. Meridiana, what did you do? Irving asked, his voice a mix of awe and concern. Catching her breath, she explained her hunch. I thought that maybe... King Kamal's change of heart was because of that tattoo of his. The now curse-free king looked at his hands, then at Rasha, who flinched away from him in fear. Horror dawned on his face as the memories of his monstrous actions flooded back. He breathed, his voice choked with remorse. I'm sorry. I wasn't myself. I don't know why I said such a thing. He fell to his knees before her, his pride shattered. You're the only one whom I love, and I don't want us to get divorced. The sudden, desperate confession hung in the air, a fragile plea for forgiveness. But just as the words left his lips, a new voice, laced with heartbreak, cut through the silence. Didn't you tell me that you weren't in love with Lady Rasha anymore? A woman stood in the doorway, a bouquet of white flowers clutched in her hand, her eyes filled with betrayal. And that you wanted to hurry up and end things with her, was it all a lie when you told me? You loved me? Kiddo's voice trembled, her entire world crumbling around her. You told me you were going to make me your new wife. Kamal could only stare, speechless, as Rasha looked on with a complicated expression. Meridiana watched the scene unfold, her heart aching for everyone involved. Irving, however, was having none of it. His gaze, cold as steel, landed on Kiddo. You shouldn't look so surprised, should you? His voice was sharp, cutting. You must have known King Kamal and Lady Rasha, but if you had logical about it, shouldn't you have turned him down? Kamal finally found his voice, turning to Kiddo. I'm sorry, Kiddo. I, myself, don't know why I said such a thing. You don't know? She shrieked, her sorrow turning to rage. Surely you remember saying it, no? Saying your personality changed because of the appearance of a snake tattoo is too convenient of an excuse. Appearance, Meridiana interjected, confused. You mean he didn't done himself? I didn't see him get it done, so I just said it that way, Kiddo admitted. before her fury returned full force. Anyway, I really loved you, King Kamal. I'm such a fool for trusting you. With a cry of anguish, she threw the bouquet to the floor and crushed the delicate white blossoms under her heel, stomping out of their lives forever. Crushed flowers were a grim testament to their ruined affair. Rasha, Kamal whispered, turning back to his fiancée. I'm truly sorry. He bowed his head to ground, a king prostrating himself in utter shame. I don't know what I did, but it's true that I was unfaithful to you. There's no excuse for my actions, but please ask for your forgiveness. Even now, you're the only one I love. Rasha looked down at him, her expression unreadable and cold as ice. After all you've done, you think you'll be forgiven with a simple apology. You first need to take a long look at what you did. Her words were a sentence, leaving him kneeling in the wreckage of his own making. Later, walking through the palace gardens, Rasha sighed. You know, he's treated me so badly these past 6 months, he's a real pain in my side. Meridiana nodded in sympathy. I think you have every right to be angry. Having someone you trust love another woman, compare you to her and swear at you. Trailed off her own painful memories with Irving bubbling to the surface. Even if he apologizes and says he didn't mean it, it won't undo what he did. However, Rasha said, a small smile playing on her lips. Honestly, already forgiven Kamal for what he's done. Meridiana stared, completely bewildered. Huh? You've forgiven him? Even after all you've been through? Yes, Rasha confirmed. When his tattoo disappeared after you healed him, I was relieved when I saw his face. I was glad that I had the Kamal that I love back. Then why did you push him away? Meridiana asked. Rasha's smile turned mischievous. Because he hurt me pretty badly. I need him to reflect on what he did a bit. As they sat by a koi pond, Rasha laid out her thoughts. Thinking back now, over these past 6 months, it's clear that Kamal wasn't himself. Plus, Kamal's attitude changed the day he got that snake tattoo. As a matter of fact, I sensed a strange power coming from that tattoo when I saw him suffer. And that's when you decided to use your healing powers, huh? Rasha smiled, her theory solidifying. If so, then the change in Kamal's heart was definitely caused by that tattoo, wasn't it? I believe we have the Kamal we have now. Meridiana was in awe. Rasha's easily overcome the obstacles I haven't been able to. But is it really okay to trust someone so easily? It's okay, Rasha said, taking Meridiana's hands in her own. Meridiana, you should trust Prince Irving as well. I can tell something happened between you two, right? Though I don't know the details. Besides, she added with a wink, don't you think men move in better shape if you trust and rely on them rather than make them feel insecure? A blush crept up Meridiana's neck. Maybe, you're right. Rasha is so strong, if I could just become like her. With newfound determination burning in her chest, Meridiana went to find Irving. She called out, her voice steady and clear. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. And before he could even process her words, she closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms around in a sudden, heartfelt embrace. The air grew thick with unspoken words as Meridiana clung desperately to Irving's leg, her heart pounding in her chest. There was something she had to talk to him about, something urgent that couldn't wait. His handsome face, usually so composed, was with a faint line of surprise as he looked down at her. What is it? He asked, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her. She finally let go, her courage faltering slightly as she tried to sound casual, asking how Kamal was doing. Irving's expression softened as he accepted the teacup she offered, his gaze distant. Oh, Kamal. The memory was still fresh, a dark and painful thing. The image of Kamal flashed in his mind, a man utterly broken, his face buried in his hands. He confessed that whenever he remembered what he did, he felt like cutting himself to pieces, a raw self-loathing that was terrifying to witness. The worst part was the chilling void in his memory. He had no recollection of ever getting that wretched tattoo. Tears streamed down his face, a river of guilt and confusion, as he explained that ever since it showed up, he felt like he wasn't himself anymore. He clutched his head in agony, his voice cracking with desperation. If that tattoo was what destroyed his relationship with Rasha, he didn't know how he could go on living. Meridiana listened, her own expression hardening with suspicion. It was strange, she thought, a cold knot forming in her stomach. He had memories of all the horrible things he'd done, yet no memory of getting the tattoo that supposedly caused it all. Rasha's friend had screamed that blaming a personality change on a snake tattoo was the most convenient excuse she'd ever heard, and Meridiana had to agree. Normally, you wouldn't say the appearance of a tattoo, as if it had manifested out of thin air. A chilling thought surfaced. Could it be possible that Kiddo knew something about it? That other Saintess, with her deceptively sweet smile, felt like a venomous snake hiding in the grass. Irving continued his story, recalling how Kamal was worried about what he should do to earn Rasha's forgiveness. He had suggested buying her gift, a simple gesture of reconciliation, but he couldn't help but wonder if it would be enough after so horrible to her. Meridiana's bright, amethyst eyes met his, and she offered a gentle, reassuring smile that seemed to light up the room. She was sure Rasha would understand. With a soft, hopeful expression, she promised that as long as Kamal was sincere in his apology, their bond would become even stronger than before. As she spoke, a beautiful vision of the two lovers embracing amidst a field of flowers filled the air, and a small, genuine smile touched Irving's lips. Speaking of gifts, he murmured, seizing the moment. He reached into his coat and pulled out a beautifully wrapped book, presenting it to her. He confessed he'd been meaning to give this to her ever since the flower festival, but he'd never found the right time. Meridiana's breath hitched, her eyes widening in shock. The flower festival. The day she returned to the past and assaulted him like a madwoman? As their fingers brushed when she took the book, a jolt went through her and she flinched away as if burned. The sudden movement didn't escape his notice. "Are you frightened by something?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. She quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. "The you right now wasn't frightening at all," she insisted, but her trembling hands betrayed her. He gently placed his hand over hers on the book, his touch warm and steadying. He knew she'd been worried about something for some time now, didn't she? She gasped, stunned by his perceptiveness. He looked at her with such genuine sorrow, apologizing for not being able to understand how she felt. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Was this all an act? Was he just trying to get close to her heart so he could shatter it again, just like in her past life? The image of the cruel tyrant with a sadistic smirk flashed before her eyes. Or could it be that he really cared? He tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze intense and unwavering. "Meridiana," he said, his voice a solemn vow, "if you feel worried, call me. I'm right here. Wherever you are, I will come to you without fail." A soft, breathtaking smile graced his lips. "Because my place is by your side." Her resolve crumbled. Ever since she came back, this Irving had put her before anything and everything. She wanted to trust him. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. She would trust the Irving in front of her now, so she would never have a sad future again. Meanwhile, in a faraway temple, Kiddo knelt in prayer, bathed in an ethereal green light as vines of holy power swirled around her. Her attendants watched in awe. "Kiddo has such amazing powers," one whispered. "His Majesty King must be crazy not to choose her." The other attendant looked confused, asking what she was talking about. The first one leaned in, spilling the palace gossip. His Majesty told Kiddo he loved her, and then pretended it never happened. Kiddo's shoulders tensed for a fraction of a second, the words striking her like tiny daggers. Her attendant couldn't believe it, utterly surprised that Kiddo would lose to the queen. "That's enough praying for today," Kiddo announced, her voice serene as she rose to her feet. She turned, her smile as beautiful and cold as polished marble. "If you two aim to become the Saintess of Dreams, you best not speak ill of His Majesty the King." The two girls immediately bowed their heads, fear in their eyes as they begged her pardon. Kiddo walked past them, her elegant facade perfectly in place. But the moment she was alone, the mask shattered. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips, her expression twisting into a snarl of pure rage. Why couldn't he just dump that incompetent woman who just clings to the royal prestige like a leech? She stomped her foot, her composure gone. "I misjudged him. How disgusting. He's the king. Yet he's shown his shameful face." She grabbed a piece of fruit from a nearby bowl and bit into it with a savage chomp. "That wretch Saintess of Love." She squeezed the fruit until it burst in her hand. Her eyes blazed with a dark, terrifying ambition. "I won't let anyone, no matter who they are, stand in the way of my great dream." Far away, across the vast desert, Meridiana and the others arrived at a stunning oasis, the water sparkling with immense holy power. "Wow!" She breathed, her hands trembling with hope. Here I'll be able to heal Kamal." But a sudden gasp escaped her lips as she looked up. High on a stone archway, she saw a person's shadow. It was Kamal, and just behind him stood Rasha, her eyes vacant and lifeless. She took a step forward, and the world slowed to a crawl. "Hasha!" "No!" Kamal screamed, lunging for her. His fingers brushed against her ankle, a desperate, failed attempt to save her. Their eyes locked in a moment of shared terror. As Rasha plummeted towards the ground, Kamal didn't hesitate for a second, diving headfirst after the woman he loved. Meridiana screamed, her own horror reflected in Irving's grim face as he held her back. To think Rasha would jump like that. Meridiana's mind raced as she ran down the steps. But why? Her face was pale with shock and disbelief. They found them at the bottom, a tragic tableau on the stone floor. Kamal had shielded Rasha with his own body, blood pouring from a wound on his head as he weakly called out her name. "Kamal," Meridiana cried, rushing to his side. "I'll heal you both right away." But he stopped her, his voice a pained whisper. "Look, at Rasha's neck." Her eyes shot to Rasha's throat, and she let out a horrified gasp. A glowing green snake tattoo pulsed on her skin. "A snake tattoo?" "Heal her first," Kamal begged, his strength failing. Meridiana nodded, her heart aching as she poured her holy power into Rasha. The sinister tattoo glowed brightly before finally fading away. It was no doubt the work of this tattoo, Meridiana realized with dawning horror. Rasha's eyes fluttered open. "What am I?" Her gaze fell upon the bleeding man beside her, and she gasped in terror. "Kamal." She cradled his head, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she sobbed. He gave her a faint, bloody smile, his hand weakly reaching up to touch her cheek. "As long as you're okay. More importantly, here." He pressed a stunning brooch into her hand, a pair of blue birds crafted from gems. "I wanted to give you this, if you give me. I'd like to spend the rest of my life with you." These were Cornelia's legendary birds, fated to have only one mate for their entire lives. A memory surfaced of him making a promise, swearing by this bird that he would love her and her alone. "I have already forgiven you," she cried, clutching the gift to her chest. "I have forgiven you, so live together with me. Stay with me, or Rasha, he whispered, his eyes fluttering shut. His body convulsed with a final groan of pain. Kamal! Meridiana screamed, her hands flying to heal him. The reason Rasha jumped was because of that snake tattoo. Without it, their fate would never have been so cruel. Her heart suddenly slammed against her ribs. Oh no. Her own power was fading. She'd spent too much erasing Rasha's tattoo. She wouldn't be able to heal Kamal's wounds like this. Meridiana, a calm voice said beside her. Irving's hand covered hers. Calm down. He pulled her into a steadying embrace. Believe in your power. Taking a shaky breath, she closed her eyes, focusing on his words, on her trust in him. A golden light began to emanate from her hands, but it sputtered and died. She panted, her eyes wide with panic. I'm believing, so why aren't my powers manifesting? Irving's expression was grave. Rasha, her face stained with tears, suddenly spoke. I hear there's a sanctuary in Cornelia that amplifies the power of Saintess. Would you mind taking us there? And so they ventured deeper into the lush, overgrown jungle, but they were not alone. Hidden in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes watched their every move, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she held a gleaming golden lamp. Kiddo had been waiting. They had traveled across the burning sands, a desperate caravan seeking a miracle. And then, like a jewel in the wasteland, it appeared, the oasis, a place lush with greenery and shimmering with palpable holy power. As Meridiana stood before the sparkling sacred water, a wave of hope washed over her. Wow, she thought, her heart swelling. This was it. Here, in this blessed place, she would finally be able to heal Kamal. The haunting image of him, wounded and unconscious, flashed in her mind, a constant, painful reminder of her failure. With it came the memory of that mysterious woman, Kiddo, her dark eyes unreadable as she clutched a strange golden lamp, tendrils of sinister smoke coiling around her. They had carried Kamal all this way, his life hanging by the most fragile of threads, and this oasis was their last chance. But just as hope began to bloom, Meridiana's heart seized in her chest with a violent, painful thud. A suffocating pressure descended upon her, and she instinctively grabbed the necklace at her throat, her eyes wide with sudden, inexplicable terror. A racking cough tore from her lungs, and she stumbled, her vision blurring. Strong arms caught her just before she hit the ground. It was Irving, his face etched with worry as he called her name. She couldn't answer, couldn't breathe. This air, it was noxious, a poison that burned her from the inside out. A smooth, chilling voice cut through the haze, confirming her dread. It's correct, it said. Kiddo materialized from a swirling purple mist, the cursed lamp held before her like a profane offering. She announced with a sickening sweetness that this sacred oasis had already been twisted into of miasma. Irving held Meridiana tight, his expression hardening as he stared at the treacherous woman. Kito, Meridiana choked out, the name tasting like ash in her mouth. With a mocking tilt her head, Kiddo offered false apology for the interruption, her cruel gaze lingering on Kamal's still form. Meridiana's eyes, burning with unshed tears, locked onto the source of the poison. The miasma, it was pouring from that incense burner. A wave of dizziness crashed over her. This was bad, she was going to pass out. Through the haze, she saw Kiddo's lips curl into a vicious smile. You shouldn't have come, the smile seemed to say. In a last, desperate act, Meridiana reached for Kamal, her hand trembling as it touched his neck, trying to channel her sacred power. But Kiddo's voice dripping with venom stopped her cold. Oh no, she wasn't going to be using her precious powers of love, not on her beloved Kamal. The horrifying truth slammed into Meridiana. She stared at the strange snake tattoo on Kamal's neck, the one that had appeared from nowhere. Were you the one? Was Kiddo behind all of this suffering? Why would she go so far? Tears streamed down Meridiana's face as she pleaded for an answer. Did she really love Kamal that much? Kiddo let out a short, sharp laugh, a sound utterly devoid of warmth. Love? She spat the word like a curse. She didn't care about anything so trivial as that. Her eyes began to glint with a fanatical light. For years, she had been planning this, meticulously weaving a web of manipulation to ensnare Kamal so she could finally become queen. Just about to come true. In a flash of brutal violence, she swung the heavy lamp, striking Irving across the face with a sickening whack. She shrieked that her plan was ruined because of them. They had not only gotten in her way, but had also ruined her backup plan to destroy Kamal by eliminating his trophy queen. Her face twisted into a mask of pure madness. They were horribly troublesome, nothing more than little insects to be crushed. Irving clutched Meridiana, his face a grimace of pain and fury, while she could only stare, frozen in terror. The pieces clicked into place. That unnatural tattoo, that strange, impossible power Kamal possessed, it was all the work of Kiddo, but just smiled, her eyes lazy and confident. None of that mattered now, she purred. Things would end right here. What is it you want? She mocked. Is there really any point in explaining myself to someone already on their way to the grave? The purple smoke thickened, swirling around them like a hungry beast. The world began to spin. It's no good. Meridiana's thoughts trailed off as her strength failed her. Irving cried out her name in a panic, but it was too late. With a soft thud, she collapsed against him, her body going limp in his arms as she succumbed to the darkness. From above, Kiddo looked down, a victorious smirk playing on her lips. Goodbye. Saintess of love, she whispered into the poisoned air. Irving gasped, his eyes flying open. He was in his room. Must have fallen asleep. Pushing himself up, he clutched his head as a sharp pain throbbed behind his eyes. It felt as if he'd just awoken from a terribly long dream, a nightmare. The details were foggy, like a distorted image of a woman with silver hair. He couldn't remember anything else. And yet, one name echoed in his soul, Meridiana. As if summoned, there she was, standing serenely by his bed. She greeted him softly, and as ethereal rose petals began to drift through the air, she announced that the time had finally come. Irving's eyes widened in sheer horror. The royal flower, the sacred symbol of the Saintess's power, it was wilting, but Meridiana's expression was one of profound peace. She smiled gently, explaining that she had lost her Saintess powers. Now, she was finally free from both him and her role as Saintess, and she felt relieved. Irving flinched as if that's relieved? The word was poison on his tongue. He stalked towards her, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The Meridiana he knew was proud to be the Saintess. He leaned in close, his presence overwhelming. It would be impossible for her to laugh after losing her powers. Do not desecrate her good name, he snarled, his hand crushing the illusionary rose into dust. Imposter. The woman's serene mask shattered into shock. Impossible, she cried as her form dissolved into nothingness. He knew it. It was an illusion all along. The throbbing in his head returned with a vengeance. Flashes of memory assaulted him. The desert, Kiddo's treacherous face, the poisoned oasis. That's right. He was with Meridiana. A faint, desperate whisper echoed in his mind. Help me. He gasped, clutching his chest. Meridiana. Without a second's hesitation, he bolted from the room, his only thought to save her. But Meridiana was trapped in a prison of the mind. Why am I? She was back at the flower festival, the happy memory now twisted into something terrifying. A voice called her name, and she saw Irving. But his arm was around another woman, her face hidden by a black funeral veil. His voice was colder than a winter tomb as he declared he was breaking their engagement. Leave this place immediately, he commanded, before contemptuously pouring of red wine over her head. The liquid dripping down like blood. The world dissolved. She was suddenly in chains, the air thick with smoke that made her choke. An underground dungeon. Footsteps echoed in the silence, and she looked up to see him. Irving stood before her, his eyes filled with a chilling, amused contempt. It's futile, he purred. Yet, how perfect. A slow, sadistic smile spread across his handsome face. Die right here now, for me. The ground erupted in flames around her. I don't want to see this anymore, she sobbed. Her nightmare became a maelstrom of her deepest fears. The elders denouncing her, Irving choosing another and calling for her banishment, his accusing glare after Kamal's collapse. I have no use for someone like you, his voice thundered. Stop this, she screamed, clawing at her head. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing helplessly, as cruel whispers surrounded her. I never loved you. You're useless. I was only using you. Stupid girl. A soul-shattering scream of pure agony tore from her throat. Back in reality, Meridiana and Irving lay unconscious, their faces masks of torment. Kiddo watched from above. Those who inhale the fumes of the miasma, she whispered, get trapped in a world of their biggest fears and become broken. A sick, triumphant smile graced her lips. Isn't it wonderful to die in your own nightmares? What a feeling! For she was the Saintess of dreams, with the power to give holy energy to others. But holy energy comes in two forms, positive and negative. Positive energy bestows vitality, but negative energy, it can alter one's body, thoughts, even their very personality, and had realized just how to use it. She remembered giving Kamal a dark fruit grown from this negative energy. As the cursed snake tattoo glowed on his neck, she whispered her command, break things off with Rasha. Love me instead. She remembered confronting Rasha, offering a poisoned drink as a fake apology. When Rasha smashed the glass, Kiddo had grabbed her chin. You want to be free from this suffering, don't you? She'd purred. It was a miscalculation, she mused now, to think her powers could be erased. But all's well that ends well, huh? A dark, triumphant energy swirled around her. There is nothing, she declared to the poisoned sky, that I can't achieve. And the world was once filled with simple, monotonous dreams for a young, impoverished girl. Oh, to wear a beautiful dress just once, she mused, or to eat delicious every single day. For most people, this world is just a canvas for such fleeting wishes, a place where they do nothing more than dream them. But she was different, she decided with a sly, self-satisfied smile. She was not like the others. This world was hers for the taking. While others dreamed, she would act, surrounding herself with muscular servants and basking in the glow of stolen gold. Her philosophy was simple and brutal. If you want something, you have to seize it for yourself. Why dream of jewels and delicious food when you can just steal them? The weak were there to be used, their terror a mere stepping stone as the crack of her whip echoed through the dark rooms of her past. Why work to be beautiful when you can force others to adorn you with precious, rare tools, making them suffer for your vanity? In her dark world, you could get anything through sheer ruthless effort. However, there was one thing that remained agonizingly out of her reach. As the royal couple paraded through the streets, waving to their adoring subjects, she watched from the shadows, her heart consumed by a bitter, burning envy. Social position and pedigree, that was the one prize she couldn't steal or beat into submission. A burning thought took root in her soul, a whisper that grew into a roar. If only she could take over this entire country, then she could have everything, absolutely everything. It was an impulsive, insane dream, a fantasy born of greed and resentment. But then a miracle happened. As she knelt in mock prayer, a divine light erupted from a simple potted plant, bathing her in a holy glow. A wicked, knowing smile spread across her lips. This was it. A wild, triumphant laugh escaped her, her eyes wide with manic glee. Unbelievable, she had been given the powers of a saint. God had apparently lost his bloody mind. From that day on, she never ran out of hope, for she had more power than anyone else. Soon she knelt before the throne not as a thief, but as the revered Saintess, and her newfound powers were mighty, useful, and so very easy to corrupt, especially she discovered when she fueled them with negative energy, turning holy power into a dark, viscous poison. With a flick of her wrist, she issued her commands to the natives of Cornelia, her new brainwashed puppets. Go, she ordered, and bring me what I desire. Kidnap all the skilled technicians and put them to work for my cause. Her eyes narrowed with a chilling focus. After that, her plan was simple. She would make the handsome Prince Kamal her puppet, twisting him into a tool for her ambition. She saw it all so clearly. The prince dangling from her strings, the kingdom falling into her hands, wrested from the clean-cut, good-for-nothing royals. This was how she would get everything she ever wanted, standing over the broken form of the true Saintess of love. In the present, the false Saintess, her face hidden by a veil, looked down at Meridiana's unconscious body. Her breathing was weak, shallow. The villainess was certain the nightmare Meridiana was trapped in was a truly wonderful one. A nightmare fueled by the dark power radiating from her own cursed necklace. Inside the oppressive darkness of the dream, Meridiana was assaulted by cruel whispers. Saintess of love? You don't deserve my love. I don't need someone like you. The words cut deeper than any blade, and she clutched her dress. Tears of despair carving paths down her cheeks. The sound of footsteps echoed in the void. A voice, cold and familiar, slithered through the darkness. Do I scare you, Meridiana? Meridiana gasped, her head snapping up. Looming over her was a twisted version of Irving, his eyes glowing a demonic red. You should fear me even more, he hissed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Tremble with fear, the nightmare commanded. But after a moment of stunned silence, Meridiana's spirit found its strength. No, she replied, her voice quiet but firm. A memory, warm and gentle, pierced through the suffocating darkness. The real Irving had asked her that once, his own eyes filled with more fear than hers, terrified of her answer. She had told him then that he wasn't scary at all, and the look of pure, unadulterated relief on his handsome face was something she'd never forget. As tears streamed down her face in the nightmare, she knew with absolute certainty that the Irving she was with now wasn't him. Her defiance enraged the phantom, its red eyes flaring with malice. Her body began to tremble, her hand clutching the fabric of her dress in a death grip. This has to be a nightmare, she told herself, a trick of the miasma. She just knew, that the real Irving was trapped in his own nightmare somewhere. I have to help him, she thought, staggering to her feet despite the crushing despair. Her hand instinctively went to the necklace he had given her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her vanished and she was plummeting into a black abyss. The nightmare Irving smirked down at her, his voice a venomous whisper. This is how he'll betray you, because you believe in him so much. Shadowy hands erupted from the darkness, grabbing at her, pulling her down. No, she cried, fighting against their chilling grasp. Just as she was about to be completely consumed, a brilliant light erupted from her chest. The necklace. The one Irving gave me. The light pulsed, driving the shadows back, and his words echoed in her mind. His face, so full of warmth and sincerity, appeared in her memory. There are so many people in this country who wish for you to be Saintess, he had told her, and I am one of them. If you ever feel anxious, you can call on me. That's it. She clasped the glowing gem, its light a beacon in the oppressive dark. A fierce resolve hardened her heart. Even if you betrayed me in 99 other worlds, she squeezed the gem tight, her conviction absolute. You would never, ever betray me in this one. The light brighter, a shield against the encroaching darkness. The shadows clawed at her, but they couldn't penetrate the light. She reached a hand out into the void, a desperate plea on her lips. Irving. The necklace shattered the darkness with a final blinding flash. Through the light, a hand reached out and firmly grasped hers. Suddenly, she was pulled into a strong embrace, flower petals swirling around them and held her close, his face just inches from hers. The shadows were gone. She whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. In the real world, a faint wisp of dark miasma evaporated from Meridiana's body as she trembled in the real Irving's arms. The false Saintess watched, her eyes wide with shock as the corrupting energy faded away. What? She stammered, completely bewildered. Why is the miasma fading? Back in the dreamscape, surrounded by a shower of soft pink petals, Meridiana looked into Irving's eyes. Irving? She asked again, needing to be sure. He gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. Didn't I tell you that if you called for me, I would, without hesitation, come to you? He tenderly wiped a tear from her cheek, and her heart felt like it would burst. He came for me, she thought, her eyes shining. In this darkness, he found me. The nightmare is over, he whispered, leaning in to capture her lips in a sweet, profound kiss. A warm, healing power flooded her being. She knew, with every fiber of her soul, that the Irving who was here with her now would shatter the cruel fate of betrayal that had haunted her for so long. A blinding light enveloped the clearing, forcing the false Saintess to shield her eyes. There, I've... And the miasma is gone. A vision of Meridiana and Irving, radiant and whole, burned in her mind. Impossible. Her brainwashed soldiers were clutching their heads, the spell broken. How could this be? Even Kamal, who had been on the verge of death, was now healed and embracing his sister. This kiss cannot be happening, she shrieked. How in the world did you break my nightmare? Meridiana stood before her, her posture radiating a newfound strength. I am the Saintess of Love, she declared, her voice ringing with power. And the power of love conquers nightmares. The false Saintess scoffed, clutching her own necklace. You fool, she sneered. Love is nothing but make-believe. My dreams are the strongest there is. But as she boasted it, Irving suddenly cried out in pain. Clutching. Irving, Meridiana cried out, turning to him in alarm. To her horror, a sinister green tattoo of a snake was slithering into existence on his neck. His sword fell from his grasp with a loud clang. The villainess cackled, her eyes glowing a terrifying red as her command echoed in Irving's mind. Kill the Saintess of Love. And Irving's eyes turned red. He lifted Meridiana away from him with brutal force. She stumbled back, hitting the ground with a thud. He drew his sword, the sound of steel sharp and final. Meridiana, run, he managed to grit out, fighting a battle within himself. Kamal and his sister could only watch in pure terror. The villainess's smile was pure poison. She had prepared for this, just in case. She had made him drink the juice of a fruit that turns him into her perfect puppet. You'll fall prey to his sword long before you can bring him to his senses, she taunted. Irving raised the blade, its sharp edge glinting as it hovered just above Meridiana's throat. Are you so paralyzed with fear you can't even run away? The villainess shrieked with delight. Meridiana looked up not at the sword, but at Irving's face, her own expression calm. No. Then die by the blade of the one you love. But Meridiana's faith was absolute. I trust in Irving. The sword sliced through the air, and then it stopped. The cold steel paused a mere hair's breadth from her skin. The villainess gasped, her triumphant expression crumbling into disbelief. He stopped. Irving's entire body trembled with the monumental effort of resisting the curse. What are you doing? The villainess screamed, her plan falling apart. Hurry up and kill her. But it was too late. The dark tattoo on his neck began to crack and disintegrate. With a final shattering sound, the curse broke apart into nothingness. The villainess staggered back, utter shock on her face. Irving's strength gave out, and he collapsed forward, falling into Meridiana's waiting arms. She held him tightly, a soft, relieved smile gracing her lips. I knew I could trust you, she whispered. He looked up, his own gentle smile returning. It looks like I've finally earned your trust. It can't be. The false Saintess whimpered, her world collapsing around her. She clutched her necklace as her dark powers fled her body. My powers... I'm afraid. As Irving stood supporting Meridiana, he looked at the defeated villainess, his gaze colder than a winter storm. Your dreams, he said, his voice leaving no room for argument, are over now. With her back against the wall, Kiddo's eyes with a desperate fury. This wasn't over. Her dreams, her ambitions, they were not crushed yet, she vowed silently, bringing a small, golden whistle to her lips. A shrill, piercing sound cut through the tense air. Irving's brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth is that sound? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble with the rhythmic thudding of hooves, and a band of warriors on horseback emerged from the jungle, their faces twisted in rage. The natives of Cornelia? Kamal's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew the royal family had a non-aggression pact with them, so why were they here, looking ready for a bloodbath? Eliana sank as a horrifying realization dawned on her. She looked back at Kiddo, who now wore a smug, triumphant smirk. Of course, she was using her wretched power of dreams to manipulate them, wasn't she? Kiddo's voice dripped with venomous satisfaction. She knew just how temperamental, rough, and tough these men could be. The Empire's soldiers and even a prince of Cornelia didn't stand a chance against them. The air crackled with tension as the soldiers drew their blades. Irving instinctively pulled Eliana behind him, his body a shield against the impending danger, while Kamal knelt, ready to defend them. But Eliana wouldn't let them be hurt. She gently touched Kamal's shoulder, her voice filled with a calm resolve. It was okay, she reassured them she would use her powers to bring them back to their senses. Kiddo let out a derisive laugh. Don't get cocky, little girl, she sneered, her hand shooting forward in a commanding gesture. Trample these wretched worms. The brainwashed natives charged forward, their eyes vacant and their swords raised. Kamal roared at his men to hold them back. The sickening clang of steel filled the air as the two sides clashed violently. Eliana's eyes, shining with a gentle, ethereal light, closed as she clasped her hands in prayer. She focused all her energy, pleading with her friends to just hold on a little longer while she tried to undo this wretched brainwashing. The fighting was brutal. An Imperial soldier's sword was knocked from his hand. The serpent tattoo on a native's arm seemed to writhe as he overpowered his opponent. Kiddo was practically vibrating with rage, screaming at them not to get in her way. But then a soldier's blade shattered against an Imperial guard's defense. Ileana's face was pale with strain. Her powers were wavering. They couldn't lose. Not now. Kiddo's laughter was a cruel, grating sound. She knew it, she crowed. Ileana's so-called power of was weak. After hurting each other, it eventually just breaks. After all, love is nothing more than a temporary, trivial emotion. The word struck Ileana like a physical blow, her eyes widening in despair. Just as doubt began to creep in, a warm, steady hand covered hers. It was Irving. His voice was a low, comforting murmur beside her ear. "There is no such thing as love that doesn't hurt anyone," he told her gently. "They worry and bump heads simply because they love one another, but still they try to understand each other. That," he said with conviction, "is what love is." Ileana looked at him, her heart swelling. She still didn't know what caused his heart to change in her previous life. But with this Irving, the one who rescued her from the dream world, she knew they would be able to understand each other. A new strength flooded through her. Even if they had problems and bumped heads, their love would prevail. A brilliant golden light exploded from her, pushing back the darkness. Kiddo recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it! She had to increase her power. In a desperate move, she ripped the red fruit from her necklace and sank her teeth into it. A grotesque chomping sound echoing in the silence. She couldn't lose to the power of love. "One can live without love," she screamed, her voice cracking with madness. "But one cannot live without ambition and dreams." Another soldier's blade snapped under the renewed assault. Dreams are the fundamental human force. But as she reveled in her power, a flash of silver cut through the air. A searing pain, and then warm blood splattered across her face. "What?" Her eyes widened in shock as she looked down at the gash on her arm. "You," she stammered, looking up to see the native warriors surrounding her, their eyes no longer glazed over but burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Their swords were pointed directly at her. The curse on the leader's neck disintegrated into dust. "Do you have any idea who you're pointing your swords at?" he bellowed, his voice shaking with fury. With a foot connected with her side, sending her sprawling to the ground. She let out a choked gasp as she hit the dirt. The fruit of her dreams, the source of her power that had turned so red, tumbled from her grasp. A cold dread washed over her as she stared at it. Had she lost her powers as a saintess? The natives showed no mercy. A swift kick to her face sent her reeling. "Gay!" They surrounded her, their faces masks of contempt as they kicked and stomped on the fallen Saintess. "How dare you?" the leader snarled, his voice thick with loathing. "Treat us like mere toys for your ambitions." His shadow fell over her, a terrifying omen. He grabbed her by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him to forgive her. "Please." But his eyes were like stone. "You trampled all over our dignity," he growled. "Do you really think a simple apology can make up for that?" He raised his massive sword, ready to deliver the final blow. "Please wait," a clear voice called out. A woman with short, dark hair and regal bearing stepped between the warrior and Kiddo. It was the Saintess of Cornelia. She faced the furious native leader without a hint of fear, declaring that she would not tolerate any more violence towards her. Ileana and the fallen Kiddo both looked on in shock. The leader's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the woman who dared to intervene. "Hand that piece of trash over to us," he demanded, his voice a low growl. "If you don't, our anger will not be appeased." The Saintess remained silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she turned to Kiddo, a small knowing smile on her lips. "A wise decision," she said cryptically, and Kiddo's heart leaped with a flicker of hope. Kiddo immediately started trying to save her own skin. "Jewels, clothes, delicious food," she cried, her voice desperate. "I'm the one who gave you such things. You people can't lay a hand on such a talented Saintess." The new Saintess looked at the native leader. "She's right," she said calmly. "We have to protect our Saintess." A flicker of confusion crossed the leader's face. The Saintess' eyes turned cold as steel. "Which is why," she announced, reaching out her hand, "you will be cast out as the Saintess of Cornelia." "What?" The single word was a strangled gasp from Kiddo's throat, her world crumbling around her. The Saintess turned to Kamal, asking if he was all right with this. He nodded grimly. "She's already lost her powers, so there's no longer a need to protect her." The Saintess looked down at the terrified woman on the ground. "Now, since she is no longer our Saintess," she said, turning away with finality, "do what you will with her." "Wait." Kiddo whimpered, her last shred of hope gone. "Don't you realize how much the country benefited from my powers?" she babbled. The Saintess let out a sharp, derisive sound. "Benefited," she repeated, her voice dripping with scorn. "Don't you mean how much you benefited? You drank the sweet nectar of its prosperity for yourself." "Don't make me laugh." Kiddo was speechless. How can you say that?" Ileana watched, a quiet sadness in her eyes. "Maybe only Saintesses know how hard it is to be a Saintess, but no one will follow such arrogant dreams." "You should pay the price for all the people you've hurt," Ileana said, her voice firm. A rough hand grabbed a fistful of Kiddo's hair, yanking her back. "No," she screamed, reaching out a desperate hand. "I won't cause trouble for anyone anymore. No." You can't do this. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. She was dragged away into the jungle. Kamal watched her go, a troubled expression on his face. To think that such an ambitious person could be granted the powers of a saintess, it made him wonder if God really wanted her to use that wisdom and power for the good of the people. Ileana looked at him and the true Saintess, who were now reunited and embracing. If so, then, although it came to an unfortunate ending, she's glad they were able to protect one precious love. Later on a beautiful balcony, Kamal expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much for all you've done for us," he said, a warm smile on his handsome face. He had no idea what would have happened if they hadn't been there. Irving just smiled back, glad they could help. Kamal sighed, admitting they had a lot of work to do, but he was determined to bring that sparkle back to Cornelia. Irving was confident that as long as he was king, he would succeed. Just then, a servant peeked through the doorway. Kamal's smile widened. "Now then, tonight we throw a banquet in your honor. First off, as a token of our gratitude, we'd like to offer this." The true Saintess approached Ileana, holding up a stunning, traditional Cornelian jewelry. A short while later, Ileana emerged, looking like a goddess in the flowing white and gold dress, her silver hair adorned with a delicate emerald diadem. She shyly apologized for keeping Irving waiting, her cheeks with a faint blush. "How does it look?" she asked nervously, Irving's crimson eyes wide, completely captivated by her beauty. The Saintess giggled beside her. "Don't you think it looks amazing on her?" Still silent, Irving strode forward, took off his own grand cloak, and with a swift whoosh wrapped it around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Ileana let out a startled gasp. "What are you doing dressed like that?" he murmured, his voice low and husky. Her heart plummeted. Does he mean it doesn't look good? So he wishes to hide it? Her mind raced with insecurity as he held her close, the scent of him filling her senses amidst a shower of pink flower petals. The grand doors swung open, and Kamal's voice boomed through the hall, beckoning them forward. He presented them to the assembled nobles, his arms outstretched, a theatrical flourish. Everyone a big round of applause for the two who saved Cornelia. The room erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause filled the air, a wave of sound washing over them. The crowd clapped enthusiastically for their heroes. Nestled securely in Irving's arms, wrapped in his heavy cloak, Meridiana felt a strange sense of peace amidst the chaos. Irving, ever the stoic prince, remained impassive, his handsome face a mask of indifference even as he held her close. Later, at the celebratory banquet, the mood was joyous. Irving sipped his wine, his gaze distant, while Rasha and Kamal laughed together, radiating happiness. Myrna snuggled against Irving's side, a small, content smile on her face. It was good to see Rasha and Kamal so happy, and yet, something was off. She glanced up at Irving, who was silently nursing his drink. He'd been on edge, tight coiled spring of tension, ever since she had changed into the new clothes. Feeling a bead of sweat trickle down her neck, she tugged at the cloak. "Hey, it's getting a bit hot. Could you take this off?" He looked down, slightly surprised, but nodded. "Sorry about that," he murmured, his fingering to unclasp the heavy fabric. As the cloak fell away, she let out a sigh of relief. Boy, was it hot. But the moment the fabric pooled on the seat, the atmosphere in the room shifted. A wave of hushed chatter and murmurs through the hall as dozens of eyes landed on her revealing outfit. A dark, suffocating pressure suddenly exploded from Irving's side. He flinched if struck, his expression turning thunderous. She knew instantly this was a bad idea. Before she could even process the murderous aura rolling off him, she felt herself being lifted into the air. "Huh?" Strong arms scooped her up effortlessly, and she let out a tiny, startled eep as he settled her onto his lap, his hold firm and possessive. His crimson eyes were blazing. "Kamal," he called out, his voice low and tight with a strained fury. "My apologies, but we're gonna retire early." Kamal grinned, raising his glass in a knowing toast. "Sure thing," he replied with a wink. "You two go spend some time alone." "Oh," and his friend added with a smirk, "You sure make a good face whenever it comes to Meridiana." Meridiana's face flushed crimson at the teasing, while Irving shot his friend a glare that could freeze fire. The moment the bedroom door clicked shut, the tension returned, thick and palpable. Irving sat her down on the edge of the bed, his hand still resting on her waist. "Hey," she began softly, her heart fluttering nervously. "Do you not like the clothes? Or is it that you don't want other people to see me in them?" A faint blush crept up his neck as he averted his gaze. "No, they look good on you," he admitted, his voice rough. "It's just you're showing much skin." His words sent a jolt through her, and her own cheeks burned hot. He leaned in, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath. His eyes were dark with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "I just couldn't stand all the other guys staring at you." Bump. Ba-dump, her heart hammered against her ribs. He wanted her all to himself. Before she could finish the thought, he was pushing her gently back onto the bed. His hovered over hers, a shadow of raw desire. "Seeing you in something like this just makes me want to touch you." His confession hung in the air, charged and heavy. He captured her hand, bringing it to his lips for a feather-like kiss that sent shivers down her spine. "Mur," he whispered like a prayer. His gaze was intense, searching hers for an answer to a question he hadn't yet asked. "Just how far am I allowed to go?" Her breath hitched, her mind reeling. Trust him again. How far was she willing to accept him? He leaned down, his lips about to meet hers, the culmination of all this simmering tension. Banj! The sudden explosive noise shattered the moment. A terrified yelp echoed through the room as Libel, startled from his sleep, shot out from his basket. The poor little wolf scurried around the room in a panic, yelping with every subsequent bang. Meridiana sat up, the romantic spell broken, and tried to soothe her frantic pet. It's okay, Libel. She pointed out the window as another colorful explosion lit up the night sky. Those are just fireworks. They moved to the window, watching the vibrant display together. Their beautiful Irving murmured, his anger from earlier completely gone, replaced by a soft smile. Yeah, she agreed, cuddling the now calm Libel in her arms. A small pout formed on her lips. He could have at least kissed me, she thought, a little disappointed. Still, watching the brilliant lights, she felt a sense of clarity. Coming to Cornelia had made her ready to face Irving again. Truly face him. The next day, as they prepared to leave, they waved goodbye to their friends. She smiled brightly, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. When we get back to Joanka, she resolved, I'll be able to face him head-on once again. As their carriage pulled up to the palace, Irving took her hand to help her down. You must be tired from using so much of your powers, he said softly. Have a nice rest. Thanks, she replied with a genuine smile, but as she took a step, a sudden whoosh cut through the air. A dark object blurred past Irving's face, missing him by mere inches. A spear. It slammed into the stone ground right before her feet, the sharp tip quivering from the impact. Her blood ran cold. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in dark purple emerged, radiating pure malice. Get away from Meridiana, the voice growled, distorted by rage. You feckless prince. The chilling command echoed again. Get away from Meridiana. The hooded figure seethed with hatred. You feckless prince. Meridiana's eyes widened in recognition. The figure threw back her hood with a dramatic flourish. Sester, the Saintess of Power from Gardana, stood before them, her golden eyes blazing. So, you just came back from Cornelia, you must be exhausted. Her tone was deceptively casual, but the spear in her told a different story. Irving stepped in front of Meridiana, his expression grim. What is the meaning of this? Sester let out a derisive laugh. How about asking yourself that question? Meridiana was completely bewildered. Why was she being so hostile? Sester grabbed her armly. Sester, come here for a moment. I thought the next time I'd see you would be at the Saintess's gathering. She explained that the gathering was an annual event where Saintesses from each nation meet to exchange information and culture. After the sacred flower ceremony, you sent me a letter, remember? After reading that, I couldn't just stay away. Sester's expression grew serious, her hand clutching an imaginary letter over her heart. I could feel all the anxiety and anguish you had for the prince. Meridiana's heart skipped a beat. She remembered writing a letter, looking forward to seeing Sester again. But I didn't write anything like that in the letter. Sester held up a hand. Prayer power is mental power. I knew immediately that something was wrong. That's when she revealed a simple ring hanging from a cord around her neck. I'm here to fulfill the vow I made to you back then. Meridiana's eyes widened as she recognized it. That ring. Sester's voice was firm with conviction, the vow that if anything were ever to happen to you, I would come running to your rescue. Meridiana stared, speechless. Sester, her friend softened as she cupped Meridiana's cheek. Tell me about it, gently. I can handle anything. For so long, Meridiana had held this terrible secret, believing no one would ever understand. She never thought anyone would believe her if she told them about her past life. But maybe... Taking a deep breath, she decided to trust her. The truth is, I had a strange and terrifying experience. They moved to a quiet garden to talk. Sester listened, her expression serious. What happened? Are you all right, Meridiana? As Meridiana began to recount the horrors of her past, tears began to stream down her face, catching her by surprise. Why am I didn't mean to start crying. Before she could wipe them away, Sester pulled her into a fierce, protective embrace. It's okay to cry, she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. It must have been tough dealing with that on your own. The dam broke. Meridiana clung to her, sobbing uncontrollably. She choked out. Finally, someone understands my pain. Sester held her tightly, letting her cry it all out. However, her eyes, unseen by Meridiana, hardened with a cold, unforgiving fury. Whether it was in a past life or this one, her hand clenched into a fist. Betraying you is unforgivable. She pulled back slightly. You didn't talk to anyone about this and you didn't say anything to the prince? Meridiana shook her head, her voice small. I didn't know what he would do after I told him, right? It was too scary. At first, I shunted him and told him I didn't love him anymore. But Irving didn't back down. I thought it because he wanted to use me. Right now, I trust Irving. She truly believed Irving may not have betrayed her because he wanted to. There's a good chance the real culprit, someone who wants to tear me and Irving apart, is here in the country. That's why I told you. She gave Sester a puffle smile. Also because you are always looking out for me, right? Sester's fierce expression softened into a reassuring smile. I'll always be on your side. A wave of relief washed over Meridiana. She wished Sester would make nice with Irving as well. But as Sester turned away from her, her smile vanished, replaced by a warrior's resolve. Prince Irving. Hers rang out, sharp as her spearhead, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. Duel me for Meridiana. The declaration hung in the air, a shocking challenge. Irving's eyes narrowed, while Meridiana's jaw dropped in absolute horror. Why did it come to this? The prince's handsome face was pale with shock, his red eyes wide, while Meridiana stood beside him, her own expression one of pure disbelief. Her mind was reeling, a single frantic thought echoing in her head. Why did it ever come to this? It all started with the heavy burden placed upon her sister, the Saintess of Power. This sacred title was bestowed upon the one who could strengthen the physical abilities of others, a power that flowed from their own immense spiritual strength. For generations, this duty had been passed down from one saintess to the next. To be the Saintess of Power was to be a pillar, a fortress with an unshakable spirit at all times. The people looked up her with awe and gratitude, the men praising her for making their difficult work easy with her blessings. The women admired her even more, whispering about how cool it was that she was stronger than any man and never cried or whined about anything. And Elian, the Saintess of Power, accepted this mantle with a confident smile. Yes, I am strong, she would think, a constant reminder echoing in her soul. She had to keep being strong to live up to the crushing weight of everyone's expectations. Her mother's gentle voice cut through her thoughts one afternoon, asking if she was ready for the Saintess gathering the day after tomorrow. Elian nodded, her own concern focused on her mother's frail health, insisting that she should be the one resting. But her mother simply brushed a hand against her cheek, her touch soft and knowing, seeing the exhaustion her daughter tried desperately to hide. Elian forced a bright smile, trying to be the pillar everyone needed her to be. Mom, the Saintess of Power, she reminded her gently. You know what that means, don't you? Her mother's smile was warm, filled with a love that saw past the title and into her daughter's heart. Don't push yourself too much, she whispered, a plea that Elian would never forget. Because she was the Saintess of Power, she always had to be strong, even in front of her own family. But that carefully constructed facade was as fragile as glass, and it was about to shatter. While she was away at the gathering, a single piece of paper destroyed her world. A notice arrived, informing her that her mother had passed away suddenly. She was her only family, the only person who had ever truly worried about her. The creed of her station mocked her in her grief. The Saintess of Power must have an unshakable spirit. But they stood there, her hands into fists and her face contorted in agony. Her spirit was utterly broken. A gentle voice called her. Sister, you dropped this. Elian's eyes, wide with shock and grief, looked up to see a girl with ethereal silver hair. The girl introduced herself with a radiant, kind smile. She was the new saintess from Joanka, the nation of love. Her name was Meridiana. Noticing the letter, Meridiana's expression filled with concern, but before she could ask, Elian snatched it back. Sorry, she muttered, her voice strained. She tried to brush it off, putting up her walls again. Don't worry about it, I'm the Saintess of Power, you should know what that means. But Meridiana's kindness was not so easily deflected. She gently took Elian's hand, her touch a surprising comfort. Even the hardest door will crack, she said softly, if it carries a load too heavy. Whether you whine or cry, it won't change how strong you are. Please, don't try so hard to hold everything in. Those words were the key that unlocked a floodgate of sorrow. Tears welled in Elian's eyes, and for the first time in years, she let them fall. The strong, unshakable Saintess broke down, ugly sobbing into her hands. It's important to follow your heart, don't you think? Meridiana's voice was a soothing balm. Elian collapsed into her arms, clinging to this stranger like a lifeline. The truth is, she choked out between sobs. I'm not as perfect or strong as everyone thinks I am. Looking back, Elian knew with certainty that if Meridiana hadn't been there that day, her heart would have been shattered beyond repair. Meridiana gave her a small, simple ring, a prayer of love so she would never have to be alone again. A genuine smile finally graced Elian's lips as she accepted the gift, a silent thank you passing between them. In that moment, a bond was forged. Elian made a promise to her new friend. If Meridiana were ever in trouble, she would run to her aid no matter what. And that promise had brought her here, to this very moment, standing before Prince Irving with fire in her eyes. She challenged him, her voice ringing with authority. Duel me for Meridiana. If I win, I take her back to Gardana with me. The prince sneered, dismissing her as if she were a child. She was Joanka's saintess, he reminded her, and stealing her away would cause an international incident. Elian's arrowed into dangerous slits. So you're only concerned because she's the Saintess, not because she's Meridiana? The barb hit its mark. The prince flinched, his composure cracking. Elian pressed on, a cruel smirk twisting her lips. You don't truly love her anymore, do you? Meridiana gasped, her heart aching. Sister, why would you say something like that? Because Meridiana was crying when she was talking to me about you, Elian declared, her words like daggers aimed straight at Irving's heart. The prince's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief and hurt crossing his face. Elian's voice rose in fury. You can't possibly say you love her if you didn't even notice you had hurt her. A murderous aura began to radiate from Irving. What did you say? He growled, the situation growing dangerously tense. Meridiana tried to intervene, begging them both to calm down. They were staying on the edge of a garden pond, their anger a palpable force in the air. Suddenly, Meridiana lost her balance, her body tipping precariously over the edge. Meridiana! Irving cried out in panic. A loud splash echoed through the garden. But when the water settled, it was Elian holding Meridiana safely in her arms. A triumphant smirk on her face. That was close, huh? Are you all right? Meridiana could only stammer thanks, but Elian's gaze was fixed on the figure dripping in the pond. How clumsy, she said with biting sarcasm, looking down at the soaked and humiliated Prince Irving. Meridiana started to ask if he was okay, but Elian yanked her back sharply. From the way you were standing just now, Ilan lectured, even if you had grabbed her hand, you both would have fallen into the pond. Her eyes glinted with scorn. Your idea of rescue is just a facade as your love. Irving's face was a thunderous mask of rage and shame. He pushed himself up, water streaming from his clothes. Don't you dare make assumptions about how I feel, he snarled. His eyes, burning with a new, fierce determination, met hers. I accept your challenge. He clenched his fist, his voice ringing with conviction. I'm going to prove that my love for her and my commitment to protect her is genuine. The duel was set in a grand colosseum, the air thick with the chatter of nobles. Elian sat calmly on a crate, ignoring the whispers of the crowd around her. They couldn't believe it. That thin-armed girl was going to duel Prince Irving's? What a joke. Eliana remained stoic, her expression unreadable. The sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention. Prince Irving had arrived, looking every bit the royal warrior, in a stunning blue uniform, with a worried Meridiana at his side. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said, his voice steady. Eliana let out a small, derisive chuckle. I commend you for not trying to worm your way out of this, she mocked. Now then, let's get down to the details of the duel. The rules were simple. The winner would be the first to destroy all 3 medallions on their opponent's body. The only weapons permitted were those hidden inside the various crates in the arena. It was a game of chance. Even the organizers didn't know the contents, and some might even be duds. The match would begin as soon as the medallions were placed. An attendant presented Irving with his 3 ornate medallions, but he turned to Meridiana. I want you to put them on me, he said, his voice soft. Meridiana's heart was in turmoil. Irving, why did they have to do this? She had told her sister she trusted Irving, so what could Elian possibly be thinking? I do not wish for you two to fight, she pleaded, looking from one to the other. I think you should call it off. Irving's gaze softened with apology. I'm sorry you're worried about me, he said gently. But then his eyes hardened with unshakable resolve. There are some things I just won't give on. Meridiana's shoulders slumped in defeat. That's not fair. If he were fighting for her, she could have talked him out of it. But if he was doing this for himself, there was no stopping him. I understand, she whispered, her voice barely audible. With trembling fingers, she carefully pinned the medallions to his chest. They're on. He leaned close, his voice a low murmur just for her. You two wait for me. A confident, almost dazzling smile spread across his face. I'll be right back. He turned and walked into the center of the arena, leaving Meridiana to watch with a heavy heart. The two combatants faced each other, a silent war already raging between them. Elian's thoughts were a challenge. Prove you can defend Meridiana by any means necessary. And Irving's thoughts were a vow. No matter may stand in your way. Meridiana could only watch, her expression fraught with worry. The referee raised a white flag between them. Now then, Beijing, the flag dropped, and the crowd roared to life. Irving didn't hesitate, dashing towards the nearest crate. Let's see what he gets, a spectator murmured eagerly. He threw open the lid and pulled out a weapon that made the entire crowd gasp. It was a monstrous sword axe, heavy and brutal, a throb of power pulsed through his eye. He'd gotten lucky. That's a great weapon to have, someone shouted. All eyes turned to Elian, wondering what she would do. But she made no move for a weapon. Instead, she simply stood her ground, cracking her knuckles with a sharp snap. The crowd with confusion. Is shrinking in fear of his weapon? Elian closed her eyes and a brilliant blue aura began to envelop her. When she opened them again, her golden eyes were blazing with terrifying power. In less than a blink, she vanished, reappearing directly in front of a stunned Irving. He barely had time to register her presence before her fist was inches from his chest. He reacted on pure instinct, swinging the massive axe down to crush her. Too slow, her voice was a whip crack in the sudden silence. She effortlessly sidestepped the clumsy attack and slammed her open palm against the flat of the blade, driving it into the ground with enough force to crack the very stone beneath it. A wave of absolute silence washed over the audience. Few knew the true nature of her power. The Saintess of Power wears a special bracelet, its gems a measure of her might. The stones glow blue in response to her strength, and as Meridiana watched with anxious eyes, all 3 of her sister's stones were blazing with an intense azure light, a sign of power far beyond any normal human. Eliana loomed over the shocked prince, her expression dripping with contempt. Can you really protect the ones you love with that kind of strength? A wicked smirk spread across her face as her glowing eyes locked onto his. You are all talk. A dangerous glint danced in Sester's golden eyes as she loomed over the downed prince. She knew he was all talk, a pretty face with no substance. Irving, however, pushed himself up, his handsome features etched with a grim determination that she hadn't seen before. With a flick of her vibrant purple hair, she grinned, a predator playing with her. Let's continue, she declared. Irving scrambled to the weapon chest, his hand closing around the hilt of a simple sword. But just he drew the blade. A frantic cry echoed through the arena. Prince Irving, behind you! He whirled around just in time, his eyes widening in alarm as Sester brought a monstrous spiked club crashing down towards his head. With a desperate heave, he raised his new sword, blocking the brutal attack just inches from his face. The clash of steel against steel was deafening, the sheer force of the blow jarring him to his very bones. As they were locked in a struggle of strength, his mind raced. He had to throw her off. "Hey, can I ask you something?" He grunted, pushing against her immense power. She just smirked, her gaze mocking. She purred. He pressed his advantage, his voice low and pointed. "You really have a secret you can't tell anyone, don't you?" Her smile faltered for a fraction of a second. What do you mean by that? Their weapons were still locked in a desperate struggle. He went for the throat, his words dripping with accusation. "Like you have a lover besides Meridiana?" The effect was instantaneous. Irving's eyes, a moment ago filled with defiance, now blazed with pure, unadulterated fury. With a guttural roar, he shoved her back, the sound of their weapons scraping apart echoing his rage. "Don't be absurd." His face was flushed, his breathing ragged. Just how far was she willing to go to taunt people? An image of Meridiana's gentle, worried face flashed through his mind. He knew she was troubled by something, and that was the entire reason he was fighting this wretched duel, to get her to trust him. But Sester's words were like poison, seeping into his resolve. How could he earn her trust when Sester claimed he didn't even know what was bothering her? He was just waiting for her to talk to him about it, wasn't he? Sester's voice was a whip, lashing at his insecurities. "That's not the way to go about it," she shrieked, her own frustration boiling over. And with a final, earth-shattering clang, her club connected with his blade, and his sword snapped in two. He stared at the broken hilt in his hand, his mind reeling. As if to add insult to injury, the impact had also cracked one of his medallions. The crowd gasped. Prince Irving broke one of her medallions. Now it's 1-1. Meridiana watched from the stands, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. The spectators, however, were thrilled. Amazing. "You're as good as Sester. Take her down with a strong weapon." Fueled by their cheers, Irving rushed back to the weapon chest. He plunged his hand in and pulled out a massive, pristine white radish. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Meridiana's jaw dropped. "Ud weapon." Sester burst out laughing, her voice dripping with scorn. "You're out of luck." She lunged, but Irving, recovering quickly, wielded the vegetable with surprising dexterity, stabbing forward as if it were a spear. With a dull thud, he managed to parry her attack. She swung again, but he was ready, blocking her blade with a high kick. Sester's smile was sharp. "You're almost out of medallions." The score was now 2-2, with both fighters having only one medallion left. Tension in the stands was suffocating. A lady whispered in horror that if Prince Irving lost, Meridiana would have to go with Sester to Gardana. The thought pierced Meridiana's heart like a shard of ice. Being separated from him, it was unthinkable. That would be fine if he truly didn't love her, but she couldn't bear to see him walk away. She couldn't stand the thought of becoming someone who was okay with him not being by her side. Back in the arena, Irving opened yet another chest, this time pulling out a set of nunchucks connected by a heavy chain. Meridiana's spirit soared. She wanted to believe in him. His wrist throbbed with a searing pain, but he ignored it. "This is it." Swinging the chain with a powerful grace, Meridiana was on her feet, her voice ringing out. "Irving, don't give in." He expertly caught Sester's weapon in his chain and yanked, throwing her off balance. With a swift movement, he struck, and a loud crack echoed as her second medallion shattered. The crowd roared its approval. "It's 2-2. The tide is turning in Prince Irving's favor." He felt the surge of victory, but his wrist was screaming in protest. Suddenly, the pain became too much, and with a loud clang, the nunchuck slipped from his grasp, falling to the dusty ground. Meridiana gasped, her blue eyes wide with shock. The crowd fell into a confused silence. What's wrong with him? He just dropped his weapon. A horrifying realization dawned on Meridiana. To think of it, Irving was concerned with his hand from the very start of the duel. "No way!" Sester saw her opening, a triumphant smirk spreading across her face. "What? Did you use up all your energy just now?" She drew a dagger and lunged, her voice a victorious cry. "Victory is mine!" But before she could land the final blow, a single powerful word stopped her in her tracks. "Why, it was Meridiana." Both Irving and Sester froze, turning to face her in stunned silence. Victory was within Sester's grasp, but Meridiana's voice had halted the entire duel. She stood there, her silver hair like a waterfall, her expression unyielding, commanding the attention of everyone in the arena. Moments later, Meridiana gently held Irving's wrist, revealing the angry red swelling. She knew he was hurt ever since he'd picked up his first weapon. He was conscious of his wrist, wasn't he? It wasn't an injury from the duel, it was from when he fell into the pond. Sester let out an exasperated sigh. If she defeated him while he was injured, it wouldn't feel like a true win. She ordered him to get healed by Meridiana so they continue. In a quiet room, Meridiana's hands glowed with warm, golden light as she healed his injury. "Why didn't you say anything?" she asked softly, his fixed on the floor. He knew she never wanted them to fight, and if she'd known he was hurt, she would have used it as an excuse to stop them. He pulled his hand away, insisting he was healed enough to continue the duel. She could see he was still buzzing with adrenaline. Calm down, she urged, but he shook his head, his eyes burning with intensity. Staying calm won't win me this fight. The raw desperation in his voice made her swallow hard. His proximity was overwhelming. He suddenly bowed his head, his voice cracking. I'm sorry, I'm desperate. If I don't win, Sester won't approve of me. Meridiana was taken aback. Why did he need her approval? His answer stole her breath away. Because she's a dear friend of yours. He clasped her hands tightly, his voice thick with emotion. How else could he prove that his feelings for her were genuine? He always tripped over his words, always getting misunderstood. If he could just show her everything in his head, he knew her concerns would disappear. There wasn't a single thing he'd want to hide. Her heart ached for him. Without a second thought, she pulled him into a warm embrace. She couldn't believe it. He had been worrying so much about Sester's suspicions. She whispered an apology for making him worry too. He murmured into her shoulder. She finally understood. I think I can trust the man you are now. She pulled back and a soft kiss on his cheek. So, win, she told him, her eyes shining, and with that win, make Sester trust in you as well. A radiant smile spread across Irving's face, the first genuine smile she'd seen all day. Her words had more healing power than anything he'd ever heard. He stood, his posture now confident and strong. I will win this duel. Meridiana let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Good, he's back to his usual self. As he reached the door, he paused. After I win this duel, will you finally tell me the real reason why you're worried about us? Meridiana froze, the blood draining from her face. The image of that wretched future king flashed in her mind. What I'm truly worried about, he came back to her, his hand gently cupping her cheek. He had intended to wait, but he needed to know. He promised he could take whatever she had to say. Just think about it until the duel is over. She was left in turmoil. She believed him now. She truly did. But could she really tell him about her past life? Back in the arena, Sester waited, arms crossed. When Irving returned, she flinched, surprised by the change in him. If you lose to me now, you can't go blaming it on being injured, she taunted. Irving's eyes were clear and steady. I was never thinking of giving any excuse for losing. Sester's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just that his injury was healed. The very air around him had changed. The referee stepped between them. Now then, let's resume. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Irving met Sester's gaze, his own burning with a newfound fire. Let's settle this. The tension in the arena was thick enough to cut with a knife as the official prepared to resume the duel. Below, the crowd roared, their fists pumping in the air, eager for the spectacle to continue. Prince Irving's expression was a mask of cold determination, his gaze fixed on his opponent. He placed a hand over his heart, a silent vow to settle this once and for all. The white flag was raised high, and with a sharp down motion, the duel began. The moment the signal was given, Sester exploded into motion, a blur of blue and gold as she dashed across the sand. A wicked, confident smile on her lips as she closed the distance between them. Let's make it clear, she declared, her voice ringing with challenge. Which one of us truly deserves to be the winner? Their swords met with a piercing shriek of steel on steel, the force of the impact sending sparks flying. The battle was a whirlwind of motion. Sester swung her blade with practiced ease, but Irving met every blow, his defense flawless. She couldn't believe it. His improved so much, it was like he was a different person entirely. His strength had increased well. The man she fought now was no weakling. Her eyes narrowed, demanding to know if he truly intended to defeat her. Irving's crimson eyes burned with an unshakable resolve. Of course he did. He would not lose to her, not when Meridiana's sake was on the line. Sester scoffed at his words, her voice laced with derision. If he was really doing this for Meridiana, then he should back off like a good boy. After all, she owed Meridiana her life. The memory of being saved fueled her fury, and their blades clashed again and again with resounding clangs. She saved me, she roared, her voice echoing in the arena. That's why she would be the one to protect Meridiana. Her words were sharp, intended to wound. My protection, she sneered, is not a pretense, unlike yours. The jab hit its mark and Irving's face fell, the accusation striking him to his core. For a moment he faltered, but then a surprising calm settled over him. You're right, he admitted, his voice quiet but firm. He had only pretending to face Meridiana head-on. Sester let out a triumphant laugh. So he finally admitted he was a weakling, but Irving's grip on his sword tightened now that he'd realized that he could finally face her genuinely. With a sudden burst of energy, he broke their deadlock, a newfound clarity shining in his eyes. Thank you, Sester, he said, a small, genuine smile gracing his lips. Thanks to you, I've realized something important. Sester gritted her teeth, watching the transformation in him. There was no confusion left in his eyes, only pure, unwavering determination. She had to know, no matter what anyone says, his deep-seated love for Meridiana would not waver, would it? Their swords met again, the clash of steel a testament to their conflicting wills. Sester's golden eyes blazed with her own fierce devotion. His feelings might not waver, but neither would hers. From the sidelines, Meridiana watched, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She clutched Libel tightly, praying with all her might. Irving, keep it up. Make her believe in your feelings for me. The duel reached its fever pitch, Sester bringing her sword down in a powerful arc from above. Irving stood his ground, their blades locked in a final, desperate struggle. The pendant on Sester's chest glinted in the sunlight. Just before a deafening clang signaled the end of the exchange, they broke apart, standing in the dust arena, both breathing heavily from the exertion. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the silence. The ornate brooch on Irving's chest splintered and shattered into pieces. Meridiana's breath hitched, her blue eyes wide with disbelief. Prince Irving, lost. Sester stared, her face contorted with shock and fury. "Were you not fighting me seriously?" She screamed, her voice cracking with outrage. If she had continued her attack, her sword would have reached him first. Why did you hesitate? Irving's expression was serene, his gaze unwavering. He had challenged her to this duel because he cared about Meridiana. He drove his sword into the ground, the impact cracking the stone beneath it. It was not his intention to harm anything she cared for, not even for the sake of winning. Sester gasped, his words stealing the air from her lungs. She spat back at him, her voice dripping with scorn. On the battlefield, one needed to be ruthless. A dangerous, murderous aura began to radiate from Irving, his eyes darkening to a bloody crimson. Did she think he couldn't protect Meridiana with such naive ideals? He would be as ruthless as he needed to be for her sake. But as Meridiana watched, she knew the truth. Being ruthless isn't the only way to protect someone. Irving explained his logic. If he had harmed Sester's ring, it would have her. And if Sester was hurt, Meridiana would be hurt too. Sester was stunned into silence. Was he really saying that it was more important to not hurt Meridiana than to prove his own strength? Meridiana's heart swelled with emotion. That ring was a symbol of their friendship, and while their bond was stronger than any object, she was so glad he didn't harm it. His name was a soft whisper on her lips. The realization hit Sester like a physical blow. This man, in the critical moment of the duel, when the outcome was on the line, he was thinking of Meridiana. She looked from him to the girl he was fighting for, a bittersweet ache in her chest. Her own feelings for Meridiana couldn't compare to the depth of his. She hated to admit it, but she had lost. With a final clang, her sword dropped from her hand and fell to the ground. "You've bested me," she conceded, a wry smile touching her lips. "Prince Irving," she began, her tone now respectful. "Please forgive me for the harsh words I spoke to you. Your dedication to putting Meridiana first was truly spectacular." A genuine, dazzling smile lit up her face. "I acknowledge both your love for her and your resolve." Irving saw a beautiful future with Meridiana, a peaceful life together. Sester, a mischievous glint entered her eyes, her smile turning wicked. A duel's a duel. And in one swift, shocking move, she scooped Meridiana up into her arms bridal style. Irving could only stare, completely dumbfounded. Sester's eyes glinted with triumph as she held the stunned Meridiana close. I am taking Meridiana," she declared, her victory claimed. "I'm taking Meridiana." But just as Irving's heart sank, Sester stopped. "You're right," she said, a playful tone in her voice. But furthermore, and with a surprising heave, she tossed Meridiana directly into Irving's waiting arms. "I shall leave her in your hands." Irving held Meridiana close, his handsome face flushed with confusion as he looked at Sester. What was the meaning of this? Sester explained that her only goal had ever been to protect Meridiana. And now she had decided that Meridiana would be better off with him. "I trust you," she said, her gaze steady. "Trust in your resolve." In Irving's arms, Meridiana looked up at him, a soft, grateful smile gracing her lips. The arena erupted in a thunderous cheer, colorful confetti raining down on the three of them. Sester apologized for all the confusion, admitting she needed to see for herself if Prince Irving was worthy of her trust. But then her expression turned deadly serious. "However, I'm only leaving her with you." She leaned in close, her voice a low and dangerous promise. "But if you ever betray her, I'll..." "Got it." Irving's gaze was firm. "Yes, I understand. I will never betray her." A satisfied smirk was her only reply. Those words, Sester thought, were music to her ears. Meridiana watched the two people she cared for most, her heart overflowing. "Sester, thank you." She clutched the fabric over her heart. Irving had changed for her sake, and that meant she had to change as well. A new resolve hardened her features. She would tell him everything. Exactly what it is that's bothering me. Later that day, the soft evening light filled the room. Meridiana approached Irving, a beautiful strawberry cake in her hands. She thanked him for what he did for both her and Sester, offering the cake as a token of her gratitude. He was touched, surprised that she baked it herself. She blushed, admitting it was her first time and she had help, but she wanted to do something special for him. A warm, breathtaking smile spread across his face. "I'd love to try it." Meridiana's heart skipped a beat. This was her chance. She would serve him the cake, and as he enjoyed it, she would finally tell him the truth about her past life. As she moved forward, she noticed Libel underfoot. "Watch out, Libel, back up a bit." But her warning came too late. She stumbled, the cake wobbling dangerously. "Ah!" she cried out. Irving shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with alarm. Meridiana yelled, but it was no use. With a tragic splat, the cake tumbled from her hands, landing all over the front of her pristine white dress. "Oh no!" Libel, seeing an opportunity, immediately tried to lick up the sweet mess, but Meridiana quickly scooped him up. Just as she was about to scold him, Irving was there, taking the mischievous puppy from her arms. "That cake is not for you," he growled, his voice low and possessive. He unceremoniously plopped Libel on the floor and shut the door, leaving the little creature to pout in the hallway. Meridiana looked down at her ruined dress, apologizing profusely. "I should have kept a better eye on." Irving shook his head, his gaze intense. "It's neither of your faults." He stepped closer, his eyes fixed on the dollop of cream on her chest. "I wasn't paying attention," he murmured, his voice a husky whisper as he dipped his finger into the frosting. Her breath caught in her throat as he brought his finger to his lips, licking the sweetness away with a flick of his tongue. Her face exploded in a blush so intense she felt faint. What was he doing? "It's sweet," he purred, his eyes smoldering. "I could get addicted to it." He leaned in so close she could feel his breath on her skin, his hand gently tilting her chin up. "Don't move, I've yet to taste the fruit over here." Darted out, aimed for the strawberry furiously on her chest. She squeaked, her mind reeling. "I'll bake you another one, so..." But Irving wasn't interested in another cake. "I want this cake," he whispered, gently her back onto the sofa until she was lying beneath him. "You made it just for me." His lips brushed against her ear. "I want every single piece of it." Just as his lips were about to descend, the door burst open with a resounding wham. Sester stood there, her expression frantic. "Meridiana, we've got trouble." She stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes widening as she took in the scene before her, Irving hovering over a disheveled and frosting-covered Meridiana. "Whoa," she said, her face a perfect mask of neutrality. "So that's what you two like." Mortified, Meridiana and Irving scrambled apart, sputtering excuses. "No, we were just..." Sester simply stared, letting the awkward silence hang in the air. Irving cleared his throat, trying to salvage some dignity. "Anyway, what's the trouble?" Seth snapped back to attention. "Oh, that's right, an emergency Saintess gathering has been called." The playful atmosphere vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling sense of dread. A Saintess gathering? Both Meridiana and Irving's eyes widened in alarm. This could only mean trouble. Just as Meridiana and Irving shared a quiet moment, the door burst open and a knight stormed in with a panicked expression, declaring that an emergency Saintess gathering had been called. Meridiana's heart leaped into her throat, her violet eyes widening in disbelief. A Saintess gathering. This was completely out of the blue, a sudden summons that sent a chill down her spine. Every year, the Saintesses from each kingdom would convene, with a different nation playing host. This year, the honor belonged to the kingdom of Joanka, and with this abrupt emergency meeting, the entire kingdom had been thrown into of last-minute preparations, the weight of the occasion settling heavily on Irving and Meridiana's shoulders. The grand doors to the meeting hall swung open, revealing a tense scene. The Saintesses were all assembled around a large, circular table, their faces a mixture of confusion and apprehension. This was Meridiana's first emergency gathering, and the air was thick with unspoken questions. The whirlwind of events meant she still hadn't found the right moment to confess the truth of her past life to Irving, a secret that felt heavier with each passing second. A shimmering light coalesced in the center of the room, and a holographic figure of a woman in a nun's habit materialized with a soft whoosh. It was the 49th Holy Mother, her face obscured by a veil, and she greeted her Saintesses with a solemn air. She explained that this was a remote meeting for the 7 Saintesses and royal representatives to share their readiness for sainthood, her ethereal gaze sweeping over the empty chair at the table. The Saintess of Song, she noted with a hint of disapproval, was absent yet again. With a chilling finality, she announced the beginning of the emergency gathering, her voice cutting through the silence. "Let me put it simply," she began, her tone dripping with ice. "The quality of Saintesses has declined dramatically in recent years." The words hung in the air, a direct accusation that made everyone shift uncomfortably in their seats. Her invisible gaze then zeroed in on the Queen of Cornelia, her voice sharp. She heard that their previous Saintess, Kitto, had used her powers for evil. The Queen nervously confirmed they had been unable to select a new Saintess of Dreams, which was why she was attending in their stead. The Holy Mother scoffed, her voice with contempt. "The people of Cornelia must be blind to bestow the rank of Saintess upon such a wicked woman." The Queen gulped, a bead of trickling down her temple under the suffocating pressure. Nearby, the bubbly blonde of Bonds, Lila, let out a tiny eep, whispering to her companion that things had suddenly become awkward and uninteresting. She had no idea these gatherings were so scary. The woman next to her, the stern-looking Saintess of Laughter, Elise, pushed up her glasses, chiding her to refrain from such shallow remarks. Layla just giggled completely. "Wow, you're so serious. Shouldn't you be laughing as the Saintess of Laughter? Or is it that gap that makes you so charming? Tee-hee, that's nice." Across the table, the sultry Saintess of Delight, Jaime, brought a long cigarette holder to her lips with a smirk. It looked like this year's gathering was going to be fun after all. Layla coughed as a plume of smoke drifted her way. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure leaned over Jaime's shoulder. It was Irving. His voice was dangerously low as he ordered her to refrain from smoking during the meeting, as it was a nuisance to others. With a swift, decisive movement, he plucked the holder from her fingers, his handsome face an unreadable mask. Jaime's lips curved into a slow, amused smile. She sighed dramatically, lamenting that he was trying to ruin her fun. Such a cold boy, she purred, her eyes trailing over him with unabashed interest. Lila gasped, then erupted into a loud laugh, slapping the table in delight. Calling the prince of another kingdom a boy was just too much. That was the kind of boldness she'd expect from a veteran saintess of 10 years. Silence! The Holy Mother's voice boomed like thunder, her holographic image flickering with rage. The room went deathly quiet. A blue-haired saintess sighed, muttering that they were getting nowhere. The Holy Mother seemed to agree, sighing at their lack of integrity. Still, it was better than kiddo, she conceded, her attention snapping back to the matter at hand. How was Cornelia going to take responsibility for ruining the reputation of all saintesses? Just then, Meldiana's clear voice cut through the tension. "If I may speak, Holy Mother," she requested, stepping forward. The Holy Mother's voice shifted to her, remembering that Meldiana's own kingdom had produced not one, but two problematic candidates. She cut her off sharply, stating she was in no mood for hackneyed excuses. That was just the introduction. With a wave of her hand, a dark, cursed necklace materialized in the air. "Here is the real issue at hand," she declared. "Ornaments to the black rose bracelet that belonged to Miranda have been found all over the world." Meldiana and Irving stared, their eyes wide with shock. This was impossible. The Holy Mother continued, explaining that their analysis revealed the black rose had the power to steal all emotions, not just love. And worse, each ornament was imbued with a powerful force that only a saintess could produce. These were dangerous, life-sucking items that left their users crippled. The terrifying implication settled over the room. Was it possible someone here, a fellow saintess, was making and distributing them? The faces around the table were a canvas of shock, disbelief, and suspicion. The Holy Mother's hologram began to dissolve, her final command echoing in the hall. They were to find the culprit, while the Holy Office gathered its own information. "Let's all be vigilant, and remember what it means to be a saintess through our meeting today." As they walked down a long, empty corridor after the meeting, Meldiana raced. It was hard to believe Miranda could have mass-produced those cursed items all by herself, but why were they only finding them now? Her thoughts were interrupted by a faint glint on the polished floor. "What is that?" she wondered, bending down to pick up a tiny, polished black gem. The moment her fingers closed around it, a bone-deep chill shot through her. A violent shudder racked her body as her eyes widened in pure terror. This gem, it pulsed with the same vile energy as the black rose bracelet. The Holy Mother's words rang in her ears. The ornaments were imbued with a power only a saintess could produce. And all the saintesses were gathered here, in this very palace. This was their chance. Together, they would find out who was responsible for the blacks. Clenching the gem in her hand, Meldiana's resolve hardened. Miranda may have been banished, but this was far from over. If she could uncover the mastermind and their true goal, she might finally uncover the truth about her own mysterious past life as well. After the tense meeting, Tradish stated a tour of the host country's treasures. Meldiana guided the other saintesses into the magnificent Royal Botanical Garden, a lush paradise filled with rare and exotic plants. As they explored, Meldiana found herself watching Layla, the Saintest of Bonds. She was a newcomer, chosen only last year after her predecessor had vanished without a trace. Layla approached a large, ethereal white flower, closing her eyes as she gently touched its petals. A soft pink aura enveloped her hand. Meldiana knew of her power. The Saintest Bonds could understand things on a deeper level through touch, an ability her country used for mediating conflicts and detecting danger. A sudden thought struck her. Could Layla have been the one who analyzed the black rose accessory for the Holy Office? As if reading her mind, Layla turned with a wink. "That's right. The head saint administrator asked me to." She then mused that love and bond seemed quite similar. But then, for a split second, her cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a chilling seriousness. "Love can exist within just one person," she stated coolly, "but bonds require mutual feelings to exist." Her smile returned just as quickly, and she giggled that bonds could be a hassle sometimes. Meldiana felt a prickle of unease. Layla was so simple on the surface, but she sensed something deeper, something hidden beneath the bubbly facade. Broke her reverie, announcing that they could all now enjoy the seasonal flowers blooming outside. Clapped her hands in excitement. This was their chance. Meldiana whispered her plan to Irving. If Layla was the culprit, she might have left evidence in her room while analyzing the black rose. They had to check. Slipping away, they quickly searched Layla's luggage. There was no sign of a bracelet, but Meldiana's eyes landed on a small vial filled with a strange purple liquid. What about this? Before they could examine it, Layla's voice echoed from the hallway, calling for her. They were about to be caught. In his haste, Irving grabbed the vial, spilling some of the liquid on his hand. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice strained. "No problem, let's hurry back," she whispered, her heart pounding as he quickly wiped his hand clean. They intercepted Layla just outside her room, who greeted them with a wide, saying small favor to ask. She leaned in close, invading Irving's space, and he felt a strange, sudden flush of heat creep up his neck. Why did his body feel so hot? Layla pointed to a barren spot on the ground, and Meldiana explained that the flower of juice to be there. It was a rare flower that withered when touched by someone with ill intent, used to expose lies. Layla pouted that the flower was gone now, but her expression quickly shifted to one of horror as she spotted a caterpillar on a nearby leaf. "Yow, a bug!" she shrieked, stumbling backward in a panic and crashing right into Irving, sending them both tumbling toward Meldiana. Irving reacted instantly, his arms shooting out to catch Meldiana, pulling her securely against his chest. The sudden, intimate contact made her gasp. She looked up and saw his face was flushed a deep, burning red, and his hand felt scorching hot against her skin. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. "Do you have a fever?" He just grunted, his catching in his throat, unable to form a coherent response. Abruptly, he pushed himself away from her, clutching his head as if in pain. "Something, please continue," he managed to stammer out before turning away. "Irving?" she cried out, watching him stumble toward a nearby pillar, where he leaned heavily, panting for air. "No," he thought, his mind reeling as he stared at his hand. The memory of the spilled purple liquid slammed into him with horrifying clarity. That medicine from earlier. He turned back to Meldiana, his eyes glazed with a feverish intensity he couldn't control. "I'm sorry," he rasped, his voice thick with a desperate need. Apparently, the liquid in that vial earlier was an aphrodisiac, it seems. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife as Irving held Mel close, his handsome face flushed a dangerous crimson. Mel's heart hammered against her ribs, his body was burning up. He grit his teeth, the confession tumbling from his lips. It was an aphrodisiac. Her brilliant blue eyes in pure shock. An aphrodisiac? The kind of wicked drug used when men and women get heated in the dark? Her mind reeled. Why on earth would the Saintest of Bonds have something so scandalous? Pushing her away with the last of his strength, Irving declared he would handle it himself. She had to go back to the others. But as he turned to leave, her small hand shot out, grabbing his. How could she possibly leave him like this, in such a state? Pointing frantically towards a nearby thicket of bushes, she ordered him to hide and wait while she brought some water. With a pained groan, Irving staggered away, his vision swimming in a red haze. He collapsed against the rough bark of a tree, every nerve ending screaming. Bad. So bad. If the drug took any more of a hold on him, could he possibly endure it? His mind, a traitor, flooded with feverish fantasies of her, of claiming those soft lips, of holding her impossibly tight to quell the throbbing, agonizing heaving through his veins. He imagined them melting together in a tangle of limbs, her breathlessly crying out his name. The vision was so vivid he could almost feel her touch, her scent filling his senses. He snapped back to reality, his eyes wide with horror at his own thoughts. What in the world was he even thinking? He clutched his head, panting, sweat beading on his brow. He wanted to treasure her, to protect her. He wouldn't take her in a place like this. Just as despair began to set in, Mel's voice cut through the haze, calling his name as she rushed back with a glass of water. "Here," she urged. "Can you drink?" But he was barely responsive, his breath coming in ragged gasps. She had to get him to drink, no matter what. As she pressed the glass to his lips, his hand shot out, knocking it from her grasp. It shattered on the ground with a sickening crash. "Irving, are you okay?" she cried out, her voice trembling. "Don't worry," she promised. "I'll bring more water right away." But as she turned, he lunged, a desperate sound tearing from his throat as he slammed his lips against hers. Her world tilted on its axis. The kiss was ravenous, suffocating, so deep she couldn't breathe. When he finally pulled back, he covered his mouth, panting heavily. Mel was dazed, her cheeks on fire, her own breath catching in her throat. "Wait," she stammered, trying to make sense of the chaos. But he was lost to reason, his eyes glazed over with a fever she couldn't quench. He grabbed her hand, his voice a low growl. It wasn't enough. Her panic spiked as she heard voices approaching. 2 other Saintesses were walking nearby, casually discussing taking a nap. "Oh no, if anyone saw them like this, it would be a disaster. Hurry," she hissed, trying to push him away. But he was an immovable force, pulling her down with him into the grass. "Mel," he whispered her name, his voice thick with raw, unrestrained need. Someone's nearby," she pleaded, her barely a whisper. But he silenced her protest with another searing kiss. The voices of the other Saintesses faded away, one scolding the other for being the Saintess of pleasure and hearing things. Thank goodness they didn't notice. The relief was a fragile thing shattering in an instant. A jolt ran through her, and she froze. What was that? Something hard was pressing insistently against her. Before she could process it, Irving let out a guttural cry of pain. He had grabbed a thick, jagged branch. With a horrifying crack, he snapped it and plunged the sharpened end deep into his own thigh. Blood blossomed through his dark trousers, a horrifying stain against the fabric. Mel's scream was silent, her face a mask of pure terror. "Irving!" she cried out, her voice breaking. He was panting, his face pale and slick with sweat. I don't want to hurt you, he choked out. Stay away from me. This couldn't go on. Mel's hand flew to her necklace. She had to neutralize this poison and fast, but a shadow fell over them. What are you doing over there? A sing-song voice interrupted. It was Layla, Saintess of Bonds, peering at them from behind a bush with a disturbingly cheerful grin. What perchance are you two doing down there? Her eyes sparkling with amusement as she took in their compromising position. To think you'd be necking in a place like this, she mused, tapping her chin. Quite bold of you. Her gaze zeroed in on Irving's flushed, pained expression. Moreover, the prince's face. It's almost as if you've taken an aphrodisiac. The question hung in the air, a perfectly aimed arrow. Both Mel and Irving froze, utterly busted. An aphrodisiac? Mel echoed faintly, her mind spinning. There was no way Layla could know for sure, so why was she saying it? Was this a trap? Was she trying to see if they suspected her? Her thoughts were a tangled mess. She couldn't think straight. But Layla's expression suddenly became one of pure, unadulterated glee as she rummaged through her bag. Pulling out a notebook, she declared it was perfect. With the intense focus of a mad scientist, she leaned in close, bombarding them with questions. Was there a difference in arousal for a specific person versus just anyone? Prince, could you endure the pain? What was the peak of sexual arousal like? Mel and Irving could only stare, completely dumbfounded by this woman's sheer audacity. Layla's eyes then fell on Irving's wounded leg, and a golden emanated from her hand as she touched the fabric above the wound. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. This aphrodisiac, was it the one from my bag? She asked, her eyes sharp. Mel's heart stopped. This was it. Before she could panic, Irving smoothly interjected, explaining there had been a leak near her bag and he'd simply wiped it up. Layla's face exploded in a blush of mortification. No way, I'm sorry, she wailed, clutching her cheeks. It was an aphrodisiac still under development. The revelation left them speechless. She was developing an aphrodisiac. For what insane reason? To combat her country's declining birth rate, of course. She winked, explaining that love and bonds were similar, and she wanted to create something to deepen those bonds. Mel was still reeling. It was so bold, so outrageous. But Layla was resolute. She believed in solving problems head-on, unlike others who relied on cursed items. As the Saintess of Bonds, she would solve everything herself. Mel found herself admitting that Layla was incredibly curious and ambitious. Layla's expression softened as she explained her difficult upbringing with a single mother, a bond that became the source of her power. Suddenly, she sidled up to Mel and gave her a sharp shove, sending her tumbling right back onto the still-suffering Irving. Please support my research, she beamed, for the sake of my country. Irving's patience had finally snapped. Saintess of Bonds, he said, his voice dangerously low. I'm sorry, but I can't go along with these unwanted human experiments any longer. Layla's smile faltered for a moment. Oh, okay, my apologies, she conceded, before producing a small, dark vial. Then here's the antidote. She tossed it to Irving. It seemed there was no malice behind the incident after all. While Mel's suspicions hadn't vanished entirely, she conceded that Layla's personality wasn't what she'd expected. As Layla scribbled in her notebook, she looked up again. By the way, the Holy Mom said one of the Saintesses is a traitor, right? For example, she leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. What do you think of Laffy? She meant Elise. Lila recounted seeing Elise after the meeting, holding something she quickly hid when Layla called out to her. When Elise turned, she looked panicked, her expression almost wild. Don't you find that suspicious? She asked, her words planting a seed of doubt. Irving's expression darkened, the thing she was hiding. A chilling image flashed through his mind. Elise, a wicked smile playing on her lips, holding a sinister necklace adorned with a black rose. Could it possibly be? The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife as Irving's smoldering bored into Meridiana. His mind was racing, wondering what secrets she was hiding, what could possibly be the truth she was concealing. But instead of pressing her, he shifted, his voice low as he asked about the Saintesses gathering tomorrow. Meridiana's heart hammered in her chest, and she managed a simple yes confirming the date. Her own thoughts, however, were on a different Saintess entirely, the sly, ever-suspicious Elise, the Saintess of Laughter, whose cunning smile always seemed to hide something dark. Meridiana's resolve hardened like steel. Her next target was set. She would investigate Elise. The next day, her plan was in motion. She had invited Elise and Sester to a luxurious hot spring facility, a supposed day of relaxation. As Meridiana explained with a welcoming smile that she'd rented the whole place out for them, Sester's jaw dropped in amazement. But Elise, ever the stoic, was already to leave. The Saintess of Delight wasn't here, she stated coolly, so she would be leaving. Sester lunged forward, yelling for her to wait, but Elise was unmoved. She adjusted her glasses, her tone frosty as she declared that a Saintess should never truly relax her mind. Meridiana and Sester could only stare, their chibi forms frozen in utter bewilderment at her impossible rigidity. Sester leaned close, whispering furiously, could someone so uptight really be the one behind the black roses? Still, she conceded, Elise was always carrying something suspicious around with her. It was true. Elise was notoriously cautious, always keeping everyone at arm's length. Sester gave Meridiana a determined thumbs up. She was all in. They would get Elise to relax in that hot spring and find a chink in her armor, no matter what it took. Meridiana put on most dazzling smile, gently persuading Elise that constant vigilance would only dull her senses. As a Saintess, wasn't it her duty to keep her mind and body in peak condition? She tempted her with the facility's salon and sauna, and Sester chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. Before they went in, Meridiana shared a look with Irving, who wished her good luck. Her purpose was clear. She would find out if Elise was the culprit right here and now. Inside, Sester was already blissfully enjoying a massage, sighing about how wonderful it felt. Meridiana had to remind her to stay focused on the mission. When she asked Elise for her opinion, the bookworm simply replied that it felt great from her seat, refusing massage because she disliked being touched by strangers. This woman's defenses were like a fortress. They tried tempting her with the sauna, the natural rock bath, but Elise shot down every suggestion. Finally, Meridiana mentioned the variety of hot springs, and for the first time, a flicker of something interest crossed Elise's face as a bead of sweat rolled down her temple. She closed her book with a soft snap, conceding that she supposed she could join them. As the three of them walked towards the outdoor baths, now dressed for the springs, the steam was thick in the air. The view was stunning, a paradise of rock and water. But the moment they stepped into the humidity, Elise's glasses fogged over completely and she stumbled blindly. She admitted everything was blurry, and Sester, ever the chivalrous friend, offered her hand with a charming smile. As Elise took it, a faint blush dusting her cheeks, Meridiana saw her chance. With an innocent smile, she offered to take Elise's glasses to the changing room for her. This was it. While Sester kept distracted, she would finally uncover the secret Elise was guarding so closely. Her heart pounded with a mix of guilt and determination as she rummaged through Elise's locker. She hated stooping to this level, but she had to know the truth. Her hands searched the pockets of Elise's clothes, and suddenly, her fingers brushed against something small and hard. A terrifying shiver shot up her spine. She pulled out a smooth, white egg-shaped stone that rolled into her palm. What on earth was this? And then she felt it, a vile, suffocating aura, the exact same dark energy she'd sensed from the Black Rose items. Her eyes widened in pure, unadulterated horror. Suddenly, a tremendous boom ripped through the air, followed by peals of manic laughter. Meridiana nearly jumped out of her skin. What was that sound? The source of the chaos revealed itself as Sester burst through a newly made hole in the wall, dragging a horrified Elise behind her from what was clearly the men's side of the baths. What in the world was going on? Elise explained frantically that Sester, tired of waiting, had tried to ply her with smuggled alcohol. Then she'd suddenly burst out laughing, wondered what was behind the wall, and simply punched her way through it. Meridiana's face drained of color. She couldn't believe Sester got drunk just to buy her time. She apologized to the frazzled Elise, explaining her friend's drunken antics, and quickly added that the whole place was rented out, so there shouldn't be any men. But they had to find Sester before she caused more damage. They decided to split up to cover more ground. Meridiana clutched the cursed stone in her hand. Her suspicions about Elise were all but confirmed. But for now, she had to play along, just watch her. As she searched near a secluded waterfall bath, hoping Sester hadn't fallen in, her eyes caught movement in the water. A strong hand gripped the stone ledge, followed by a head of familiar dark hair emerging from the steam. Her breath hitched as she saw him, fizzled, bare-chested form of Irving, relaxing in the hot spring. His crimson eyes widened in surprise. "Merde," he murmured. A wave of heat washed over her, and it had nothing to do with the steam. What was he doing here? She whispered frantically, clamping her hands over her mouth. He explained that his aides had insisted he take advantage of the empty men's bath. And then he added with a grimace Sester had made her grand entrance. Meridiana was mortified, but before she could apologize, Elise's voice called out her name. Panic seized her. A man witnessing a Saintess bathing was a scandal of epic proportions. In another country, it would be a death sentence, an incident that could spark a war. With a desperate splash, Meridiana dove into the water beside him, pressing a finger to his lips to silence him. She hissed that Elise had terrible eyesight, so he just had to stay quiet. As Elise approached, Meridiana felt solid chest against her back, his arms caging her in, and her thoughts scattered. She tried to act casual, saying her body was getting cold. Irving chose that moment to pull her tighter, his voice a low growl in her ear telling her to get out. Just then, Elise paused, asking if there was someone sitting behind her. Meridiana's mind went into overdrive. Someone? No, that was just a large rock. A dark shadow crossed Elise's face. A rock? She asked, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Elise, is it possible you can see it? Meridiana was baffled. Elise leaned closer, explaining that she'd heard rumors of things appearing at this facility. Ghosts. That was all it took. Elise shrieked in terror, scrambling from the water and yelling about being brought to a haunted bathhouse. Meridiana breathed a massive sigh of relief as Elise fled. She knew her friend hated scary stories. Later, Elise seemed to have calmed down, musing on the declining quality of Saintesses and praising the Saintess of Delight as the only normal one. Meridiana asked if they were close. Elise admitted they didn't interact much, but she held deep respect for Jaime's ability to heal others with her heart. She explained the immense, quiet pressure that Saintess endure, a pressure that often leads to their disappearance. Yet Jaime had held her position for 10 years without ever losing her composure. Elise's eyes shone with a rare, fervent admiration. She was truly destined for her role. Meridiana watched, surprised by this passionate outburst. "I want to be like her too," Elise declared with a sudden, joyful energy, and a cascade of bubbles erupted around her. "Look!" "Bubbles," she squealed. A giant glob of foam splattered right across Elise's face. Sester emerged from the depths, covered head to toe in bubbles and laughing hysterically. As Elise began to scold her, Meridiana let out a soft breath. Elise hadn't noticed Irving at all. She whispered to him with Elise's eyesight. He probably wouldn't have been seen anyway. A deep blush crept up her neck as she apologized for panicking. Suddenly, Irving's hand grabbed her shoulder, pulling her flush against the chest. He leaned in, his lips brushing Agar's hair in a soft kiss. "You don't have to apologize," he murmured, sending shivers down her spine. "But you should be thankful I managed to stay rational." Her heart threatened to beat out of her chest. Flustered, she fled the water, her mind reeling from the incy of the moment. Peeking into the changing room, she wondered if the others were done. The sight before her stole the air from her lungs. Sester was lying unconscious on the floor, and kneeling over her was Elise, her face obscured by shadows, holding that malevolent white stone above her friend. Pure terror gripped Meridiana. "What are you doing?" she screamed, her voice raw with disbelief and horror. A gasp tore from Lyra's throat as the scene exploded before her eyes. The Saintess of Power, Sester, had Elise locked in her grip, her face contorted with rage. What on earth was she doing to her sister? Elise looked utterly panicked, stammering that it was all a misunderstanding, that she had it all wrong. But Lyra's blood ran cold. "Don't play dumb," she wanted to scream, because she could feel it now, an undeniable, suffocating pressure radiating from Elise's hand. It was the same sinister from that wretched stone as the one she'd felt from the Black Rose items. The air crackled with tension as Elise's eyes went with shock. But then, something shifted. The panic in Elise's melted away, replaced by an unnerving calm. A slow, sly smirk crept onto her lips. She asked them what she was going to do, but how could she possibly answer when they pressed her so one-sidedly? Her eyes, now gleaming with a chilling confidence, challenged them. Were they even willing to listen to what someone like her had to say? Lyra swallowed hard, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The interrogation began, Elise standing before them all, her expression unreadable. First, she stated, let her make one thing clear. She never intended to harm the Saintess of Power in any way. She recounted a memory of Sester, flushed and giggly, demanding to see the very important stone. Sester had snatched it away, refusing to give it back, before promptly passing out drunk with the stone clutched in her hand. Lyra to her friend, asking if that was true. Sester's face flushed a deep crimson. She was so drunk she couldn't remember a thing. The prince, his handsome face a mask of cold scrutiny, cut through the excuses. Even if what Elise said was true, that didn't explain one crucial fact. Why would she hold so dear a simple stone that pulsed with the same dark aura as the Black Rose items? Elise, now stern and intellectual with her glasses on, scoffed at the accusation. What was the basis for such a claim, she demanded. Lyra's voice was firm, she knew, because she had touched the real thing before. It was a feeling she could never forget. But a mere feeling wasn't enough for Elise, who lunged forward and grabbed Lyra's arm with surprising strength. She needed proof, something anyone could understand. Suddenly, a protective arm wrapped around Lyra. The prince's voice was low and commanding, telling the Saintess of Laughter that was enough. He pulled Lyra behind him, shielding her from the confrontation. Lyra's shoulders slumped in defeat. It was true, her feelings alone weren't enough to convince anyone. Elise's eyes narrowed into slits of fury, accusing Lyra of simply saying whatever she wanted to make everyone else look suspicious. The prince's gaze sharpened, the piece clicking into place. Was this how she operated? Pinning the blame on the other candidates, perhaps even the Archbishop. And him too. Sester had heard enough. She told Elise to wake up from her delusions and snatch the stone from her hand. Now who was the one throwing suspicions around? She roared, her arm arsing back. With a mighty heave, she hurled the stone onto the marble floor. It hit with a sickening crack, shattering into a dozen pieces. But as the white shell broke away, something dark and glittering was revealed at its core. A gasp rippled through the room. It was a Black Rose item. Sester ran a hand through her hair, a triumphant smirk on her face. Well, now that was surprising. How did Elise explain this? Elise stared at the fragments. Hers a canvas of pure disbelief. No way, this couldn't be happening. Sester sneered, pity and disgust warring in her expression. To think Elise had such great potential, only to fall so far as to resort to cheating after not seeing results for so long. That was the final straw. "Do not take me for a fool," Elise shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation. It was true her mother and grandmother were both Saintesses, and she had been considered a failure, mocked for the serious personality she inherited from her father. But she had never given up. She had worked tirelessly, logically, to find ways to make people smile until she finally earned the title of Saintess. Had ever cheated using that thing? Her voice rose to a roar, telling them not to trample on the efforts she had made. The prince stood over the shattered remains, his foot crunching on a piece of the white shell, his expression unreadable. Was this all an act, a performance to deceive them? Yet when the stone broke, Elise's shock had seemed so genuine. Even Lyra felt a seed of doubt. Something was still bothering her. Elise clutched chest, her voice trembling as she insisted it was impossible for her stone to contain a black rose item, that there must be some mistake. Impossible, huh? The prince's voice was dangerously soft as he knelt to pick up a fragment. I'm getting out of here, and pulling the arrow. Then I can heal the wound. But a moment ago, she had said it was impossible, hadn't she? The trap was sprung. Both Lyra and Sester gasped at the brilliant deduction. He loomed over her, the pressure suffocating. There was still something she wasn't telling them, wasn't there? Lyra pleaded with her to tell them the truth. Where did she really get the stone? Cornered and trembling, Elise finally broke. The truth was, she got it from her. A memory surfaced of an elegant, shadowed hand placing the stone in hers. She got it from the Saintess of Delight. The revelation stunned them into silence. From Jamie, Sester demanded to know why she hadn't said so earlier. Elise's eyes were filled with fear and a fierce loyalty. If she had said, then the Saintess of Pleasure would be under suspicion of being involved with the Black Rose. Lyra's heart ached with understanding. Elise respected Jamie so much that her first instinct was to protect her, even if it meant taking the fall herself. The prince, Everkel, pushed for more details. Under what circumstances did she get the stone? Elise's mind drifted back to her first day in Jonka. She had timidly asked Jamie for an amulet, admitting she had no talent and needed to rely on such a thing. Jamie, reclining gracefully on a chaise lounge, had simply smiled and offered her a choice of items. Ashamed to ask for anything grand, Elise had picked the simple, unassuming white stone, something easy to carry around. So that explained why Lyra had seen her with it. But a new question arose in Lyra's mind. Was it possible Jamie had remained a Saintess for 10 years because she was using a Black Rose item's effects? No, it didn't make sense. Jamie was notoriously lazy, a woman who hated hassle and was always thinking of her next nap. Why would she go through the trouble of such a complex, evil deed? Lyra had an idea. They needed the Saintess of Truth to analyze the item. But Meldiana was preoccupied, peering through binoculars out the window. Lyra followed her gaze and her eyes widened. It was the Bishop Zarin getting into his carriage. Lyra called her name, and Meldiana jumped, blushing furiously at being caught. She begged Lyra to keep her little observation session a secret. The prince, ever observant, coolly offered to mediate if she was interested in the archbishop. Meldiana flailed in a panic, insisting it was fine, before quickly changing the subject. Right, they had an important request for her. Lyra handed over the dark jewel, and Meldiana got to work. A soft pink light enveloped the item as she focused. A moment later, her eyes snapped open. It was just as she thought. The power of both the Saintess of Pleasure and the Saintess of Laughter had been absorbed inside. Jamie's too? Lyra was stunned. This changed everything. If Jamie was knowingly using the item, she would never let it absorb her own power. This could only mean that both she and Elise were unaware of what was truly inside. Meldiana declared she needed more information, a wicked glint appearing in her eye. She suggested they show it to Asapi. The analysis would be quick, she explained with a wink. When someone involved is confronted with proof, their body betrays them, their heart starts sweating. Lyra agreed to the plan, a new determination hardening her gaze. Leave it to me, Meldiana chirped. If only they could determine Jamie's involvement. But Lyra's carefully laid plans took a bizarre turn. She and the prince found themselves in a dimly lit, smoke-filled room surrounded by couples locked in passionate embraces. Shrouded in dark cloaks, they stuck out like sore thumbs amidst the hedonism. Lyra's mind was reeling, a single thought screaming through her head. Why did we end up in a place like this? A dark, insidious power swirled in the void, the memory of crimson eyes burning with a malevolent light. Elise's heart pounded in her chest, the air thick with the scent of sweat and something sickly sweet, a dizzying mix of debauchery and despair. She and Irving stood frozen, hidden beneath their dark cloaks, surrounded by wraithing bodies lost in a haze of illicit pleasure. How on earth did they end up in a place like this? It had all started just a few hours ago, under a calm, sunset-painted sky. Standing alone on a grand balcony was a woman of breathtaking, dangerous beauty, Jaime, the Saintess of Healing, a cigarette holder perched elegantly between her fingers. Elise, Irving, and a worried Lovey had approached her, only for Jaime to turn with a knowing smile. She had something to speak to them about, her eyes locking on Elise. Saintess of Love, she purred, you're just in time. Before Elise could even process the words, Jaime's hand, clad in a long black glove, grasped her arm with surprising strength. She wanted Elise to come with her, and the boy as well. Elise sputtered, trying to explain they had something to discuss, but Jaime was already pulling them away, a silent command in her every move. Lovey was left standing alone, utterly bewildered, her mouth agape as she wondered what in the world she was supposed to do now. Her eyes widened in a silent gasp as the figure of the priest appeared in the doorway. Stranded and flustered, Lovey could only offer a mumbled apology as her friends were led away down the corridor. "Sorry, Lovey," she thought, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she followed the retreating figures with her eyes. Cloaked and hidden, they walked through a quiet garden path, the moon casting long shadows. Elise's unease grew with every step. Where were they going? Kaimei merely glanced back, a sly, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. "Just follow me and find out," she had whispered, her voice a tantalizing promise of trouble. And that's what she'd said right before bringing them here. To this den of iniquity, a strange, shimmering purple haze filled the room, a magical smoke that seemed to lower everyone's inhibitions to nothing. Men and women were locked in passionate embraces on every surface, their movements languid and unrestrained. Some chugged ill from hemmugs while others were lost in deep, hungry kisses, their bodies pressed tightly together. Irving leaned close, his warm breath tickling Elise's ear as he whispered his dark suspicion. Could it be possible these people were using illegal substances? His voice was low and grim as he turned to Jaime, demanding to know how she discovered such a sordid place. Jaime's explanation was unnervingly casual. She'd been walking through town the previous night and found a young woman looking terribly unwell. While treating her, the woman had confessed everything of the fun they have here. A small, knowing smile touched Jaime's lips as she just had to let the two of them in on this little secret. Irving's brow furrowed. If she intended to crack down on this place, she should have brought more people. Elise silently agreed, though she knew moving with a large group was always a hassle. Jaime just gave a lazy shrug, the smoke from her cigarette holder curling into the air. She claimed she didn't like sticking her nose into things, but as the Saintess of healing, she couldn't simply ignore something so harmful's health. Elise swept across the room again, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. This was absolutely no place for a prince and two saintesses to be. A cold suspicion began to creep into her mind. Was Jaime trying to trap them? Was this some kind of elaborate scheme? Her thoughts were cut short when a woman with glazed-over eyes noticed her staring. "What are you looking at?" she slurred, her words muffled as she took a long swig from her mug. Elise quickly averted her gaze, murmuring an apology, but it was too late. The man beside the woman turned, his eyes raking over Elise's cloaked form with a predatory grin. "By the looks of it, this is your first time here, isn't it?" he drawled, his gaze lingering. "You've got a real nice body." He started to reach for her, his intention sickeningly clear. "How about you spend the night feeling good with me?" Before his fingers could even brush her cloak, Elise recoiled, flatly refusing him. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her flush against a firm body. It was Irving. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice dangerously low, "but she's already taken." The other woman simply shrugged and pulled the man back towards her, offering herself up instead. Elise watched them, her mind racing. How could a place like this exist so close to the palace without anyone noticing? A fire of righteous anger ignited within her. "Irving," she whispered, her voice filled with a new, steely resolve. "We have to do something about this." "I agree," he replied without a moment's hesitation. She blinked, surprised by his immediate accord, before a new worry surfaced. "By the way, what happened to Jaime?" Her eyes darted around the room, and she gasped, "Over there." Jaime was slipping away into a back room. A shared look of concern passed between them. What'd she possibly be planning to do back there all by herself? "So when I couldn't reassure you." A sharp yanking sound was followed by another voice. "Don't sell it for cheap." A puff of purple, glittering dust floated in the air. Peeking around the corner, they saw a blond man with cold, cruel eyes holding a cigar. He was clearly the boss. "Take as much money as you can from those who can afford it," he ordered. Elise's hammered in her chest. Was that him? The mastermind behind this whole sordid party? The boss's voice dropped, laced with menace. "Be careful," he warned. "Some people might come around trying to crack down on us." His eyes glinted with a murderous light. "Kill anyone that seems suspicious." A palpable, suffocating pressure filled the air, and Elise shivered involuntarily. Just then, a basket on a high shelf wobbled and came crashing down with a loud clatter. "Busted." The blond man whipped around, his eyes narrowed into slits. "Who's there?" he roared. Elise and Irving froze, their faces paling in horror. Heavy footsteps thudded towards them. Panic seized Elise. Were they going to kill them for eavesdropping? In that split second of terror, Irving's hand came up, gently lifting her chin. Before she could utter a sound, his lips crashed down on hers. It was a desperate, all-consuming kiss, meant to be a performance, a distraction. He whispered against her mouth, his voice a low vibration that shot through her entire body. "Follow my lead." Her mind reeled. Irving, she thought, her body trembling as he deepened the kiss, his tongue tracing her lips. She understood the logic. They had to pretend to be one of the intoxicated couple seeking privacy. But if he kept kissing her this deeply, this passionately, her thoughts dissolved into a hazy, breathless blur. I can't breathe." Her mind was white noise. Completely overwhelmed by the sensation of his lips on hers, a thug rounded the corner, his eyes landing on their entwined forms. They'd been found. Elise's eyes flew open in panic, but Irving's gaze was locked on hers, intense and burning. We're not done yet, he murmured before demanding more. He pulled her impossibly closer, continuing the charade with a fervor that felt all too real, his hands sliding up her leg beneath the cloak. The thug grunted, turning back to his boss. It's just a couple of the guests. The boss cursed under his breath, clearly annoyed. What are they doing necking all the way back here? He took a step forward, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. In a flash of movement that was too fast to follow, Irving released Elise, spun around, and had the boss in a chokehold with a blade pressed to his throat. The thug lay unconscious on the floor. The boss's eyes were wide with terror and recognition. What are you doing here? The whole thing was so sudden, so surprising, that Elise was left breathless and dizzy. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips still tingling. After kissing the way they did, he suddenly went off to accost the criminal. It was almost too much to process. Just then, Jaime reappeared as if from nowhere, holding a small, ornate box. Saintess of love, she called out. Elise spun around. Jaime, where were you? I found something remarkable in the back room, Jaime said, a strange glint in her eyes. The captured boss paled. Jaime opened the box, and several smooth, whites tumbled out, cracking on the floor. From within the shattered shells emerged tiny, perfectly formed black roses. Elise's blood ran cold. Black roses? It wasn't drugs, Jaime explained, holding up one of the stones. It was these. They were carrying them around hidden in these stones. Her gaze met Elise's. And unfortunately, I know this stone from somewhere. That's the stone you gave to Elise, isn't it? Elise's heart dropped. Jaime knew about that. Exactly what I wanted to talk to you about earlier, she stammered, her mind reeling. Jaime's expression softened slightly. It seems like you didn't know what was inside, huh? Elise shook her head vehemently. No, she had no idea. Jaime explained she'd found it at a market and felt a strange power from it that made her feel weak, never realizing it was draining her own abilities. She gave it to Elise because she wanted it, admitting it was a foolish thing to do. A wave of relief washed over Elise. If Jaime were connected to the black roses, she never would have brought them here. She assured Jaime that if she explained everything, Princess Elise would understand. Jaime smiled, promising to apologize later. Now then, her attention shifted back to their prisoner. Irving loomed over the blonde man, his aura suffocatingly dark. So you were disseminating these out to people, huh? Elise stepped forward, her own eyes now hard as ice. Where did you get them? The man spat back defiantly, as if I'd tell you. A chillingly calm expression settled on Elise's face. Oh, you will tell us. Jaime watched with amusement. My, you look quite serious, she mused, especially since you were the first to fall victim to the Black Rose. Tricked by that apprentice, do you really hate these items that much? Tears pricked Elise's eyes. That wasn't my first time, she thought, the painful memory of giving Irving the cursed necklace flashing in her mind. She finally understood his coldness back then. This was it. This was her chance to find answers. I can't let this opportunity slip away, she vowed silently. Jaime seemed to sense the shift in the air. If that's the case, she said, her voice dropping, you're being too nice. With a sickening crunch, she brought her heel down hard on the man's hand. He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Jaime ground her heel in further, a terrifyingly sweet smile on her face. You'll tell us if you value these precious things of yours? Got it, kid. Ah, he shrieked, tears down his face. He broke completely. Ah! I'll tell you. Stop. I got them from a church in the Sunia district. From the Black Rose sect. He confessed everything in a torrent of pained sobs. A man known as the Black Rose leader was handing them out. He and his friends got hooked on the high and saw a business opportunity in the growing demand. As he spoke, an image of a smiling, hooded figure filled Alyssa's mind. Her entire body went rigid with shock. Did he just say Black Rose sect? And Black Rose leader? Amidst a shower of dark, ethereal rose petals, a hooded figure smirked with chilling confidence. Eliza's breath hitched, her silver hair framing a face of pure shock as her hand flew to the necklace at her throat. Her mind reeled with the chilling words she just heard. Did he just say Black Rose sect and Black Rose leader? The revelation sent a shiver down her spine, the implication terrifying. Back at the mansion, Prince Irving watched grimly as his men led away the captured perpetrators, their bodies bound. He muttered to Eliza that this wretched sect must have thought of terrible ways to misuse the items. Elise agreed, her heart heavy as she looked at the collapsed woman on the floor, a victim who'd become intoxicated by the sheer force of her power being drained away. It was a horrifying concept. An aide approached the handsome prince, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, and reported that Master Irving had been successfully transported. Irving's expression hardened, his red eyes blazing with fury as he gave his orders protect the people inside and arrange for their treatment immediately. He couldn't believe they would drag innocent civilians into something so vile. It looked down, her face a mask of sorrow for victims. She clutched her necklace, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. The transactions had taken place in a church, so close to the sanctity of the royal castle. The audacity was infuriating. This root of all evil, this shadowy Black Rose sect and its mysterious leader, was lurking somewhere within the kingdom, a poison spreading through the streets. The scene shifts to a brighter day, the fourth of the Saintesses' gathering where the ladies were touring the castle town. A guide announced their next destination with a flourish. Sometime later, the Saintess of Laughter, Jaime, approached Elise, the quiet Saintess of the Heart, asking if she had a moment. Elise turned, her expression questioning. Jaime offered her a small, beautifully wrapped gift. It was a golden pocket watch, something she'd bought for herself the year she became a Saintess, a treasure she's now passing on. With a gentle, sincere smile, Jaime explained that while it was hardly a proper apology for her previous actions, she hoped this small token could bring some comfort to Elise's heart. Elise's hands clasped together, her eyes wide with unshed tears. Completely overwhelmed by the gesture, she threw her arms around Jaime, thanking her again and again for her kindness. The day's tour continued, but the pleasantries were shattered in an instant. As Meridiana suggested to Rasha they buy a souvenir for Kamal, the mood in the marketplace became sour. A nervous muttering spread through the crowd. A man's face twisted in rage, his frustration boiling over. Suddenly, chaos erupted as he smashed a crate of produce, screaming that they were promised something of better quality. The crowd surged forward, a frantic energy taking hold as they demanded to know where the Black Rose were. Layla, who had been shopping for souvenirs, paused as she heard the commotion, her expression one of pure confusion. She turned just in time to see the riot unfolding, a jolt of fear running through her. A man with dark, hollow eyes, clearly under the influence of something sinister, slowly turned his head. His gaze locked onto her, his eyes scanning her blonde hair and distinctive earrings. He raised a trembling finger, his voice a crazed shout. "It's the Black Rose leader." The mob's attention snapped to her in an instant, their eyes with desperation as they screamed for her to give them the black roses. Lila clutched her bag, terrified and confused. A woman lunged forward, grabbing her shopping bag and demanding the items. The bag tore open, its contents spilling onto the cobblestone as Lila cried out that they had the wrong person. Meridiana couldn't just buy. She dashed through the crowd, shouting for them to stop. She stood protectively in front of the trembling Layla, her voice ringing with authority. "She is the Saintest of Bonds, not the Black Rose leader." Layla frantically insisted she had no black roses, her hands held up to prove her innocence, but the mob was beyond reason. A man pointed, his voice filled with conviction. "A woman with blonde hair and teardrop-shaped earrings, you are the one." Another man held up a strange device which projected a glowing, holographic image of a cloaked figure with the same blonde hair and earrings, their face hidden in shadow. "Black Rose leader," he screamed, his voice echoing the crowd's delusion. Meridiana's eyes widened in disbelief. As the recording played, a voice eerily similar to Layla's spoke of bringing salvation through the bond of black roses, accompanied by a sinister, smiling image. Meridiana turned to Layla in shock, asking if that was her voice. Layla was on the verge of tears, swearing she had no idea what any of this was. At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice cut through the chaos. It was the Archbishop, Lord Zellin, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed with contempt. He sneered that was finally showing her true colors. A dark, murderous aura emanated from him as he glared down at her. He raised a commanding hand. "Apprehend the Black Rose leader," he boomed, his voice leaving no room for argument. The knights immediately seized Layla, her face a picture of terror as they gripped arms. He announced to the crowd that the church had been investigating the Black Rose sect discreetly. His gaze was like ice as he stared at the struggling Layla, declaring with false pity that he never thought the distributor would be a saintess from another kingdom. Layla tried to protest, to say no, that it wasn't her. The Archbishop cut her off with chilling finality, telling her she'd have time for excuses later. With a final, damning command, he ordered them to throw the Saintess of Bonds in jail. The knights prepared to drag her away into the darkness. Meridiana cried out, protesting that he was being too hasty, but the Archbishop was unmovable. He coldly stated that his first duty was to report this to the Holy Office, and that future measures would be decided by them. Until then, all Saintesses were to remain in their quarters. Meridiana was left standing alone in the now quiet square, her heart aching with worry for her friend. She watched, helpless, as the guards led Layla away in chains. On the ground, she spotted Layla's small pink notebook, left behind in the chaos. Picking it up, she remembered Layla's passionate words about solving her own crazed problems, and a deep suspicion took root in her heart. Someone as diligent as Layla could never be a criminal. Later that night, Meridiana and Irving, cloaked in shadows, slipped into the deserted church in the Sunia district. The Archbishop had ordered them to stay in their rooms, but Meridiana couldn't still while her friend was in danger. They had to capture the real Black Rose sect and prove Layla's innocence, no matter the cost. She knew it was unlikely the culprits left any clues behind, but she had to try. She pulled out Layla's notebook, wondering why anyone would go to such lengths to frame her. Perhaps the answer was inside the notebook itself. As she flipped through the pages, her eyes landed on a picture of a handsome young man tucked between the the leaves. Before she could wonder who he was, the church door creaked open, and Irving stepped inside, announcing he had an eyewitness report. They met with an old woman who claimed she saw people carrying crates out of the church late the previous night, fleeing just as the guards arrived at the mansion. Irving, Meridiana, and their aides listened intently to her story. Meridiana asked if she knew where they had gone. The woman explained they had escaped in a wagon, but that was all she knew, her eyes then following the open notebook in Meridiana's hands. Her face lit up in surprise. "Oh my," she exclaimed, "that's a rare picture you have there." It was a picture of Lord Zellion in his youth. Meridiana and Irving exchanged a stunned look. The Archbishop? The woman gushed about how popular he was back in his day, and Irving whispered to Meridiana, realizing that Layla, who claimed to be an admirer, somehow didn't even know the Archbishop's name. Irving's expression was serious. It didn't add up. Meridiana's mind raced. There had to be another reason Layla was watching him. A chilling possibility began to form. Maybe there was a dark connection between them. Irving immediately formed a plan. He would ask his father for more information on the Archbishop. Meridiana nodded, her eyes filled with determination, and she would ask the other Saintesses what they knew about Layla. She walked purposefully down a long hall, ready to uncover the truth. She was met by Jaime, who called out to her, saying it was perfect timing. Meridiana asked if something had happened. Jaime held out the small, glowing device from the riot, and Meridiana asked, asking where she got it. Jaime explained she'd procured it while inquiring about Layla's punishment. Then came the bombshell. The person in the recording was not the Saintest of Bonds. As the Saintess of Laughter, she could feel the energy from a person's smile, and this one was completely different. Though their appearance and voice were similar, she knew with absolute certainty that it was an imposter. Meridiana looked at her with a newfound respect, a small, trusting smile on her face. She believed Mi's intuition completely. But that left one burning question. Who would want to frame Layla? An image of the Archbishop's face, contorted with rage, flashed in her mind. Could it really him? The scene turned dark and ominous. Meanwhile, Prince Irving pushed open the heavy doors to his father's study, announcing his arrival to discuss the Saintess gathering. But the sight that greeted him made his blood run cold. "Father! Mother!" he cried out, his voice cracking with panic. He rushed towards them, his face a mask of pure terror. The king and queen were slumped in their chairs, their eyes vacant, exuding a familiar, sinister feeling. As his father's hand weakly reached for him, Irving recognized the suffocating aura instantly. It was the same dark energy as the Black Rose items. This is bad, he thought, a horrifying realization dawning on him as he spun around. The culprit is already inside the castle. Before he'd even draw his sword, a brutal blow struck him from behind, and the world dissolved into blackness as he collapsed to the floor. A cold dread washed over Prince Irving as the realization hit him like a physical blow. This was bad, so incredibly bad. The culprit was already inside the castle. A wave of suffocating dark energy pulsed through the room, crashing over him in a violent torrent. His handsome face, usually a mask of calm authority, twisted in shock and pain as the corrupt power overwhelmed his senses. He collapsed on the bed, his sharp crimson catching one last glimpse of the ceiling before his world faded to black. Darkness consumed him completely. At the Grand Cathedral, the air was thick with tension. The Saintesses and nobles were gathered for a sudden, unscheduled event, their whispering the hallowed space. Lovey stood beside the Archbishop, her silver hair like spun moonlight, her heart heavy with unease. This was all too sudden. The Archbishop let out an impatient sigh, his golden hair shimmering under the light. How many times did he have to tell her? With the public unrest from yesterday's riot at a fever pitch, it was precisely the right time to show them the power of the Saintesses and reassure them. He spoke with such conviction, but Lovey's intuition screamed that something was wrong. "It's time," he declared, turning on his heel. "Let's go." Lovey followed, her mind racing. She'd only been informed about this emergency gathering late last night. The office had apparently decided that the 4 remaining Saintesses, excluding the imprisoned Layla, would hold a joint prayer meeting. But they had new, earth-shattering information. The Black Rose leader was a man, not Layla. The person in the hologram was a complete stranger. They had insisted Layla was innocent, but the Archbishop was a stone wall. He'd coldly decreed that the Saintess of Bonds' judgment would take place after the gathering. The progress of the prayer meeting took priority, first and foremost. He was to listen to a single word. It was infuriating, but she had no choice but to comply for now. As they entered the main hall, the chatter of the crowd buzzed in her ears. They were all talking about the riots, the terrifying attack, and the Black Rose items, their faces etched with fear. The Archbishop stepped forward, his face a mask of pious concern. "We're sorry for causing you concern," he announced, his voice smooth as silk. "But you can all rest assured." He stood before the altar with the 4 Saintesses, a beacon of false hope. "May the Saintesses bring peace to our world." Lovey's heart sank. This was a farce. With only 4 of them present, how could they possibly quell everyone's fears? They should be clearing Layla's name first. But the Archbishop raised his hand, beginning the ceremony. Lovey's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? But His Majesty isn't even here yet." "Come, devout believers," he called, ignoring her silent protest. "Clear your minds. It is time for prayer. The other Saintesses exchanged nervous glances as the sacred crystal on began to glow, bathing the room in holy light. The crowd gasped in awe. This was utterly ridiculous. Starting without the king was an unprecedented breach of protocol. If Irving were here, he would have put a stop to madness in an instant. But he wasn't. A chilling realization dawned on her she was the only one who could. She steeled her resolve, standing tall. At that very moment, a sinister rustle echoed from the rose bushes outside. With a horrifying crackle, monstrous black vines, covered in vicious thorns, erupted from the ground. They shot upwards, a grotesque parody of life, catching the Saintesses completely off guard. The crowd screamed in terror as the vines lashed out, wrapping around their bodies, coiling on their necks like serpents, black roses. Why were they coming out of there? A wave of horrifying déjà vu washed over Lovey. It's the same as before. But if it was the same, she knew what to do. She had to pour her power into them. Compose yourself, she commanded herself silently. There's a way to deal with these. Stop the prayer, she screamed at the archbishop. He shot her a look of pure rage, incensed by her interruption. The other Saintesses stared, utterly bewildered. He ignored her completely, raising a gloved hand towards the wreathing chaos. Begone, you filth. I pray, subdue your violence. And return to the darkness. In an instant, the rampaging vines froze. Lovey's jaw dropped. The black roses began to wither and turn to dust. The crowd stared in disbelief. This archbishop's power? But since when they have power like this? Clutching his head in a display of feigned exhaustion, the archbishop lamented. Oh goodness. Here he had put a charge on the Saintesses. His voice suddenly turned sharp, as steel as he whipped around, pointing an accusing finger directly at them. You all tried to seize power by involving our citizens. Lovey was speechless, her world tilting on its axis. Archbishop, what are you talking about? He launched into a venomous tirade, blaming the banished Saintess of Dreams and the Saintest of Bonds for the Black Rose crisis, his words dripping with poison. The notion that Saintesses are pure of heart is nothing but superstition. They are all consumed by selfish desires and think only of themselves. The crowd, glazed over and shadowed, began to murmur in agreement. So the riots were the Saintesses' plot. I can't believe it. I have no trust in them anymore. The other Saintesses watched in horror. Something's off about the people here. The archbishop's voice rose to crescendo, his arms spread wide in a grand, theatrical gesture. It is precisely because they possess special powers that these so-called Saintesses have grown arrogant. You must all remember their outrageous acts. These acts will not be forgiven. The crowd roared back, a wave of manipulated fury. Now then, join me. He beckoned, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. In creating a new era, his eyes held a terrifying, triumphant glint, and a dark, crackling emanated on his collar. Lovey's blood ran cold as the final piece of the puzzle slammed into place. So that's what he was after. He forced the Saintess gathering so that he could eliminate us. Archbishop! Lovey cried out, her voice trembling. Are you seriously saying that? He turned to her, a cruel, twisted smirk playing on his lips. You Saintesses are worthless. It is unavoidable. The horrifying truth crashed down on her. I knew it. He set us all up. Just how long had he been plotting this coup? Was it before he framed Layla? Before he had her thrown in prison? No. Her mind flashed back through a series of disturbing memories. He started acting strangely when he found that Black Rose item in her room, refusing to listen to reason. He sided with Miranda during the trials, trying to get her disqualified. So you've finally revealed your true identity, she snarled, her eyes blazing. The archbishop's grin only widened. You set this all up, didn't you? Another Saintess accused. The Black Roses. It was all a charade. He threw his hands up, feigning exasperation. When the odds are stacked against you, you play the victim card. This is how the Saintesses prey on people's kindness. That's true. The crowd murmured, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. The Saintesses have been nothing but problems. We don't need them anymore. A chant began to swell, echoing off the cathedral walls. Eliminate the Saintesses? We don't need them. The rabble was completely under his spell. The archbishop watched, a look of pure, ecstatic villainy on his face. I've been waiting so long to eliminate those troublesome little girls. Go ahead, he thought, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Lose your composure and cry pitifully. The vines on the citizens began to twitch again. They slithered and pulsed with a life of their own. Suddenly, a man let out a blood-curdling shriek. H! The Black Rose says. The archbishop's face contorted in fury. Impossible. I thought I started the control unit. Why are they running rampant? Archbishop, help me, please. A man cried out. Use your powers like you did before. Lovey's eyes widened. He's not trying to stop them. Everyone. Let's use the power of prayer to destroy them. The archbishop saw his opening. This is unexpected, but a good opportunity. This is all the Saintesses' own doing, he roared. The only way to stop the Black Roses is to kill the Saintesses. The crowd wavered, but his next words were cut off by a new, powerful voice. "Don't believe anything this man says." A flash of pink and gold descended from above, landing with practiced grace. The Archbishop stood dumbfounded. You here? It was Layla, freed from her prison cell. The prince arranged for my release, she stated coolly. Lovey could hardly believe it. Lila? Lila faced the crowd, her voice ringing with righteous fury. Don't be fooled, this man. The Archbishop is a scum who used and abandoned my mother like she was trash. The Archbishop sputtered, his composure finally cracking. Why? What are you talking about? I will tell you the truth. Her gaze fixed on the man who was her father. My mother lived in the kingdom of Joanka. She dated this man before he became Archbishop. And when she realized she was pregnant with me, he abandoned her. But even after all that, my mother never stopped believing in him. She always told me my father was a great man. Layla's voice was laced with a deep, aching sadness. Because of her words, I was so excited to meet you. But when she had approached him, he had looked at her with utter disdain. I have no such stain on my life, he'd sneered. Her expression hardened into cold fury. He didn't remember my mother at all, and tried to get rid of me by framing me. The memory of Layla staring at a picture of the Archbishop suddenly made horrifying sense to Lovey. So that's why she kept that picture of him? The crowd began to murmur, the spell breaking. The Archbishop abandoned her. No, this girl is trying to set me up, he shrieked. But Layla was prepared. She held up a document for all to see. A paternity test. Our relationship has been verified and proven through the use of my powers. The crowd gasped. If she used hers, can't be wrong. That's lying. Violence. All of you. He roared, but it was too late. You're a disgrace, Archbishop. Lovey declared, stepping forward as divine light enveloped her. You tried to incite the citizens with Black Rose items, but everyone has regained their sanity now. The people looked down at the now limp vines, their eyes clear. Acknowledge your crimes, Lovey demanded, her voice echoing with power. The Archbishop looked trapped. Sigh, fine. I will put an end to all of this. He reached into his robes and pulled out a handful of corrupted seeds. You annoying little saintesses and ignorant commoners. She'll disappear, Lovey gasped in horror. He threw the seeds into the air, laughing like a madman as they exploded into a forest of monstrous vines. I alone will survive and rebuild this country as its savior. A thorny shot towards Lovey, but Layla shoved her aside, taking the blow herself. Lovey! Lila cried out her name. I'll be fine, Lila insisted, pushing herself up. Go after the Archbishop. He's holding the prince captive to prevent you from using your powers. Lovey's heart stopped. He's got Irving. The horrifying image filled her mind. In a dark, desecrated chamber, Prince Irving lay trapped in a crystal coffin. Vicious black roses wrapped around his still form, thorns digging into his fine uniform. His handsome face serene, lost in a cursed slumber, a pawn in the Archbishop's twisted game from the very beginning. The Archbishop's voice was a venomous whisper, revealing his final, twisted checkmate. He was holding the prince captive, he sneered, to prevent her from using her powers. The world tilted on its axis, and all the air left Meridiana's lungs. Her eyes widened and pure, unadulterated. He's got Irving. The thought was a shard of ice in her heart. A few days earlier, under the samurai, the church spire loomed like a promise of damnation. Inside, Kisara had faced the handsome, silver-haired Archbishop, her trembling but firm. Don't you remember, Mother? She pleaded. I'm your daughter. Kisara? His golden eyes narrowed, a flicker of something ancient and forgotten stirring in his mind. Hamana? Damn it, he couldn't be expected to remember every little thing from so long ago. With a look of utter disgust, he dismissed the notion entirely. He had no such stain on his life, he declared coldly. He didn't care whose daughter she was. He just needed to hurry and get rid of her. As he stalked away, his footsteps echoing ominously, his mind raced with frustration. Was it a mistake to imprison Meridiana, framing her for the crimes of the Black Rose leader? He had been driven by panic, desperate to eliminate her, but these wretched saintesses were constantly in his way. He clenched his fist, a small, ornate object glinting in his gloved hand. Damn it all! He threw open the grand doors, a new, more sinister plan forming in his mind. However, if he could erase her love for the prince and render Meridiana utterly powerless, this kingdom would finally be his to do with as he pleased. And there, trapped within a horrifying glass coffin, entwined with menacing thorny vines, was Prince Irving. The prince's eyes burned with hatred, his voice strained as he spat out the question. Did he intend to kill him? Zellion simply chuckled, a sound devoid of all warmth. Oh no, he wouldn't go so far as to take his life. He still had a use for him, after all. Now in the present, Zellion stood before them, a triumphant god in his own twisted narrative. He sneered at Meridiana, telling her she wouldn't get away with this. So she chose the man she loved over her friends and the citizens. How predictable for the Saintess of Love. But Meridiana's gaze was like steel. No, she corrected him, her voice unwavering. They all made me come after you. In her mind, she saw them, Kisara, her friends, all of them fighting the encroaching darkness with fierce determination. I trust in their powers, she declared. Zellion's smirk widened into a cruel grin. It matters not, he cooed, you're too late. He gestured dramatically towards the coffin. This device absorbs the power of love. When the royal flower withers, the prince will forget all the feelings he ever had for you. A wave of terror washed over Meridiana and Irving as they looked at each other, the petals of the dark rose already beginning to fall. Zellion threw his head back and laughed, a sound that echoed with madness. Without a source of love, you are utterly powerless, Meridiana's mind reeled. A device that absorbs love, how could such a thing even exist? In the glass prison, Irving gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. He couldn't lose his love for Meridiana. He couldn't let that happen. Irving! She cried, rushing forward and pressing her hands against the cold glass. Hold on just a little longer! I will get you out of there. He met her desperate gaze and gave a weak, determined nod. She glowered frantically, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The light in the royal flower was already waning, fading into nothingness. There had to be a way out of this. But it was no use. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Zellion snapped his fingers. A terrifying red magic circle erupted on the floor, its light bathing the room in blood. The energy crackled violently, surging towards Meridiana. It was a trap. Red lightning coiled around her like ethereal snakes, lifting her into the air as she screamed in agony. Meridiana, Irving yelled, his voice raw with terror, helplessness. This is a trap, she gasped, the searing pain overwhelming her. Watched her suffering with a look of ecstatic pleasure. To die attempting to save the man you love, a death befitting the Saintess of love, he sneered, his face a mask of pure evil as Irving glared daggers at him. Zellion began to preach, his voice booming with self-righteous fury. The church should unite the people's faith, not see them toyed with by thoughtless little girls. You are poison that corrupts the faithful, he spat, pointing a condemning finger at her. As a servant of God, I will eliminate you. Through the haze of pain, a sudden clue struck Meridiana. Do you truly hate us that much? She asked, her voice quiet but piercing. He flinched, a barely perceptible tremor. In your speech, she continued, her eyes shining with newfound understanding, I sensed a personal hatred. You resent young women who are valued more than you, just for a little talent. You thought you deserved that recognition, didn't you? Rage twisted Zellion's handsome features into something ugly. What did you say? Meridiana's lips curved into a sad, knowing smile. By the looks of it, I hit the nail on the head. With renewed strength, she slammed her hand against the glass prison. I won't let your petty ambitions steal the people's peace or our love. The red lightning continued to crackle around her, but she ignored it, desperately searching for a way to unlock the coffin. I need to hurry, she thought, her desperation mounting. Zellion watched in disbelief. This little girl, she was healing her injuries with her Saintess powers, even as the lightning struck her. He snarled, grabbing a crossbow. Damn you, you persistent bitch. Irving's eyes widened in horror as Zellion fired. A sickening thud echoed in the silence, and the arrow sank deep into Meridiana's back. Time seemed to stop. A guttural roar of pure, animalistic rage ripped from Irving's throat. So, you bastard. The Archbishop calmly lowered his weapon, a serene, twisted smile on his face. I have no personal resentment, he lied smoothly. I simply wish to correct their harmful plots. I've worked so hard, done such horrible things to get where I am, and you girls, with your one measly skill, trample over it all. A world like that is wrong, isn't it? Meridiana, pull yourself together. Irving pleaded, his voice cracking. She clutched the spreading bloodstain on her dress. This is bad, she thought weakly. The arrow is still in me. I can't heal myself. Zellion licked his lip, savoring his victory. He should have just gotten rid of her right away. But then a soft sound broke the tension. Meridiana was laughing, a weak, breathless chuckle. What's so funny? Zellion demanded, his brow furrowing. Blood from her lips as she looked at Irving, a profound realization dawning in her eyes. Ah, so Irving, you didn't betray me in my past life after all. Past life? Irving whispered, confused. You asked me before what I was worried about, didn't you? Let me tell you now. With a heartbreakingly beautiful smile, she confessed the impossible. I've died once before. You asked what I was so afraid of, remember? Let me say it now. I died once already. The Archbishop plot succeeded. Your love for me was gone, and we're exiled. I met a miserable end, and then I came back. A memory of them together, so happy, flashed before her eyes. On the day of the Flower Festival, Irving stared, utterly stunned. Zellion scoffed. Have you lost your mind? No, Irving whispered, the pieces clicking together in his mind. You really did start acting strange from the Flower Festival without any warning at all. You break our engagement, pushing me away like that. It had never happened before. Zellion's eyes lit up with manic understanding. So Meridiana was already broken, unable to tell dream from reality, betraying the one she should love. How fatal for the Saint of Love. He cackled, his victory assured. Meridiana slumped, her strength failing. At last, she knew for certain, Erwin never betrayed me. Yet, am I fated to die after losing love? I will never lose my feelings for you. Irving roared, slamming his fists against the glass. And she whispered, looking up at him. I'm getting out of here, and pulling the arrow. Then I can heal the wound. Tears mixed with blood on her pale cheeks. Hey, Irwin, let me apologize. I'm sorry. I never understood. In my past life, you abandoned me, and I thought you betrayed me. Time, I tried to leave you first. Zellion slithered between them. Those who speak of love are destined to betray and be betrayed. Where there's no love, betrayal can't be born. If you trust no one, you'll never be betrayed. I see, Irving said, his voice dangerously calm. That's why you live alone. Huh? Zellion scoffed. Who could ever trust a man who believes in neither love nor bonds? 'Cause you never betray, you're never loved, Irving shot back, his words like daggers. And you wear that loneliness like a badge of honor, so? Zellion sneered. You trusted that girl. And what happened? You were dumped and got hurt, right? At first I was shocked, Irving admitted softly, his gaze on Meridiana. But I felt there had to be a reason. Wrong, Meridiana whispered, shaking her head. You did nothing wrong. No, Irving insisted, his voice thick with regret. If you can't believe in my love, it's because I never showed it properly. I'm bad with words, and you always had to read my feelings. I took that for granted. So when at most, I couldn't reassure you. I deeply regretted everything. To think, all this time, I tried to change myself. But did I really change? After you tried to break the engagement, I wasn't good at showing my feelings. But I tried to put them into words, again and again. You kept trying to make me believe, even though I doubted you. If I'd believed in your love sooner, she sobbed, pressing her hand to the glass. Could have changed the future. Irving smiled, a gentle, loving expression on his handsome face. Even when you thought you couldn't trust me, you still tried to believe, didn't you? A brilliant pink light began to pulse from her chest, from her very soul. Without love in your heart, the royal flower can't shine. Hope bloomed in her tear-filled eyes as she looked at him. The royal flower on the pedestal burst into a radiant golden glow, bathing the room in warmth. What? Zellion gasped. It's glowing brighter. Their hands met across the glass, a physical barrier that could no longer separate their hearts. Mel, he murmured, not a single moment since we met have I not loved you. Even if I'm reborn, I'll love you again. Yes. Sheer's joy and sorrow streaming down her face. Even though she felt betrayed, even though she despaired, she had always wanted to trust him. No matter how hard she tried to reject him, she had always loved him. A cataclysmic burst of colored light erupted from her, a supernova of pure love and power, finally unleashed. Her heart ached with the memory of his final promise, his handsome face etched with sorrow as he vowed that if he were ever reborn, he would find her and love her all over again. That promise, that love, now coursed through her veins, her eyes filling with tears not of sadness, but of overwhelming power. A brilliant, kaleidoscopic light erupted from her very being, a dazzling spectacle of holy energy that washed over the corrupted chamber. The wretched archbishop recoiled, clutching his head as if struck by lightning, his mind reeling from the sheer force of this divine power. What was this warm, suffocating pressure? For Irwin, it was a balm to his cursed soul. The warmth spread through his blackened arm, a gentle light that made his entire body feel weightless. Meridiana trembled, a heat she'd never felt before racing through her. And in that moment, she understood everything. This was their power, born from a love that transcended even death itself. This was the true power of love. Tears of joy down her face as she reached for him, her voice choked with emotion as she cried out his name, Irwin, I love you too. They fell into a desperate embrace, a collision of two souls finally reunited. But the moment was shattered by the sharp thwip of an arrow piercing through her back. The archbishop's face was a mask of disbelief, his mind unable to process the scene before him. But the pain wasn't hers, and had twisted his body at the last second, taking the arrow for her, his arm wrapped protectively around her waist. A soft groan escaped her lips, a mixture of pain and relief. He held her tighter, his face buried in her hair, whispering his gratitude that she was safe. The archbishop stared, his entire body trembling, his sanity finally snapping. Blood, thick and dark, streamed from his eyes like crimson tears as he reached a trembling hand towards them, his voice a ragged scream. He accused her of not just stealing his love, but now of stealing his very life. In his mind's eye, he saw himself again, aiming the crossbow with a face twisted by pure, unadulterated hatred. His voice had echoed with malice, a simple, brutal command, drop dead. But his plan had failed. Irwin and Meridiana stood together, a united front against his madness, and they knew with chilling certainty that words would no longer reach him. They had to stop him, not just for themselves, but to save everyone else. The black rose he'd cultivated was running rampant, its corruption spreading even to the prayer meeting where their friends were gathered. The archbishop let out a cackle, a sound devoid of all humanity, his grip on the crossbow tightening. There was no need to return to the venue, he sneered, his smile a terrifying slash across his face. A wounded black rose greedily life force to heal itself. and by now everyone there had surely become its nourishment. Horror dawned on Meldiana's face, her sapphire eyes widening. Then, all the more reason to end this now, Irwin declared, his expression hardening as sinister black thorns began to erupt from the very floor beneath them. The Archbishop, seeing his own power manifest, bellowed for the thorns to clear a path for him. But the wicked plant, starved for life, had a mind of its own. The thorny vines whipped through the air, ignoring their master and instead wrapping themselves around him, digging deep into his flesh. Irwin watched, his eyes narrowed in calculation. A wounded black rose seeks life force, he repeated, reaching a hand out towards the struggling Archbishop. Meldiana looked upon the pathetic man with a flicker of pity. What a miserable end for a bishop who had forgotten how to care for others. Trapped by his own creation, his life force was violently siphoned away until nothing was left but crumbling black petals drifting in the air. Meanwhile, at the prayer venue, the other saints were fighting a losing battle, their bodies ensnared by the same cursed vines. They were at their limits, their power all but extinguished. It felt like the end. But just as despair began to set in, a brilliant, divine light poured into the hall, a rainbow of hope that washed over them. It was Meldiana's power. Strength surged back into their weary bodies. They had held out, just as they'd planned. They had waiting for her. One last time, they would combine their prayer power. All the saints joined their hands and hearts, their collective energy rising as one. Their combined prayers formed a magnificent pillar of light, a beacon of purity that pierced the heavens. The dark, ominous clouds above the cathedral were instantly vanquished, the sky clearing to reveal a beautiful, sparkling expanse. The people below gasped in awe, recognizing the saints' power and offering their heartfelt thanks for their salvation. It was over. One of the saints breathed in relief, but Irwin's expression remained serious. There was still one last thing that remained. Meldiana nodded, her gaze firm. The criminal, Zirion Martellus, had to be dealt with. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where the former archbishop sat in chains, a shadow of his former self. Irwin stood before him, his voice echoing with authority. The time for judgment has come. Zirion snarled, demanding to know on what charge they dared to judge him. The council began, their voices a unified chorus of condemnation. The charges were laid bare, planting the cursed black rose bracelets, creating a cult to spread them, manipulating the former Saint Miranda, and stealing her power to ruin Meldiana for his own twisted ends. His crimes were heinous, his depravity absolute. Yet, offered no defense, merely sneering that he was redeeming a corrupt world, that the people would praise him for it. Meldiana raised a hand, her expression unreadable. "Do they now?" she asked softly. With a wave of her hand, a portal of light appeared, projecting the anguished voices of his victims into the hall. They screamed their accusations, calling him a monster who drained their lives and made them suffer, a wretched scum who had no right to call himself clergy. Zirion's eyes widened in shock, his delusion crumbling. Why could no one grasp his greatness? Irwin's voice was laced with contempt, a man who brainwashed saints and plunged a kingdom into madness. Redemption. Only the petty proclaim their own greatness, he stated, his gaze cutting through the old man's shattered ego. "Do not mock me," Zirion shrieked, thrashing in his chains. Meldiana's voice was calm, but her words were devastating. "Irwin is right," she said. "Your deeds were foolish and unforgivable evil." Irwin then delivered the final, crushing sentence. Not death that would be too merciful. He sentenced Zirion to stone-stacking labor beneath the very cathedral he once ruled, a dried-up husk living in disgrace for all to see. Zirion was speechless. Meldiana added the final nail in the coffin. His miserable image toiling away would be his only legacy, a permanent record of his failure. The archbishop finally broke, screaming for them to stop their insults, not to laugh at him as his pride and authority were utterly crushed. It was a punishment heavier than death. And with it, the council drew to a close. Later, as they thanked their friends and allies, Layla approached. Meldiana asked if she was all right, but the girl simply smiled, saying that seeing justice served had finally cut the last thread of feeling she had for the man who was her father. As their friends departed, Irwin gently took Meldiana's hand, causing her to jump in surprise. "At last, it's over," he said, his voice soft. Now that all the danger had passed, now that she had confessed everything about their past lives and their feelings were out in the open, a sudden wave of nervousness washed over her, a blush creeping up her cheeks. He leaned in closer, his warm breath ghosting over her ear as he whispered her name. "Meldiana, there's one thing I want to ask," he murmured, his gaze intense. "Do you still wish to marry me?" His crimson eyes, intense and unwavering, were fixed solely on her as a storm of pink petals danced around them. His voice was a low, possessive murmur that sent shivers down her spine. He would never let her go. The promise still echoing in the air, he leaned in, capturing her lips in a deep, desperate kiss that stole the very breath from her lungs. The rustle of their clothes was the only sound as strong hands slid down her back, pulling her impossibly closer. A jolt went through her body, a mixture of shock and a strange, melting heat. He pulled back just enough to whisper against her skin, his voice laced with a dangerous amusement. The way she reacted to his hands to the sound of his voice is cute. And he wanted, with a hunger that was palpable, to see her become even cuter. Her mind was a whirlwind. She never would have thought she could change the future like this, that she would ever become pliant in a man's arms. His kiss deepened, his hand squeezing her gently, and she felt herself losing control. But a sudden jolt of reality shot through the haze of passion. Her eyes flew open, a gasp on her lips as she pushed lightly against his chest. "Wait, Irving, we're not married yet." A devilish smirk played on his lips, his gaze darkening with something possessive before he leaned in to press a searing kiss to the delicate skin of her neck. She called his name again, a desperate plea for him to stop, but he just chuckled softly at her throat. Oh, he heard her all right. And that was precisely why he had to do this, to make absolutely sure that no one ever stole her from him. A furious blush bloomed to her face as he pulled her into a tight, possessive hug. He would wait for her, he whispered, his promise a warm breath against her ear, atop the stargazing tower in 3 nights' time. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her mind spinning with the implication. Does he mean a proposal? She thought, her hands instinctively clutching the fine fabric of his uniform. The stars themselves seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. 2 days later, the nervous energy was still buzzing under her skin. Tomorrow, she would meet Irving. A beautifully wrapped package sat before her, and she wondered why he would send it the day before their meeting. Inside, nestled in silk, was the most beautiful dress she had ever seen, accompanied by a simple, elegant note. He was sure this would look lovely on her. As she held the delicate fabric, the thought bloomed in her mind, could he be planning to propose tomorrow? A blush crept up her cheeks. She was going to be a nervous wreck until then. But her duties called. A letter detailed the selection of a new archbishop. But another, sealed with the crest of the Holy Council, made her gasp. It was addressed to her, informing her that they had had word of her awakening to a higher level of sacred power, that brilliant radiance from her battle with the archbishop. They were requesting she join the Holy Council. Her dream, the very reason she became a saintess, was to help people. Just the legendary Saintess of Love she'd always admired. Joining the council meant wielding power equal to an archbishop, allowing her to cross borders and fight the evils they had faced. It was everything she had ever wanted. But a cold dread washed over her as she gripped the letter. The tradition in Joanka was ironclad. The king must marry the Saintess of Love. If she joined the council, she would be relieved of her duties as Saintess, and she couldn't marry Irving. The image of their wedding, a future she had just started to believe in, shattered before her eyes. How could she betray him like this? On the promised night, Irving stood on the balcony of the stargazing tower, a statuesque figure against the moonlit sky. Meridiana arrived, breathless, apologizing for the wait. Her heart fluttered as she saw him turn, his regal presence more breathtaking than ever. She shyly thanked him for the dress, the fabric feeling like a second skin. His gaze softened, sweeping over her with pure adoration as he reached for her gloved hand. "You look beautiful," he said, his voice a low caress that made her heart thump erratically. He looked more handsome than usual, and the intensity in his eyes was almost too much to bear. Her pulse was a frantic drum against her skin. Trying to calm her racing heart, she asked why he wanted to meet her here. He held her hand a little tighter. There was something important he needed to tell her. This was it. He took a breath, his gaze serious, and called her name. Meridiana. Her eyes were wide, her soul braced for the question she'd been dreaming of. But his next words were a shard of ice piercing her heart. He couldn't get married to her as she was now. The world tilted on its axis, her joy turning to ash. He repeated her name, his expression pained, his grip on her hand a desperate anchor. He couldn't marry her. Her mind spiraled. Was this her punishment for doubting him for so long? He quickly clarified, his voice laced with regret. He was sorry for pressuring her about marriage. He now realized it wasn't the right time. You were asked to join the Holy Council, weren't you? She stared, stunned into silence. He explained he'd heard from the new archbishop, acknowledging that it was a great honor and the dream she'd always wanted. She couldn't deny it, but her heart ached. Then you should give it a try. His voice gentle but firm. If that's what will make your dreams come true, that's where you should be. He letting her go for a dream? More than anyone, he confessed, he had always admired how passionately she pursued her path. He remembered finding her training late one night, her determination shining brighter than any star. She had told him of the Saintess who had saved her as a child, whose catchphrase became her life's motto, "I will go anywhere as long as there are hurt people." That was the kind of selfless, powerful woman she wanted to become. And for him, a prince trapped by duty on a path he never chose, her striving for her own goals was dazzlingly bright. He wanted to support her dreams, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But if she joined the council, he would have to marry the next Saintess of Love. "Let's discuss that when the time comes," he said softly, bowing his head. "For our future." But what future was he talking about? 2 days later, Meridiana sat numbly in a carriage sent by the Holy Council, leaving her kingdom behind. Irving said it was for her sake, but she needed to see this through herself before she could even begin to think about what came next. The carriage stopped before a cold, imposing building. This was the Holy Council. As the doors creaked open, a woman in a dark robe and a stark white mask greeted her. "So, Finally come, Meridiana. It was the holy minister. Meridiana bowed respectfully, but the minister cut her off. Enough pleasantries. You will immediately begin your duties as my assistant. Before Meridiana could even process the word assistant, she was being led down a silent, sterile hallway. They stopped before a large door. The minister pushed it open, revealing a horrifying sight. A massive infirmary filled with countless rows of injured people, their bodies wrapped in bloody bandages. Snap out of it, the minister commanded, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Heal every one of them. Today, Meridiana's blood ran cold by herself. The minister's voice was a mocking whisper. Can you not do it? Steeling herself, clenched fists. I can. Though her mind screamed with questions, she began to heal, pouring her sacred energy into the wounded. Night fell, and she was utterly exhausted, with so many still left to treat. Just as she thought she would collapse, the holy minister appeared behind her. Are you still not finished? Concentrate more. A blinding, overwhelming rainbow of light erupted from the minister, a torrent of sacred power that dwarfed Meridiana's own. The light washed over the entire room, healing wounds in an instant. Meridiana stared utterly aghast at this incredible display. This power. Tomorrow, the minister said, her voice devoid of any warmth, you'll treat twice as many. Twice as many? Meridiana protested, her voice cracking. But she hadn't even been officially instated yet. The minister's response was chilling. Those who attain a higher level of sacred power are forcibly instated. Forcibly? Meridiana had never heard such a thing. It's tradition, the minister sighed, as if bored. It was the same for me. But rest assured, as Meridiana watched in horror, the ministers for her mask. Saintesses of love who awaken this power don't lose it, even if they lose the source of that love. Therefore, you needn't think of Prince Irving any longer. The mask came off, revealing the beautiful serenes of the legendary Saintess of Love, the very woman who had inspired Meridiana's entire life. Her idol was her jailer. The truth was a nightmare from which she could not wake. With a cool, detached gaze, the woman in the purple cloak held up a pristine white mask, her words cutting through the air like shards of ice. Meldiana no longer needed to think of Prince Irwin. Meldiana's eyes widened in shock, her world tilting on its axis. The woman her, the saint of love who had once saved her, was now the chief of the sacred office. Then, a horrifying realization dawned on her, her breath catching in her throat. Did this mean her love for Irwin no longer affected her divine power? Chief's voice was void of all warmth as she explained the cruel tradition of this land. When the throne changes hands, the former saint of love is destined to become the queen. After all, she herself was wed to the present king, a political marriage devoid of any affection. The tradition was absolute. The prince would marry the next saint of love. She warned Meldiana, self to her new duties here, banish all idle thoughts of her past life and love. Meldiana clutched her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs. She couldn't accept this, not so suddenly. She just wanted to go home, back to the life she knew. But the chief had one more thing to say, a final crushing blow. The sacred office held the authority to approve or deny saints from every nation. Once Meldiana left this place, she would be stripped of her title, an outcast with nowhere to go. Despair washed over her, cold and absolute. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Prince Irwin inquired about the little dog Liber, who was playing as lively as ever. He instructed the maid to inform him at once if anything happened, leaving the pup in her care until Meldiana returned. But just as he turned, his father, the king, called his name. It was time for a talk, the first proper one they'd had in ages. Over glasses of deep red wine, the king acknowledged that much had happened these past few months. He praised his son, his voice smooth as silk, telling Irwin he had aided him greatly and that he was proud of the man he'd become. Irwin offered a polite thank you, but his eyes were dark with unspoken anxieties. He sat stiffly, the wine in his glass untouched, the flush on his cheeks born of stress, not drink. He tried to make small talk, noting that cleaning up the mess from Zirion's treason had left his father looking thinner. The king, however, swiftly changed the subject, his eyes glinting. He'd heard Irwin sent Meldiana to the sacred office. Since they would soon need to appoint a new saint of love, Irwin would need to build a good rapport with her. The word no escaped Irwin's lips before he could stop it, his composure shattering. He explained frantically that Meldiana hadn't decided anything yet. She only went to hear them out. The king's expression turned to stone. Saints who enter the sacred office, he stated with chilling finality, never return. A bolt of pure horror shot through Irwin. The king continued, his voice relentless, revealing that entry was compulsory. He himself once seen off his intended, the saint of love at the time, before marrying the current queen, Irwin's mother. Irwin shot to his feet, begging his father to wait. Neither he nor Meldiana knew it was compulsory. He wasn't sending her away to marry someone else. The one he wished to marry was still. But the king cut him off with a sharp enough. This was the unshakable tradition of Joanka, and Irwin had to accept his fate. With a crash, Irwin slammed his hands on the table, his eyes burning with defiance. The king coolly asked where he was going. To the sacred office, Irwin declared to speak with them directly. He would not give up. He would change the situation by any means necessary, his fists clenched at his sides. But the king played his final, devastating card. They would proceed at once with preparations for the new king's enthronement. He was transferring royal authority ahead of time, making Irwin the regent. And once the new saint of love was chosen, the enthronement and the wedding would together. stared in disbelief, his voice cracking as he asked why it had to come to this. The king simply looked at him, his gaze as cold as a tombstone. "Prepare yourself," he commanded. There was no other path. Back in her lavish prison, Meldiana's thoughts swirled in a vortex of despair, the chief's words echoing in her mind. How could the saint she admired be so tyrannical? She had to speak with Irwin to tell him what was happening. She rushed to the door, her hands fumbling with the handle, only to find it locked from the outside. Of course. The chilling realization washed over her. They meant to keep her here, a convenient cage tool. But a fire of defiance ignited in her soul. She would not stand for it. She would not be anyone's puppet. Summoning a ribbon of divine light, she threw open the grand window. With desperate haste, she tied bedsheets together, fashioning a makeshift rope. Taking a deep breath, she began to lower herself down the stone wall. It was terrifyingly high. Her mind raced, trying to justify this reckless act. Even if she fell and broke a leg, she could heal it herself. But her desperate hope shattered as the knot gave way. A gasp escaped her lips as she lost her grip, her body plummeting towards the ground below. Just as she braced for impact, a pair of strong arms caught her. A familiar, amused voice broke the silence. Surely she wouldn't try to escape from the third floor. Meldiana's eyes shot open. It was him. He was still the same reckless girl. He chuckled, looking down at her with a dazzling smile. Meldy. Her heart skipped a beat. Lord Aegis Belgid, Night Guard of the Sacred Office, heir to a prestigious house, and the next commander. She remembered him from her training days when she had shamelessly asked the handsome young knight to help her build stamina. Back then, she had no idea who he truly was. Still holding her securely, he explained that he'd had a bad feeling when the chief ordered him to stand guard. He'd locked the door but anticipated her bold escape through the window. Meldiana flushed, embarrassed that he'd seen right through her. But in an instant, his playful demeanor vanished, replaced suffocating, murderous aura. His face darkened, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. She only got lucky this time. A stupid escape like this, she was never to do it again. She stammered an apology, and just as quickly his bright smile returned. He declared that as long as she was repentant, it was fine, and effortlessly swept her up into a Princess Carrie. He would take her back to her room, remarking on how important she'd become. Flustered, she begged him to put her down, insisting she needed to contact her home in Joanka. His expression sobered. He told her the harsh truth. From the moment she was sent here, everyone back home knew she would never return. There was no need to contact anyone. Her blood ran cold. Irwin, did he let her go knowing she could never come back? 5 days passed in a blur of grueling work. As the chief's new assistant, her mornings were filled with administrative lessons. Her afternoons were spent in the infirmary, healing endless lines of injured people. Though her power had grown, the sheer number of patients was draining her, body and soul. The other nuns were already resentful, one of them sneering at her to clean her own wounds. They whispered behind her back, calling her cocky, their jealousy a poison in the air. Soon, their whispers turned into a malicious plot. They would get her demoted by proving her incompetent. Their daily patient limit was 50, but they would send in 100, a number even the chief would struggle with. Unseen, Aegis watched from the hallway as Meldiana worked tirelessly into the night. She sent off her last patient with a kind smile, wiping the sweat from her brow, exhausted but determined. The two scheming nuns watched in disbelief, but their plan took a dark turn when a young nun burst in, crying that a patient scheduled for tomorrow was worsening and wouldn't survive the night. Without a moment's hesitation, Meldiana stepped forward. It was no problem, she said, her voice steady. Where was the patient? A magnificent rainbow of holy light poured from her hands, washing over the dying man and knitting his wounds closed. Just as she finished, the chief entered, her eyes widening at the sight of the now empty infirmary. She had healed them all. Meldiana turned, her gaze falling upon the two bullies, her eyes now as cold as frozen steel. It seemed they were doing sloppy work to try and break her. This wasn't a game, she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. They were not to drag human lives into their petty games. She would handle their workload from now on, so they shouldn't bother coming in tomorrow. The two women stood frozen in terror, utterly speechless. Turned and fled like frightened mice. The chief watched them go before closing the infirmary door, the faintest hint of a proud smile on her lips. Aegis appeared at Meldiana's side, his own smile wide with admiration. He had seen everything, her cool and resolute figure brilliantly firing those incompetent assistants. Mortified, Meldiana begged him not to report what happened, insisting she would tell the chief herself. When they reached the chief's office, they found the door closed, but a strange noise came from within. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall, followed by the sound of shattering glass. An ominous, blood-red light pulsed from under the door. They burst inside to a horrific scene. The chief was on the floor, her head pinned beneath a man's boot as his thugs held her down. A scream tore from Meldiana's throat. Chief. The scene opens with pure brutality as a group of thugs mercilessly beat a figure on the ground, one planting his boot firmly on their back with a cruel grin. A desperate cry rings out for the chief, the voice filled with panic. Aegis and Meldy look on, their faces masks of pure shock and horror. One of the thugs turns, his expression menacing, warning them to stay back. But it's too late. The brute lunges forward in a blur of motion. He grabs Aegis, his grip like iron, slamming him against the wall. The handsome knight struggles, teeth gritted in a snarl as he's pinned down. But Aegis is no mere soldier. With a roar, he unleashes his holy power, blades of pure light erupting from his fists. The thug cries out in agony, enveloped in a foul, dark purple aura. Aegis are cold steel, watching as a black miasses from the defeated enemy. The remaining attacker stumbles back, his mind reeling as he wonders just who in the world these people are. Aegis himself seems taken aback by the dark energy. In that moment of hesitation, Meldy acts, her face a mixture of terror and determination as she swings a heavy ornamental cross with all her might. She pants, her small frame trembling from the exertion, her eyes wide with adrenaline. On the floor, Aegis lets out a low chuckle, a smirk playing on his lips. That was a good hit, he thinks. He looks up at her, his voice filled with genuine admiration. She saved him, Meldy saved him. Just then, the holy director rushes to the side of the fallen chief, her expression grim as she confirms the chief is fine, but their security has been disastrously breached. Her eyes, cold as ice, find Aegis, and she orders him to take these scoundrels to the cells immediately, a command he quickly accepts. As Meldy moves to call for help, the director's voice stops her cold stay. She has something she needs to speak with Meldy about. In the sterile quiet of her office, the director reveals a chilling truth. About a month ago, she received a death threat from a mysterious organization. Meldy's blood runs cold, her eyes widening in disbelief. The director continues, explaining she's been attacked outside before. But this is the first time assassins have penetrated so deep into the Holy See's inner sanctum, confirming they must be from the same wretched group. A worried frown creases Meldy's brow as she takes in the gravity of the situation. The director admits it was a dangerous situation, but now the Holy Knights have lead to track the organization. She pauses, her gaze intense, before adding that she can't just leave this to them. With unwavering authority, she gives Meldy her new mission. She will be the one to interrogate the captured thugs and uncover the organization's true identity. Meldy is stunned, pointing to herself as believe her. The director explains that the very fact they infiltrated the Holy Office means there must be an accomplice, a traitor, hiding within their ranks. They don't know who the traitors are or where they're hiding. But the director reasons Meldy only recently awakened her power and was summoned from the outside, making her the only one who is definitively not a traitor. The word hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating, a traitor inside. The director softens slightly, acknowledging she understands the fear of being targeted and the anxiety of having a traitor nearby. But seeing the memories of her past tormentors flash in her mind, Meldy's resolve hardens into diamond. Her eyes shine with a new, fierce light as she accepts the mission. Understood, she says, her voice steady. She will find the organization targeting the chief. Down in the cold, damp dungeons, Meldy's voice echoes off the stone walls as she demands the silent prisoner to answer her. She turns to the Holy Knights guarding the cell, her tone firm, requesting they please step aside. The knights stand their ground, looking down at the chained, defeated intruders. One of them speaks condescendingly, stating that, with all due respect, this is not a realm for a Saintess's power. But Meldy's gaze doesn't waver. She came here on the Archbishop's orders, she informs them coolly. She gives them a choice. They may leave this place themselves, or be removed. Aegis, ever by her side, questions what she intends to do if they so. Meldy's eyes narrow on the prisoners. These guys won't break easily under normal means. Her pupils dilate as a thought occurs to her. If even the Holy Knight's brutal torture won't work, she needs to think of another method. Her gaze sweeps over the prisoners and lands on a strange mark on one of their shoulders. She asks Aegis if the burns were there from the beginning. He confirms it, adding that all three of them have burns in similar places. Could they be hiding something? Meldy wonders, stepping closer. She channels her gentle, glowing holy power, not to inflict pain, but to heal, carefully mending the surface burns on the man's shoulder. As the damaged skin repairs itself, a tattoo is revealed beneath, the Roman numeral for 12. She turns to Aegis, her voice hushed, asking him what this number could possibly mean. Aegis's expression turns impossibly grim, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. This is the mark of a criminal to Singilt's Island, a notorious prison in the kingdom of Paramion. Emily's heart plummets. Escape prisoners? Aegis immediately decides they must contact the kingdom of Paramion without delay. Moments later, they're facing a holographic projection of a pompous, mustachioed king who is practically shouting at them. He already told them there were no prison breaks. He bellows that Singilt's Island is one of the world's most formidable prisons, and if he says there are no escapes, there are absolutely none. This has been going on for 10 minutes, he complains, while Aegis patiently tries to explain that the criminal identification number. The Archbishop's cold, intense gaze was fixed on the scene, watching as Lord Aegis looked down at Meldiana with a stern expression. His voice was like ice as he declared that there was no role for her here. A pang of guilt shot through Meldiana's heart. She felt bad for Irwin, but her duty was clear. She had to investigate the shadowy organization connected to the Archbishop, no matter the personal cost. Following the strange map he provided, she and Lord Aegis ventured deep into an unfamiliar forest. Aegis wondered aloud what could possibly be at the marked location. He'd never set foot in this area, and if the organization had a hideout here, they were in serious trouble. He warned her to stay on guard, but his words were cut short by a sudden jolt. Eh? A sharp snap echoed from her feet, and before she could even process what happened, a terrified escaped her lips. Aegis whirled around, his eyes wide with shock. To his utter disbelief, Meldiana was suddenly dangling upside down, caught in a crude rope trap like a helpless forest creature. What in the world was this? Was this a trap they set to shake off pursuers? He mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As he stood there analyzing, a very flustered, red-faced Meldiana yelled at him to stop thinking and help her. A devilish grin spread across his handsome face. My bad, he chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed a dagger and sliced through the rope. Meldiana plummeted with another cry, falling directly into his strong arms. He caught her in a perfect princess carry, a smug look on his face as he declared the rescue a success. The footing was poor, he said smoothly. So perhaps they'd proceed like this? Princess. Meldiana's face burned with indignation. Lord Aegis, she was not a princess and she could walk by herself. He simply held her tighter, arguing that she might get caught in another trap. Wasn't it the same for him too? Famous last words. His foot landed on something with a loud thunk. A wooden crate sprang open and a horrifying, writhing black mass poured out. Aegis's smug expression instantly melted into one of pure terror. Bugs? Meldiana shrieked, her eyes wide with horror. They're flesh-eating bugs. She screamed, practically leaping onto his back and clinging to him for dear life as he made a mad dash away from the swarming menace. Once they were a safe distance away, he gently set her down, asking if she could stand. She thanked him, her body still trembling. He couldn't resist teasing her, a smirk playing on his lips as he patted her head. She didn't ligs this time. He thought she was quite brave. He then brought up a mortifying memory from when she was just an apprentice Saintess, a time when she'd seen a swarm of bugs, collapsed in fear, and came crying to him for help. Meldiana's face turned crimson, and she hid it in her hands, begging him to please forget that embarrassing memory already. But he just laughed, insisting it was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, she was quite cute when she was desperately begging for his help. Please stop teasing me, she pleaded, trying to regain some dignity. The past is the past, she declared. She was an adult now and mere bugs didn't bother her. His expression suddenly grew serious. There's a bug on your back, he said, pointing. She immediately panicked, twisting around and asking where it was. He burst into laughter. I thought you weren't afraid of mere bugs. As their banter filled the air, something became clear. A small creature fell from her back, a sign of another disarmed trap. But their moment was shattered by a breathtaking presence. A shower of pink petals descended, and through them emerged the impossibly handsome Archbishop Irving, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Irwin? They both stared in disbelief. He calmly explained that the area was riddled with traps, and since it was too dangerous for a single guard, he would accompany them from here on. Aegis stepped forward, his expression hardening. Hey, why haven't you gone back yet? Irwin's gaze was like steel. Now that they were away from the Holy Office, he had no obligation to follow Lord Aegis' orders. Meldiana is the provisional Saintess, he stated, and as the king's proxy, it was his duty to protect her. Aegis grit his teeth, telling him to stop quibbling. The tense trio moved forward, the air thick with rivalry. Do you really intend to go all the way with us? Aegis pressed. Irwin suddenly threw out an arm, stopping him. The traps ahead haven't been disarmed yet. He argued that a single guard could never handle this alone. To blindly follow a map left by a culprit was practically a suicide mission. What on earth was the Archbishop thinking? Meldiana's heart sank. He was right. This was reckless. A chilling realization dawned on her. The traps at the forest entrance looked new, but deeper in, there were traces of much older ones. Was this truly the work of a simple criminal organization? The tension between the two men flared again. Aegis took her hand, suggesting they go another way due to the uneven ground. Irwin's sharp voice cut in, pointing out a trap had missed. Aegis snapped back that they could just avoid it. Meldiana felt her head spin. Why did the atmosphere between them always turn so hostile? This wasn't the time to be arguing. The world exploded in a wall of flame. A ring of fire erupted around them, trapping them in a blazing inferno. They were surrounded. What was this? From the shadows emerged cloaked figures in eerie white fox masks. It was them. The leader raised a hand, his voice a blade of ice as he gave the order. It was the organization, their robes marked with a sinister cross. The command echoed again, kill them. From the treetops, archers appeared, loosing a volley of deadly arrows. The shafts rained down around them, and Irwin instinctively pulled Meldiana into his arms, shielding her. An assassin lunged from the flames, sword raised. Go on ahead. Aegis yelled, parrying the blow with a shower of sparks. Irwin hesitated, torn, but Aegis grabbed his hand with fierce urgency. Run! Irwin yanked Meldiana away, and she looked back in horror as Aegis was swallowed by the flames and the swarm of enemies. They raced through the forest, Meldiana's heart pounding with terror. Even for Lord Aegis, fighting so many alone was impossible. An arrow suddenly whistled past Irwin's cheek. He spotted the archer in a tree above, shoved Meldiana behind him, and snatched a sharp rock from the ground. With a powerful throw, he hooked the assassin down in a single, precise strike. Irwin turned back to her, his face grim. "Your guardian knight is excellent," he murmured. "He chose to protect you without hesitation." He promised they would meet him again, and though her heart was heavy with worry, she forced a nod. "You're right." A sharp thwump stopped them dead. An arrow quivered in the dirt just inches from their feet. "Let's go," Irwin yelled, shoving her forward. But it was too late. Another enemy appeared, his hand crackling with ominous energy. Meldiana screamed as he lunged. Irwin intercepted the attack with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him stumbling back with a cry of pain. He realized they must be getting close to a key location for the organization. Meldiana agreed, but a cold dread was creeping up her spine. This mask, it was the one the bandits who set the fire wore, but not the ones who attacked the Archbishop. The interrogated attackers had no map, yet the Archbishop had provided one. She felt a horrifying certainty. They were being led by the Archbishop, dragged into something far more sinister. The Archbishop, Irwin's eyes widened. Before he could respond, a massive iron cage plummeted from the sky. "Watch out!" he yelled, pulling her into a desperate embrace as the cage crashed down, trapping them. He held her close, his voice thick with regret. If he'd known she'd be dragged into this, he never would have sent her to the Holy Ministry. Meldiana was confused. Couldn't he have predicted this? Entering the ministry meant her life would no longer be her own. His face was a mask of shock. He didn't know it was forced. He insisted. The old wound in her heart reopened. She remembered him saying he wanted to rethink his future. She thought it was an excuse to cut ties with her. "Isn't that why you sent me away?" she accused, her voice trembling. "Meldiana," he cried, grabbing her shoulders. "Listen to me." "That's not the reason," he said desperately. Seeing her again, so magnificent, he panicked and made up an excuse, because he couldn't admit he came for personal reasons. "The truth is, Words were cut off. The world blurred, and when her vision cleared, he was gone. "Irwin? Huh?" She was completely alone. "Irwin, where are you?" she cried out. Suddenly, a sinister purple energy crackled around her, a vortex of dark power. "What is this?" A cold voice slithered into her mind. "Forget about that man. It's only you. Probably are here." From the swirling darkness, a figure emerged, a woman in a nun's habit, her eyes covered by a black band, her presence radiating pure malice. The true enemy had finally appeared. A single question echoed in the sudden, chilling silence. "Why?" Meldiana's brilliant blue eyes were wide with shock and fear as she stared at the figure before her. "Why are you here?" The head of the Holy Ministry stood with her arms crossed, a dark, suffocating pressure emanating from her that felt nothing like a holy woman. The woman's voice was cold, devoid of emotion, a simple command that cut through the air. "Come." Meldiana recoiled, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. What could this imposing woman possibly want with her? What after? Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed her arm, the grip surprisingly firm. The head's voice was laced with impatience, telling her to stop being stubborn. Meldiana struggled against the hold, her voice trembling as she demanded to be let go. But as she pulled back, her eyes fell upon the woman's arm, and she froze. Dark, corrupted veins snaked across the skin, a horrifying mark of some terrible affliction. That arm, the head insisted she didn't have time to sit around and chat. She promised she wouldn't hurt her, urging Meldiana to just follow quietly. Meldiana's mind raced. The grip was weak, so it didn't seem like she intended any real harm. She allowed herself to be led, her feet moving on their own. But she couldn't shake the image from her mind. What on earth was wrong with that arm? Her head spun with 1,000 questions, a wave of dizziness washing over her as they walked deeper into the unknown. She barely registered her surroundings, her mind a blur of confusion and anxiety. They stopped before a massive stone door, which glowed with an ethereal divine light. "Huh?" The head announced that this was the sanctuary, the very source of all holy power in the world, the place where Saintesses were granted their divine abilities. The air inside was thick with a refreshing, dense holy aura, a power so immense it was incomparably stronger than even Cornelia's holy oasis. As they stepped onto a glowing golden sigil on the floor, the head finally revealed her true purpose. She wanted Meldiana to become the successor to the sanctuary's power. Meldiana stared, completely bewildered. Successor? The head explained that the sanctuary's existence was a closely guarded secret, revealed only to the highest officials of the Holy Ministry. To prevent its power from being misused, they used an orb as a medium, limiting who could receive it. Her eyes widened as the head presented a radiant, pulsating orb of light. "Why are you giving that to me?" The head's reply was heavy with finality. Her life was nearing its end. She explained the terrible price of wielding such power. To borrow from the sanctuary, the wielder of the orb had to pay with a massive amount of their life force. A Saintess with strong innate power could handle the cost, but if they couldn't, their life was simply drained away until nothing was left. Her voice grew quiet, filled with a deep wariness. She confessed that she had been so overwhelmed by her duties that her own innate power had weakened, and for a long time she had been offering her very life force to the orb, just to sustain it. Meldiana was horrified. Couldn't just let go sooner. The head shook her head grimly. If she passed the power who was powerless, her successor would only die. She had been waiting, patiently waiting, for a Saintess possessing great power, one capable of governing the immense forces of the sanctuary, and that is, Meldiana's breath hitched. The head continued, explaining the elaborate ruse. Since the sanctuary was classified, she couldn't simply appoint a newcomer like Meldiana as her successor. The ministry would never accept it. That was why she had Aegis help her stage a little act. The plan was to create a fake threat, an organization targeting the head's life, and then credit Meldiana with suppressing it, making her a hero and a worthy candidate. It all clicked into place. Meldiana knew it. The thieves, the map, even the bandits on the road, everything was a carefully orchestrated play designed to lead her to this very moment. The head confirmed it all, her voice filled with apology. She was sorry for deceiving her like this, but she simply didn't have the time to explain and convince her properly. She looked at Meldiana, her expression pleading. "Will you accept this role, Meldiana?" A wave of understanding washed over our protagonist. She had completely misunderstood. The head of the holy ministry wasn't a villain. She was a martyr, waiting for a successor while her own life force dwindled away. To bear such a burden alone, never knowing when your end might come. That was not an easy thing to do. She had endured it all, suffering in silence so that no one else would have to share her fate. It was a profound self-sacrifice, born of her deep love for humanity. Meldiana recalled the head's own words from long ago, a promise to go anywhere and save anyone, even if she had to risk her own life. In that moment, Meldiana saw her not as an adversary, but as the saintess of love she had always respected. Her heart swelling with emotion, she clasped her hands to her chest. "Head of the holy ministry, I humbly accept the succession of that duty." A gentle, relieved smile finally graced the head's lips. "Thank you." Now then, she announced, it was time to begin the ritual of succession. As radiant light filled the chamber, the head instructed Meldiana to entrust all of her power to the orb. Meldiana closed her eyes, pouring her very soul into the glowing sphere, a new resolve hardening within her. This time, she would protect the sanctuary's power, but a sudden, sharp sound shattered the sacred ceremony, and her eyes flew open in alarm. An intruder stood before them, their face hidden by a sinister animal mask. "Who are you?" Meldiana's blood ran cold as she recognized the disguise. "Those masked thieves, aren't they the people arranged by the holy ministry?" The head looked utterly baffled, asking what mask she was talking about. A terrifying realization dawned on Meldiana. If the head didn't arrange this, then who is that over there? A figure emerged from the shadows, a kitsune mask held loosely in her hand as a wicked laugh filled the air. The newcomer's voice was a venomous caress as she mocked the head's aged appearance. Then her cruel eyes, full of triumph, landed on Meldiana, the sacred orb now clutched in her hand. "Did Lord Irwin dump you?" she purred, her voice dripping with malice. "Lady Meldiana."